Okay, so we're going to continue from yesterday, and the biggest thing, so we just got into Diamond. Took a little bit longer than I thought. The biggest thing is, though, I don't think Diamond is going to be, you could theorize that, oh, it's going to be a lot harder and now it's going to start to get more competitive, but you would think you're going to be seeing a lot of the same decks that you've already been seeing. And the reason why I say that is because it's like people in Platinum or even in Gold or whatever, why wouldn't they just look at people in Legend and in Diamond or whatever and just copy what they're using and use it anyway, because they want to try hard, and you know, if it works for that person, it'll work for them, kind of a thing. So you could hit a bit of a ceiling here, but it could also be a rock paper scissors thing, because I'm not sure how many people are using what I'm using, right? And so it's a question of maybe nobody's playing around what I'm using because it's just not that common. So there might be certain decks that I just can't be, like we've seen the Cthulhu thing, Mech Cthulhu Warlock. That one's, because that's one of those like long game control, you know, burn out your deck things, but it happens pretty fast. It's happened before turn 10 that they get, you know, through the whole deck. So that's kind of crazy. But even if I can't beat that one, it's possible that that one can't beat a lot of other decks, so maybe we won't see it that much. That's the kind of rock paper scissors benefit you have to get. So it'll feel hopeless in some of these, like, oh, you just can't win that matchup, but then that matchup is going to lose to other stuff, and therefore they'll take each other out and I won't have to worry about them. So we've seen Warrior probably the least. I think I've seen like one Warrior in the entire journey here, from bronze to pretty, I don't even think I'm joking. I have it all on video so I can look. How many Warriors have we faced from bronze to diamond? I think one, or like very few. And the impulse to even do this kind of came out of nowhere, in the sense that just like, pretend like Hearthstone's, you know, gonna go offline in a few years or something. I figure I should get it in wild at least once. I've only gotten it in standard once, and that was very early on, and it's just like, I don't know, it feels like something that you should just do. And you might not, the irony is, oh yeah, I'm using something that you could basically use in standard anyway, right? A lot of these are newer cards, a lot of these are basically just, you know, whatever power creep kind of bullshit, but at least you get to play in a different format. Let's see, this is technically the first diamond one. Shamans can be tough, especially with the whole totem aspect. I want to see whether there's really going to be a difficulty spike or not. So I'm willing to keep this just because, again, there are times where it can just win you the game. They have a taunt, you just get through it. There are times where it can be good. So doing this as a turn one isn't usually that good, unless you have a way to summon stuff. Okay. I'm not sure which shaman this is, but there have been some that have been very tough. So hopefully they play a little bit slow. Okay, that's fine. I mean, if it's Shutter Walk, we can maybe deal with that. I'm assuming that could be a common occurrence here. I feel like I've beaten most of those because, again, they're a little bit slower. But again, by today's standards, you know, fast is like beat them by turn 6, the way that I'm, you know, going. So leaving the totems around could be a mistake, but I'm not sure that I want to waste too much time also hitting them every turn. I'm assuming that's what it is. I don't know what else. Draw a spell if it's a nature spell, also draw an elemental. He's 1 out of 6. You got to push the tempo. You have to go hard tempo, push. I'm actually going to punish him, or I'm going to goad him into AoEing. And if he doesn't AoE, then we get this nice little buff on turn 5. So that could kind of just really push you ahead. What you always want in a matchup like this is Rafam early. You want the infuse. If you get it in your opening hand, you keep it for sure. I don't know about Denathrius. You probably don't want it, but there are times where it still could be worth it. He's a minion, so he didn't even kill anything. So now the buff is looking very tantalizing here. I don't really see. Now the board becomes a question. Do I worry about the board or don't I? And if you don't, he's gonna buff it, he's gonna evolve it. I guess I'll do the best of both worlds, where the cost of these is pretty low. I'm gonna trade out one. I'm gonna trade out one so that he doesn't feel as good for AoEing. And then I'll leave the rest. So let's see how much we get punished for leaving a 1-1 and a 0-2 on the board. I probably will. He'll probably double evolve them into something crazy and buff them and this and that. but that's the only thing you're really worried about at this stage. Deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. Okay, so we get a 1/1 back. That wasn't the most trending AoE that we've ever seen, really. But 6 is a pretty annoying damage value. And so, you know, here you could silence, but then you're also going to get hit for, or you're also going to lose a lot of stuff for that. So it's not really worth it. So 4, 5, 6. How do we do 6 in sort of a comfortable way? This is kind of useless. You could just do another one of these.
Pay your tab.
You could do that, and then you could do this. I don't even feel the need to really summon more stuff right now, though. Like, let's just leave it, and then he's gonna AoE. So you don't really have an infuse. You want that 4-cost infuse that'll summon 3 3/3s, or you want the Rafam to punish an AoE. So we really don't have any protection against that. If he does clear the board, we're kind of screwed. You know, you get a little 1/1 from the Imgang boss, which is cute, but that's kind of not very good. Okay, so now you stack up the thing again. You go 4 and then maybe tap. I'm not the biggest fan of tapping in this in general, but now you set up for the buff next turn, which is not bad. If the board stays as it is, which it might, that could be okay. You know, you have these 2 tradable cards in here, but I almost never trade them. The bartender or the what do you call it? The little 1/1 that summons 2. I almost never use that mechanic. Okay, that's not very... But what is it? What is it? This is my Iron Juggernaut karma. He's doing that. Of course, he can't use the Iron Juggernaut. He's gonna stack my thing full of bombs, which I don't really care about too much. I'm gonna take maybe a risk and get fucked for it. Because if I can't get this damage in, I'm gonna lose anyway. I'm not even gonna tap or anything. Just let him deal with the board. I probably should have committed even further in there, but again, does he have a way to deal with the board is the question, not anything else. Deal 1 damage to all enemies. So how many do you have, though? Probably a lot. Are you seriously gonna clear my board with that? Oh my god. Diamond level fucking plays. That reminds me of that crazy Rexar thing I did that was similar. So now you pretty much lose the whole tempo of it. You could silence some, but would have been really nice to just have that sooner. I don't know what else to say about it. Just go all in and then try to set up for Rafam. But now that the tempo, at least, I guess I could have silenced the I don't know, the 2/6 or whatever. That silence wasn't even very strong on his part. I'm just mostly trying to get stuff out there to scare him a little bit. And then the Rafam play could be the lethal, but not really. The buff won't be lethal, at least. What kind of battle cries is he gonna have now? Okay, that's unfortunate. Give it poisonous, but we did silence the 1 damage effect at least. Yeah, I don't really see a way forward here. I should have traded on the board, I guess, but then you lose anyway. Like, you have no way to deal with this kind of board. Resurrect your imps. 5.
Go, imps, do my bidding. And they're throwing books.
Okay. I mean, trade on the board, I guess, in that matchup, but I can guarantee if I'd done that, I would have lost anyway. Just the way that it went. So we lose the win streak, which is kind of a big deal. You really got to hang on to those and push forward a little bit. Then if you go on a little bit of, you know, you lose a couple, but then you can always just push forward every time you get a streak. So let's see how this goes. I'm not going to overreact to one thing. I don't mind even switching the deck, but the whole joke of it was almost just like on a whim, you know, you just try it and you just get this far with one deck the whole time. I made a few Okay, I might be getting a sense of what we're gonna be seeing here.
Bring the fury of the elements.
Doesn't mean you can't beat him, it's just you gotta do it really fast. Way faster than last time. I mean, I still got him like to 10, but if you had Rafam all along, you know, you would have had it. Because then you could have played that like a turn before. You wouldn't have been waiting and waiting and yeah. You can summon the copy 2, 3, 4, and of course this would require him to kill the stuff. It does seem like maybe we're going to be seeing a lot of these if it's the same thing. Maybe that's not quite the same. It's interesting that this still has a place. It is a good value thing. Give this. Oh, but this is going to be the totem one then, where he fucking gets like a free 8/8 because he's played X amount of totems. Give a demon +3 in lifesteal. Give this minion's attack to a friendly thing. I mean, I guess just something inexpensive can always be good here. He only has 30 health though, so maybe that could be the condition. Let's see what he does. So maybe Shaman is the place to be right now. As far as the meta in wild at least, maybe. He has the balls to just go face. I guess he doesn't have very much mana though. This will kill whatever happens. Give this. Okay, you won't be able to do that right away though. But if we just go all in, he's gonna AoE me and punish me. And so that's not the greatest idea. If anything, I should have still done that, but then I should have traded, but it just feels like a waste. We're playing into the infuse. We're trying to bait out the AoE. We want him to do it. At least if we had another one, we could justify it. This guy's willingness to go face is admirable. Okay, that's the kind of play that we were looking for. So now it justifies trading into one of them. So we'll do 3, 4, 5, 6. And we can obviously bring out the imps. I'm okay with doing that. 4, 5, 6. You get the infuse. So Rafam is almost ready. That's the real beauty of it. We get this, and now he's going to be panicking, trying to struggle with this, or he's just going to keep going face and just kill me somehow. Give it Wind Fury plus some kind of buff too. It is possible to just do that. Has 7. So is he going to have the balls to go face? Because that would be pretty incredible if he did that. That is balls. Now we can trade out obviously into his board. I would have loved to have gotten the buff there. You're setting up for Rafam. Obviously, you have to trade into this at this point. So we go ahead and do 3, 6, 3, 1. The infuse is ready. So we just have to stack the board up with stuff that would benefit a lot from the buff. The high HP stuff is good because then it's going to be hard to get rid of in the first place. Right? So you get a couple sticky imps out there and you just make sure... there's not much AoE that would really be good here, would it? After you summon a 1-cost, just do your hero power. Yeah. That seems like a desperation weak play. Well, it's still good, but... Okay, now the buffs for these are going to take care of it. So the question is, does he have an answer now? You could also just silence them, but that's kind of slow. You could just trade into it. 4, 8, 10. So now we're going for the kill next turn. I'm not going to make the same mistake of leaving stuff on the board. But he's going to clear the board with some kind of AoE or dumb shit, right? That same thing that deals 6 to everything. Don't really care too much about totems yet. Like, this is the pace you got to get it at. You got to kill him now, because if you don't, you're going to get fucked by those 8/8s and just big stuff. Don't care about any of that. Even that is it. Doesn't matter. You can just kill this and then 3, 6, 9. Yeah. it doesn't seem like people are used to playing against this deck specifically in Wild. This is either more of a standard thing, or it might just not even be something that everybody is using in the first place. Although I did see it a little bit, I guess, at the beginning. Okay, so for this, we have to just... So you're 1-1 against Shaman, so it's hard to say. There's obviously a different kind of Shaman. But that one at least went better. Getting the Rafam early is so important in some of these matchups. Almost all of them, in fact. It's almost never a bad thing to have it. So you really shouldn't mulligan it, I guess, is the idea. Ever. Well, maybe sometimes, but... Okay, Druids we haven't seen a ton of either. In fact, I'm not even sure what kind of Druid it's going to be. This you obviously don't want. Everything else is fine. You can give this shit a little bit more HP. These are some pretty beefy ones to begin with, so... I always question the value from this guy, but... I guess it's okay. So 40 HP Druid. What we really have to do is memorize and learn from like what it is that we're seeing here. Because we're going to probably see copycat similar stuff, you know. Sometimes you even pop the Voidwalker there just because you want to get shit out early. You always got to have board control.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Or choose one spot and split it. It's kind of cost ineffective though, isn't it? Because then you have to play both manually. This is pretty much okay. You know what? I'm going to try to push the pace though, like I always do. Sometimes it can be worth it. Just push it, push it. This is going to be hard to get rid of. Probably just going to summon something very beefy though. Yeah, they're playing exactly the way I like. Play slow. Although I'm not sure exactly what they're doing with that. Like, what that's going to lead to could punish me too. But, this is what the 40 HP thing gives you the confidence to do. If they were at 26 now, they'd be sweating a little bit like, okay, I have to worry about this. Draw a spell, gain an empty crystal. So they're just building up, building up. They're going to start to summon taunts and stuff, I imagine. 2 and 2.
Sorry, we don't have any ink.
To make it something that isn't already a priority target, right? So the 6, if you put it on this, then it's just too much putting your eggs in one basket. They want to kill that anyway. This, you would think this would be a pretty hard board to remove, right? I can't imagine. Druids don't have the greatest AoE sometimes. Spreading Plague or something could be annoying. And of course they can use anything because it's fucking summon a 6/6 or summon 6 1/1s. So if all he's gonna do is get rid of the 6/6, I'm not even that bothered by it. That's a pretty weak, mana ineffective play. Discover a copy of a spell in your opponent's deck. Is that what it was? I love how I don't even know what half of these cards do. Card in your opponent's deck. If you play it this turn, draw the original. Okay, so we're just gonna go in with a nice easy buff. 4/4/4. I'd love to see how you can deal with this board. This is the ideal situation, so if you can turn this around, I'd be impressed. Maybe Poison Seeds or something, which again you should be able to use here because that's like a Nax card, but it is wild. Poison Seeds, Starfire. Okay, that's pretty good actually. Oh, this is funny because wait, I thought it worked like that, where it would damage you even when it gets hit. I was pretty sure that's how it worked. We have the buff too, so I should have it. Still the same deck. It is interesting how long this has lasted me. People kept saying I wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, that's done. It's just weird, like I'm not really seeing the same matchup over and over. I guess probably because it's wild. That's what was so boring about standard, is just like you would always see the same shit. Okay, so the next one will get me on a win streak. That's very important to us to try to push forward. This is like the last time I'm gonna do it too, like this month, and then I don't really care, just like I didn't care for so long.
Gul'dan versus Valeera.
There's no star bonuses in Diamond 5. So at least I can do it up to that point, right? 1, 2, 3. You don't want this. Oh shit, that would make it pretty hard actually. Because I've been relying on that the whole way. Fuck. That's gonna take a lot longer then. I guess that's fair enough, but I gotta milk it for all it's worth then. Yeah, that's just gonna take me a super long time. So you got a nice 2, 3, you got a 4. This has, honestly, this as a general value thing has not been good, but there are certain times where obviously it helps. It's one of those things like you don't want to let it get to that point most of the time.
For the roast, my lord.
I'm okay with doing that generally. Could be bad positioning depending on whatever. I haven't seen anybody use betrayal in years, it feels like, but put the weakest thing in the middle, I suppose. But then again, there are some things that work the other way, like they'll either use this to attack the other two, or they'll... Okay, that's appreciated. At least if you get a streak going into it, you'll get a few extra stars. Like if you already are on a streak. I'm not sure why they would resign that early. Maybe they just know that matchup isn't good for them, but at this stage, I don't think I would ever do that. Like, I know that priest matchups aren't good for me, but I'm not going to just resign. It's really Denathrius just come in clutch. So many of these priest matchups were completely hopeless. I had no way of winning, but somehow he'll do like 40 damage or something crazy at the end to sometimes win. Even that usually still isn't enough because they have so much on the board or something, but or they have armor. Imagine running that 5/5 Kodo that destroys your opponent's armor, not because you're going up against warriors, because we haven't seen a warrior hardly ever, but because we're going up against fucking what do you call it? I really want more low cost stuff. Like, give me a 1, give me a 2. Not really what I wanted. You really got to hit shamans a lot faster. This is a hard matchup. This is a very, very tough one. Okay, this is at least different. But shamans in general have been really hard for me. I'm not a big fan of this card, I'll say, but somehow it's okay. Okay, now that's a concern because you have to get rid of that very quickly. Although this isn't really gonna play into it very much. Yeah, you have to kill that for sure. Throw your hand with random Murloc, so he's gonna outrush me with 40 health at that. I just find that hilarious that a deck that's built around that aggro rush of Murlocs is supposed to be... You're supposed to be using this? Or I mean the 40 health thing? It doesn't seem to fit at all, but that's just how strong it can be sometimes. I almost want to just do that because... Again, just pushing the pace. I mean, I gotta kill that, but I can't do it this turn. You're setting up for a buff here, which would even be pretty good. If he leaves my board the way that it is, I'm happy with coining out the bartender. What's gonna happen is, what is it? 3, 5, 4, 5, 5, 4. He's not gonna let it be though. Yeah. So we're setting up for Rafam at least, but man, I can't even get rid of it. This is kind of the nightmare scenario. This is a very slow turn that I don't like. Even this is just gonna die. But I kind of want it to die, so then we'll just coin out the infuse to... Or maybe this is a good time to do the Dread Lich. Honestly, weirdly enough, if there's ever a time to do it, this would be the time. So he'll trade into that. Yeah, overcommit. Although it won't kill that. So go ahead and trade. Ah, fuck. It just makes me feel less stupid for killing my own thing. In fact, I wouldn't even be able to do Rafam at all. Okay, so if you do it like this, now I can Rafam. See, the only reason why you're doing that is because you're in a bad losing spot anyway, so you're You're playing to lose by having that. You get a little bit of infuse even as you draw it at the same time. It's like the interaction where you destroy everything and discard your hand to get Mechathune. It doesn't feel like they happen at the same time, so it almost shouldn't work. I mean, I don't have to do it, but I kind of want to do it. Like, I don't know. This feels kind of like a weak use of it. But what else do I have? I mean, there's... Yeah, I guess I will, and just hope that they can't deal with it. That's very weak. I'm just hoping he can't clear it, and then we can buff them too. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of removal, it doesn't feel like. Discover a Murloc, and then he's gonna get Megafin, which doesn't bother me too much right now, but obviously are gonna have to play on the board a bit. At least I can get good value out of these. So what would I do in addition to this? I could just do this, I suppose, or I could do the 2/3/3s even without the infuse effect. This actually doesn't even seem like a... No, but then it'll fill the board. Okay, it's good actually that he's trading. It's not like I have any healing or anything of the sort. Definitely encourage... Wait, I can't even do both. That's not a very... please summon the portal one then. One of the many. It's not going to, huh? Honestly, it's not even worth doing that.
For the roast, my lord.
Do this even without the infuse. Just because that still seems like a value proposition. I don't mind this guy losing health as much, necessarily. Okay, so what you're gonna do here is... Now you're setting up for the bartender. And it doesn't seem like he'd be able to clear this very easily. So even if I do like... Oh, shit. Well, it's only gonna be one or the other, though. You really do have to play this on the board, which I don't want to do, but... Like, would I have the balls to just do this and go face and hope that he can't finish me, so he'll have to trade into me? 3, 5, 8, 9... No, there's no way. But he is trading already. Okay, so he got Megafin. You want to play something and then buff it too. They could actually trade out something. I guess the math doesn't really work too well. I could also draw a whole bunch of shit, but then I'll be decking myself out and burning cards. Here, why don't I just even leave it for now? Feels like a shame not to buff these even. The math doesn't really work on that as well. Why don't we do both of these? Why don't we leave that? Because it's not even a Murloc, so what's he going to do with that anyway? Leave his strongest thing alive. So now we can set up for the buff. But again, is he going to have AoEs, or is he just going to be happy to do Megafin? And again, sitting on 37 health is kind of a scary proposition. He's going to kill that, and then he's going to AoE, I bet. Somehow. Okay. I just want the buff. I don't think I've ever had a scenario where I've done 2 of these in the same turn. Control another Murloc, deal 2 damage. Okay, again, the buff is still good. The card draw is kind of useless because we have just way too much stuff already. Or I could trade in and then buff, but let's see. They might actually have a chance of winning now just because it's gone on too long. This is what happens when you trade on the board so much. We have another one too, so it's not like I have to fear something. You could put down maybe one of these, put down this.
The top shelf is X.
You could do 3, 6, 9, or you could do 5, 8, 3. Kind of okay with that too, and then I didn't have enough room, I guess, to put that down otherwise. But I guess maybe I could have traded and then done it. That could have been a mistake. So hopefully this sticks around, we could buff it again. Oh shit, but see, this is the kind of stuff now that he can do. This seems weird, like you wouldn't fear this matchup, but somehow it's just you're playing on the board way too long. Maybe he has Denathrius too. We can think about how strong that would be with the infuse. It's the same concept, like you're just having so much stuff die. So all three of those are gonna have rush. Kind of forget that stuff like this actually does count. So the buff is not nearly as good yet. 3, 4, 4, 4. Oh, and it has rush too. So you can certainly sack this guy. You could also silence everything. Okay, that's kind of good actually. Why don't I just do 5, 8, 10? And so yeah, we'd be able to sack pretty well. But what I won't be able to do is kill this. Would it be worth it to silence this board actually? If I think about it, this will still be a 4-2. This will still be a 4.
I'm not getting any younger.
It's mainly just to get rid of this thing. But I guess I won't do it. So I'll do 1, 2. Probably should have done that first just to see what I would get. This would give another Murloc on the board. But actually, if I somehow am in danger of getting rushed down, that could be okay.
Top shelf is
Again, another nasty buff here. We'll sack this. And I'll actually kill that because that rush is very scary. So as much as leaving the 5-1 there seems stupid, and it very well could come back to bite me, I don't think he's going to have the balls to just go face. Look at him though, he's at 40 health. Okay. I'm probably dead. You would think he would have had a whole bunch of cheap Murlocs. He could have just gone for the kill there. This taunt might actually be very important then. That is kind of a scary condition here. Like just a way better version of Leroy. Potentially. He's got 11 damage. I mean, you probably should just go phase. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, I'm just dead. What the fuck? So leaving a 5-1 up there is all it took. I mean, obviously, in theory, you should try to trade. But did I even have a choice? I don't think I haven't had enough attackers. It's not like I went face. Oh, I just killed the rush instead. So I guess I should have just left the rush and just dealt with it, even as dangerous as that can be too. It's not going to kill you at least.
I make my own.
They got outrushed by somebody, which is a rare and unusual condition. I normally don't even like to keep the library because it's just like you're not really going to play it or get value out of it early, or at least you don't usually want to. The rogues have been kind of hard to pin down exactly what they're playing as. Nobody's done that Crystal Caves thing, which used to fuck me over so much. So no reason to do this first, although I guess I could coin out this on a turn 2. I seem to do a lot better against these non-40 health decks, whatever they might be. It doesn't matter whether it's a priest or some other class. Like the 40 health on that guy is what fucked me over too, because it just made it feel completely out of reach the whole time. A rush deck with 40 health, like it's just such a weird combination. Hurry up, dude, what the fuck? Takes this long to mulligan? God damn. So, okay, so we lose the streak again. Once we get to 5, it might start to get really rough. Okay, so he doesn't have the 40 health, so at least I get what I asked for there. But what that does mean is their deck might be much more focused and much better too. They're more likely to get whatever, you know, they want a lot easier. Because imagine digging for like a hero card in a 40 card deck. I hope they just disconnect. You need some wins like that even here. But no, they're probably just try hard roping on turn 1. Okay, it looks like they're there though still. I'm not even a big fan of doing that because the 1 health isn't going to matter that much. They're just going to summon a 3/3 anyway. So what difference is there between a 3/2 and a 3/3? Like, are you going to just hit it with your dagger? Sometimes people will do that, but you would think that's just giving me extra damage and then it was going to die anyway. I'm just always in favor of the first few moves when they don't summon anything. They just let the board be and they think they can deal with it. You should never play like that against this because the only thing that matters is board control. If they can fight for the board early, they'll win in the long term for the most part. So they should always just summon something. Damn, this is really slow triggering player. You want to turn 2, you could do this. You could do the Fiendish Circle, but I almost like to do that once this is already on the board. I don't mind doing these two. Do I get another minion? I do.
For the roast, my lord.
Now we just bring out the big imp play here. And then that opens up also the portal being good. Fan of Knives is really the one counter to 1/1s that I can think of here. In this case, it might have been worth it to hit the Flame Imp twice because you would still be taking the same amount of damage anyway. They're very confused, I bet, because nobody plays as this deck, so they have no idea how to play against it. That's the one advantage that I have. Place your hand with 4 cards from your deck. Swap back next turn. So, what are you gonna do with only 2 mana? You're just gonna reapply your weapon without even using it. That's a misplay. You should have hit face then if you were gonna do that at least, right? Objectively.
Choose soon.
You have 0 mana. Like, what are you gonna do? It's so interesting having finally played Magic to see how many good changes they did make for this though. Like removing lands, removing what was the other thing they did? Oh, like how you can only block and now you can choose whether to hit minions or not. It should just make you discard your whole hand, period. How about that? It said next turn, not during my turn. It should have been during their turn. Not that it really matters, but you can go ahead and do this. And then we set up for the portal play. It's hard to believe that they could clear the board and, you know, clear the 1/1s and the board at the same time. You could do one or the other. Like get rid of the 6/4, but not the 1/1s, or get rid of the 1/1s, but not the 6/4. I'm not sure what they're really doing. Yeah, kill one of the 1/1s so I can put down the portal and actually kill you. They keep summoning their weapon. They're just trying to complete a daily quest called, you know, summon your weapon 10 times or something. So you don't even know what rank these people are. So it's possible that you're not always getting matched up against people in the same, like this could be a gold player for all I know, just because Blizzard maybe like it's a dead game, so there's not enough people to match you against. But I doubt that would be the case, but somehow is going to come out later in the future that they were doing that because there just weren't enough people at every tier at every time of day in every region, which is understandable.
Choose soon.
So we're going to do 9, 10, 14. So if only we had a portal. This is where you can kind of block yourself out in a way that, you know, you just don't have enough space. But it's not like that's a bad thing, so we'll get her to 3, and then what's she gonna do? Vanish, coin, vanish, but she doesn't even have coin. Prep, vanish. It'd be spectacular if they somehow punished me for that. Or like, okay, just don't clear my board so I'm locked in. But then you're still taking damage from the board. It's not like it's a net positive. This person has done nothing but summon their weapon. Like, what are they thinking? Maybe they have Reno Jackson or something. They thought they could outlive me or survive the rush.
Extraordinary.
Like, you're not even trying. Whatever minions or things you have in your hand, you may as well just have played them just to try to stop the rush. Right? This person doesn't understand that concept of like, just, you know, like you have a combo card, but you just play the combo card as a static play just to try to slow down the rush. Right? It's not the kind of matchup where you have to worry about that stuff. Hey Wormius, how you been? That's one of the hardest things to learn sometimes as a priest or something. As a warrior, like you have your big end game thing, but you have to just let it go. Or even like the Brewmaster, right? Like just play the Brewmaster and the Juggernaut thing. Not because you're getting value out of it, but just otherwise you're gonna get rushed down, so it's gonna be useless to you anyway. They're very slow too. I don't know what they're thinking about. Like really, what could you possibly do here? Nothing. I don't even get what this person is doing. You could say it's a bad matchup for them, but they didn't even try. So we're still going to be mid-9, so you need to win. You really need to milk this win streak thing as much as you can while you have it. I didn't even know that at Diamond 5 you lose the ability to get it. I'm pretty sure you can get it here because I just had it, at least as I came into this tier. You have to strategically plan it in such a way like you get it as soon as you're going into 5, so at least you get the biggest bonus. It'll be like 5-2 to start, and then you'll stop getting the bonus. You would think in a way they shouldn't get rid of it, because it's like you shouldn't be winning games in a row anyway if the competition is tougher. So they should still reward you for it. So this is one of the toughest matchups that you're ever going to face. To the point where I don't even mind doing this as a turn 1. You just want to guarantee that you have plays, even if they're kind of slow. Ah, fuck. See, I should have kept it. Okay, that's actually pretty important. And they don't have 40 health, so that's a good sign. It's not one of those Renathal degenerates. So what exactly is it going to be? Is it going to be that armor one again, where the silence could potentially win it for me? Either the armor or just the sort of a lot of lifesteal taunts. Unfortunately, I can't kill that. Damn it. They can be very dangerous. They're almost guaranteed to buff it. Coin into the Valen's choice or whatever would be devastating. Okay, that's basic enough. Now I will easily be able to kill it, at least. I do always like it when a priest doesn't have that 40 health. So this will be way good enough. But what kind of AoEs are we going to see here? They do have a lot of them. Spirit Lash is always good because they heal so much for it.
Your wish is my suggestion.
If your deck has no duplicates, wish for the perfect card. Yeah, we've seen that a lot. See, at least I can respect that more in a 30 card deck. I always wonder how you can fit that in a 40 card deck we've seen so many times. Okay, what the fuck? Yeah, really, literally the perfect card. Just slows down the pace so much. Okay, so the Denathrius is the one glimmer of hope, but the board is just going to be fucked over. Oh, come on. Fuck. Definitely good value early for them. Haven't really seen those too often, honestly. Like, Might be worth it just to do this. Now they're probably gonna somehow get a copy of this in their hand, create a 1/1 copy, and just do it again. But whatever they got is probably some crazy AoE. Oh, they don't even mind trading it. Summon a 5/5. Summon 2 friendly demons that died this game. Wait, what? Oh, 2 friendly minions. Might be a good time even to do this. Although against the priest, you're gonna deck yourself out too. You could hit this and then everything would die except for the Imp Gang boss. So this could be an acceptable way to go about it. And then hopefully we draw into one of the imps as well. I just like to wait and see. For the first few times I played this, I always would get one like that. Like 100% of the time I would get a... You know, this is a bad play against the priest because you don't even want to do that. But you kind of had to there. This is up to 14. But again, you don't want to get to turn 10 if you can help it. Spellburst, return it to your hand. Is that really going to be... I'm not sure I really like this card that much, but... He's just going to keep doing it. Okay. It seems like a very expensive way to just deal 1 damage, but... You're really going to beat me with that combo. Destroy all enemy secrets. Now, this wasn't like discovered by something, so that means it is worth doing. People are making fun of me for trying to put stuff like that in there. Anti-meta stuff, but you can see the justification for it sometimes. So Rafam is a little bit late to the party here. We could do a little buff, or at least I should put the portal down. I don't even want to do this because it might get to the point where let's just do one of these and a portal. And you know what? I'll do it for now. We have 18 cards. It's not going to last that long anyway. Or if it does, I'm going to lose anyway, so fine. You shouldn't worry about getting decked out as an aggro deck, but... Because the real failure condition isn't that you're getting decked out, it's that you're not rushing them down that quickly. You can do some kind of crazy AoE again. Return that to his hand again. See, if these got summoned when I played this, then I would have been able to attack because it would have been my turn. But because they came out on his... Wait, why did they come out on his turn? Whatever. So this is up to 18. There is a possibility that could win it for you. That's why that's so important to have, even though people were questioning it. Not the biggest fan of doing this, but for now I will. This is up to what? -3 infuse counter. This is going to summon 2 of them. So we could just do that alone and then buff it. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I'll get rid of this because it's been such a nuisance, but the rest of it I don't really care about too much. So we're just going to leave it, and then we set up for the Rafam play very easily. The Rafam, turn 9 Rafam into turn 10 Denathrius should be good. Reorder your deck from the highest cost to the lowest cost. Okay. Could be a guarantee of that 9 cost thing that silences and kills everything. Yeah, this is a very forcing sequence of moves that could be hard for them to deal with. In fact, I wouldn't even mind trading since we're gonna just get a full board anyway, or not quite full, right? It'll be 4, 5, 6. Wait, it'll be 4, but then including this, so it'll be no, it'll be a full board.
Finally, minions that obey me.
You may as well just do this. Like, we're just going for the kill. If we can't do it now, we lose. So this is up to 24. So go ahead and deal with the board with all your mana, and then I'll still kill you. That's the thing. Go ahead and play that 9 costing that silences and kills everything. Fuck it, do it. This is what that plays around. Is just 25 fucking damage out of the hand. It'll be even more than that. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Well, actually, it kind of does, because is it gonna be enough? Oh yeah, it'll be enough.
Well done.
That's why it's so fucking important. Can you believe that isn't in the original deck list or the original expectation of what you do with this? But There would be no win condition whatsoever without it. Okay, so here we get to get the win streak. I've been kind of obsessed with those the whole journey because it has made it, it just makes it so much less time consuming. Which even with an aggro deck, that's kind of what it's almost like I'm trying to speed run this experience, but there are probably still much better things I could have used. But it's kind of harder to judge what's really better or worse in going against some very difficult matchups in both priest and shaman.
Shall be mine.
So I don't like any of these, honestly. That amalgam can sometimes be questionable to play early, so you're gonna have to do this as a turn one, which I don't even mind. I never trade it, so it's more just a question of getting a little bonus stuff out there later. I think I've almost never traded it. You don't have a turn two, which is pretty bad. You never want to tap. In fact, I won't tap. I'll summon this if I, you know, am left with nothing else. I wouldn't mind that 2/5 here. Fuck. Now, do I flood the board with 1/1s or do I do this? Is the question. That's kind of a hard decision, actually. Since he already played that, now I'm tempted to do this. But how much you want to bet he just has another answer? You sure played into this by doing that. You can't play around stuff in fucking wild as much as you would, you know, traditionally, because the card pool is just way too wide. Okay, so now we have the silence in our pocket. So if he thinks he can survive by summoning a taunt for one turn coming up, that's where that can really clutch it out. But the problem is you're going to silence your own stuff too, right? Like if it's buffed or whatever. So it is a bit of a double-edged thing. Not a bad time to do this, but
You have been.
okay, I'll take it. There's no guarantee that I'm going to win a matchup like that. I don't know why these people quit. There's no guarantee whatsoever. Hey, we haven't seen that deck in a long time either. The Hagatha, that used to be pretty good and wild. Even I remember seeing it. So much of my experience though is at the lower, like at silver and shit, just because I always get stuck, just because I'm always doing like a fun deck that I just kind of fuck around with. The highest rank, yeah, you don't need to tell us that. Fuck. I think this whole Diamond 5 thing is gonna cuck me though. The fact that we won't have the streak.
Gul'dan versus Elise.
So give me like a super streak, like I'll win 10 in a row now to get to 5, and then just fucking, it'll give me like 20 stars in a row, so I don't even have to deal with it. You get 1 and 2, you don't really want this. But you don't really want that either, so almost looks like a priest just going by the picture. That doesn't look like a druid. You got a decent turn 2. Willing to hit the face as much as I want. I'm not sure about the value of this card. I've questioned it the whole way, but I'm not gonna blame it like, oh, that's why I lose games. But it's just, it feels like there are better things you can have in there, but it's all right. You can just go all in, and hopefully they don't have an answer. But if they do, they play into the infuse and just go crazy with it. I'm actually thinking that I'm playing against a priest just because that picture is so deceiving. It's a mind game. Losing to a hero portrait. So you're playing kind of slow. That's a pretty sick fucking animation though, just for a basic hero power usage. I mean, you could even just, I'm just going all in because it's like, if you can't deal with this, you're gonna get fucked. That's maybe not the most prudent thing. In fact, that's a terrible play. But let's see if it gets punished or not. I'm gonna fucking do this and just kill you. You have to deal with that. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck is this person doing? Like, how big are your balls that you think you can just sit there and deal with this? Wow. Like, even without the buff, it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
The top shelf is.
Seems pretty good to me. Yeah, I don't understand why some of these people are playing like that though. It's like they're playing a slow game, but they can tell I'm not going to be a controlled deck very early. It's not like it's a mystery. I'm making them think, oh, you know, this is just baiting you in the early game. Dr. Boom. I don't know how they decided to really rank these characters. Like Dr. Boom gets a slot above Cthulhu and above Deathwing and above what was the other one? I forget. I wonder if these would be different in Wild than in Standard too, because like it wouldn't make sense to see Dr. Boom in the current meta.
Stay in the shadows.
Your soul shall
It's just like with the boards here, like you'll see Nax Ramus. You shouldn't really see that. Having two of these is a little bit questionable too. I'm not really sure. Yeah. It seems cute, but see, this is the problem though. It would have been better than just to keep it, because I could coin out the Imgang boss though, which is actually an okay play to make. On turn 2, I wouldn't mind it. So a 40 health rogue. The 40 health thing always makes me a little bit nervous, because that can be very hard to deal with sometimes. It doesn't even matter what kind of deck it is. It could be an aggro deck, it could be a mid-range, it could be a control. 40 health is just a strong thing. And the trade-off that you make for having 40 cards in your deck can sometimes be, why do rogues always rope? What is with that? Deal 3 damage to an undamaged character. That might not have been bad for you to keep, actually. So I can't really justify doing this, because you're going to discover nothing or something generic. I don't know if it even works on that. It has to have a type for that to work. Is it going to be like some kind of Kingslayer shit? Okay, so would I rather do the 1/1s or would I rather do the 2? I can't really decide. This is not going to help me at all. If anything, I might get milled by this person. That's what those are the two things that the 40 card deck actually plays into in a positive way. Not only is it not a negative that, oh, you're trading off to have more cards because you have 40 health, but it actually helps mill decks, because obviously they're not going to mill themselves. And it also helps like just very long game control stuff like the warrior or the priest, where you're trying to get to that end game anyway and kind of just burn them out. So of course that helps you. You mean like the 0 cost imp shit? Or even this is fine. Or even this is fine. Because like imagine using that on like a taunt or something. That's been actually pretty good for me before. I don't know what expansion this is from even. What was that? Those 2 crossed icons. I have a really hard time seeing sometimes the symbols there even. Right? The text covers it up so much. Summon a 1/1 stealth ghost, has +1/+1 for each card you play this turn. I guess that would include itself, so it's at least going to be a 2/2. You're not going to do anything with it. This isn't going to give me value yet. Do I overcommit with these? I mean, what are you going to do? Fan of knives or something? I'll just do it. It'd be great if we got an infused trigger out of this, but basically I'm just thinking forward. Like, go ahead, clear the board. I'll just do this anyway. I'm just going to keep pushing the pace like I always say. It seems like an overcommit. It seems like a bad play, but somehow... What are you going to draw in? I mean, what other AoE does a rogue have at this point? I don't even know. They could just have some generic minion that does it. Deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. I'm gonna 4/4. Okay, that was a pretty good use of the portal at least. Put your hand back. You can obviously trade into this. 4/4. Not a very intimidating picture. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're at turn 5, so I can do this. Do this and then do the taunt in front. So we're just trying to get as much face damage as I can here. And we don't have any infuse. See, if you had Rafam, you could really put the clam down. And this Tamsin is going to be garbage, especially in this matchup. But even across the board, my general value for Tamsin has been negative. It's just one of those cards you can't play half the time. If you play it this turn, gain +2/+2 and repeat the effect. Is that what it said? Yeah, I haven't seen this card like ever in my life. Like you would think I would have seen it. Like, how new could it be? It's from the Stormwind thing.
Another happy guildie.
He's trading shit out. If you play it this turn, so he didn't play anything though. You can trade into this as well. Would have loved to get the Brewmaster thing or whatever. Or I could even do this. Maybe it's not the most worthy thing, but then I can just trade one and then go face. The amount of damage I take from that is not a big deal, and a 7/5 is nothing to sneeze at either. So I don't have a portal, I don't have Rafam, I don't have Denathria, so not getting a ton of extra value that I could those ways. So are you gonna like vanish or something? That's one of the only thing. Okay. In a way, you know, you get this thing back, but I don't know. You only get a 2/2 out of it. Well, that's cute, but now what do I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would be fine. So you'll do 1, 1, this. What do we get from here? That's fine, I guess. Now we can set up for the buff. So you can do like 1, 2, 3, and 5. So hopefully you can't clear my board again. It's always nice seeing these classic cards actually still retaining a certain amount of value. Draw a spell, add a temporary copy of it to your hand. Or is it permanent now with the infuse? Add it. No, it's still temporary. Wait, so what's the difference? Draw a spell, add a temporary copy of it. Oh, okay. It's still temporary, but okay, so what? You just can't be hit here.
Can't do that.
Do I wait on the buff? Do I just commit even further? What is he setting up for anyway? Because you could do 1, 2, 3. So I'm not actually going to even do the buff here yet, and I'm not going to even tap. We're setting up for a pretty good buff, but we've kind of locked ourselves in too in a way that maybe you shouldn't really do, or you overplay to 7. And of course, if he vanishes again, then we're going to lose quite a few of these. We do have this thing still, which is, again, not something you'd ever want in your deck with this, but it is good to discover, because if he summons like a big taunt or something, maybe in this matchup it's not as... Wait, what? There's no way. What the fuck? Eviscerate? What the fuck? I was not even remotely expecting that. Okay.
Well played.
That's pretty random. It's not even like part of a combo. It's just like you just had those 4 cards and you just did them. Not really the sort of thing you could rely on, but... Huh. Yeah, I even didn't tap specifically, but there's no way to gain back health aside from Denathria, so unless you're gonna play Tamsin for the armor, that could have been a misplay. I should have just destroyed my own board to play around that potential of him doing whatever amount of damage that was. Just like very unexpected. It's one thing if you do like, oh, Malagos plus this plus that, Thracian, which you can do. You know, why haven't we seen Thracian more? That's one of those evergreen cards that's just always good. So I don't really want that. I don't mind the 1/1s as a turn 1 play. 1, 2, 1, 2, and then this you have to find a place for. In a way, you could do this first and then buff it with that, so it'd be a 3/3. Not the greatest way to use that card, but I also, at least it gives you something. Your hero power can target minions, which is not a huge deal. Give this minion's attack to a random friendly thing. Summon 3/1/1s. When you discard a card, draw a card. This is okay, I guess. It doesn't count as an imp though, so maybe you question that. And not every imp even has imp in the name, right? Like some of them are, like the prime thing counts as an imp. You should have to go by the picture for that. Or yeah, it doesn't even say imp on the bottom because it's gonna say demon on the bottom. I like how a generic summon like this counts as part of a set. Like it even shows the picture there. This isn't something you can actually just play out of the hand or like add to your deck. So you could do 1, 2, 3. I'm okay with. You could kill that. Cover a copy. 1, 2, 3. Hit him in the face. You're gonna outface a hunter. Who outfaced us? I think it was the Murloc guy, the shaman. So generally this looks okay. We don't really have a very good bartender thing because there's only a few demons out there. And this, you kind of get value from these at the same time, so a little bit slow. Summon 2 dormant wild seeds. Make your wild seeds, what? Come 1 turn faster? What the fuck? Of course, these are new cards, right? These are from the new set. This is obviously better than just the static 2 thing. You're gonna just hit face. Okay, so now the brewmaster isn't bad. Bartender, I mean. You get a 2/4. I mean, this is a demon too, at least. You get 4 out of the 5 things. Please let me do it. He'll kill 1 thing at least. It might still be worth it to do. Right, just the board seems to favor me a little bit. This is a 5/4. I'm good with it. Like, just force him to deal with it. Pretty imposing board for a hunter of all classes to deal with, where you're not gonna have a ton of AoE. So it's still asleep though, so it still can't attack even after all that waiting. You may as well just pretend like it's dormant now too. It doesn't even have rush or anything. So how does he clear this board? If you kill the 4/4, I get a buff. You hit the 4/6, obviously you get the 1/1. So pretty good AoE protection.
Your wish is my
For 3 mana, what could you possibly get though? There's no way. It's not gonna be good enough. What the fuck? I spoke too soon. Give me the silence for the kill. Silence for lethal. At least justifies tapping. So you can go ahead and do this plus this. So that should be reasonable. It did buy him a little bit of time there. Is he gonna Reno? Surely you're gonna have something in your back pocket like that. You can hit the taunt with your weapon at least. Catch 2 improved secrets, which could be some kind of super explosive trap that deal. See, I don't even know what these are though. I haven't seen these really. That very well could be what it is, but what do I do? Summon an animal companion. Like, I'm still gonna go face. I'm just not gonna not do it. That kind of is telegraphing what it is. It's gonna be enough to do, or maybe not. But fuck it, let's just do it anyway. Freezing trap doesn't bother me. Hit him again. And then just fuck it, go face. Gonna be super. Deal 3. Though still not quite enough. But of course, I still don't have enough either. Okay, I will try it again. Again, you should always tap first if you're gonna do that. Does he really have a way out of this? You could summon an animal companion. You could destroy my left and rightmost minions for 7 mana, that whatever that's called. Cover a card in each player's hand and swap them. I don't have anything that would help you here. Not at all. That's actually not even bad. Draw my highest cost minion, which would be what at this point? Wouldn't it just be... Oh, it'd always be Denathrius unless you have him. Not worth the effort, but you're giving up. Yeah. So the streak, you still got to carry you to 5. So the hunters don't really seem that threatening, but they could still rush you down before you rush them down. That would be the risk that you run. Right? Sometimes just going face even when they have stuff on the board can be a little tough. The difference there is like the 30 versus 40 health thing. Right? They can go face every turn, you can go face every turn, but they just start with more health than you do.
Versus Jaina.
Knowledge is power.
Your soul shall be mine.
This is fine. It's hard to say whether you really want to keep that. As a general rule, I really don't. I just want to guarantee that I have plays early. Even playing the 2 cost is on curve. But you could do like a 1 and a 2 and then try to see what else you get.
I see you.
Yeah, the 40 health always makes me nervous, and this is almost the matchup that made you want to do the Secret Eater. The fact that they're gonna ice block and kill you with that stupid time warp, but actually they don't even have time warp. Do I coin out the 3 cost is the question. If I do, I'm not really gonna have another good follow-up play, so this is kind of like a desperation low value proposition play. We're gonna set up for the infuse at least, assuming that he deals with my board in any way. Mages can be really scary. Ironic, because in the original WoW, playing as a mage, you know, warlocks were like one of your hard counters, even though you had remove curse. Right? It was so hard to deal with that as a mage. I would even be willing to just do this. Like, what are you gonna have on turn 4? Oh, it's mech. Mech mage. New and improved. Fuck. Wait, what? Wait, how did you... How? Draw a mech, reduce the cost of mechs in your hand by 1, and so by 2. Maybe you do have to play on the board. It's amazing how many things this fits into. What the fuck is this? And none of them have rush, eh? I mean, I guess I have to do this just to or I could trade and then do it. What is happening here? I mean, I could double portal to get rid of it. I'm not the biggest fan of doing that, but... It'd be 3/6. This is just a battle cry, so it doesn't even matter. I am quite confused by that play there. That was an insane play. Holy shit. You would think that would mean they would slow down now. But at least this is unique. We haven't seen this deck at all. $8-5, so you damn well better trade into it, but this is gonna... Wow, dude, wow. Actually interesting. But you're actually gonna leave this alive, though. Too bad I don't actually have a way to deal with that, but...
For the roast, my lord.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
It honestly might be worth it to still even just hit that. In a weird way, because like there's gonna be no other way to deal with that. It's just gonna get out of hand. In fact, even with that, I still won't be able to deal with that. That's me kind of telegraphing that I just can't deal with this big thing. Gonna have 5, so as long as these stick around, I could do my stupid
Can I help you, sir?
what's gonna happen is we can do this here. Tamsin, hit this, hit this. It's not gonna get buffed like retroactively, is it? Like, oh, I kill everything at the same time, but it still gets revived from the other mechs dying? That would be ridiculous. I feel like there are interactions like that, but it shouldn't be in this case. Not too happy with the way this one's going though. You would think, oh, they burnt out if they're rushed, but they're not. Actually, that was the right play to hit the 8, to hit that the junk bot, because there was no other way I would have ever been able to get rid of that. So if I didn't do that with the Gang boss, I would have just been fucked. It's a 4-3 after you summon a mech, deal 3. Okay. The infuse isn't going to come into play. Almost want to tap here. Bartender's okay, so we can do this. And would summoning the 2 copies really be worth it, I wonder? Gonna be a little bit out of reach. They have at least good health values where it's a little bit hard to deal with, but it does feel like now it's gonna favor them. But then again, they're kind of an early game rush thing. Well, I say that, but that's actually the best thing it could hit, just to keep summoning imps. After friendly mech deals damage, deal 1 to all enemies or attacks. Okay. I mean, clearly it's just going his way. Fucking effect, dude. Good time to silence stuff, but you're also dealing with too strong of a board. Like, what the fuck? He's gonna do 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nothing out of the hand that can deal with that anyway. Yeah, I was distracting with that. Maybe he won't realize he has a very obvious lethal. It might be a little bit of back and forth action, but you can overcome the back and forth with the win streak. What you can't do is overcome it with the...
Well done, cretin.
I actually kind of like their deck though. That was unique. Haven't seen it a single time. Might not even see it again. But actually pretty good. Okay. How close am I to that stupid gold thing anyway? 435. Yeah, I'd probably... Well, hopefully it wouldn't take that many wins to get there. I probably still won't even get that. But... we do have to get a streak going, at least to get us to 5. No question about it. Just gonna chalk that one up to a tough matchup. Is it gonna be the same person? Because that's the one thing you really can't deal with.
Your soul shall be mine.
Okay, you do have a 1, 2, 3, but they're kind of bad. 1 and a 1. That's okay, I guess. I don't mind summoning the 1/1s because the Voidwalker is kind of like... or even that's fine. This just isn't a good card though. Like in so many of these matchups, it's not going to work. Okay, this is the Time Warp, to which I don't have the Secret Eater, which is the only way that you can ever win. Because it's like... they're going to Ice Block and I'm just going to die the next turn, right? When they get those stupid birds and stuff. So this is an unbeatable deck for me. I've never beaten it. I don't think I can beat it. It's just everything that they do is guaranteed to happen. I'm going to try to do it a little bit early here.
What a magic moment.
To try to get something that's actually going to stick through some of the AoE is the only way to do it. You have to go quick aggro. Super quick. Make him commit something. He's gonna freeze it. He's not gonna even deal anything to it. You gotta go all in. You can't hold back. You just can't do it. If you don't kill him by like turn 5, 6, you're fucking done anyway. You're gonna have unlimited number of freezes and stuff too. I think it's a good idea actually to do that buff that way though, because in fact, you know what, I like it so much that I'm gonna do it to the other Voidwalker too, because it's gonna be a little sticky and AoE's AoE resistant. 4 mana. What for? What though? Oh my fucking god! But you're not gonna have enough mana to really summon 2 random 2-cost minions. Hero power can target minions. Yeah, like a mage really has to worry about that. Denathrius is cute, but you're not going to get to that turn, so it doesn't actually do a damn thing. Amalgam of the Deep. Sure. After it attacks, discard your high... Yeah, don't want that. Level 3 portal, summon a 2/2 demon with rush. This is fine instead. Let's trade into both of these. I was actually thinking about the buff there, but didn't actually do anything. I probably should have done that, but we'll have other chances. It was only 2 imps that we had. Each player draws 2. Seems like they're having a little trouble dealing with this 3/6. What if I just do both of these? Buff this. Go all in. What can you do about 2 3/6s? How about that? Probably just easily fucking freeze it and time warp and just one-shot me with those stupid ass birds. You're not gonna get to turn 10. You don't want to get to turn 10. It's more so the point. Like, you don't want yourself to... Okay, dude. He's panicking a little bit, but he can just do that an unlimited number of fucking times. That's the beauty of it. Deal 2 to a minion, add a second one to your hand. So he's already there. He already wins. Like, he could probably do it next turn. You draw a couple cards, sure. Maybe bait out some kind of AoE, or I'll do both of these. Fuck it. Just try to go for the kill, which again, you already know that he's gonna have Ice Block anyway. What's with the picture here? Oh, the golden one just makes that look like a completely different shade of green. Each player draws 2 cards again, so they're gonna get Time Warp for sure right now, or maybe not. 7 out of 8. They're gonna pop the block. Oh, I guess the silence could work here too, because what you're gonna do is you're really gonna freeze it too, or you're gonna unfreeze your own minions. I mean, we can trade into some stuff. Can I summon like maybe 1 more imp just to block my board so I can't fucking unsilence like I just said? Hit it with 4, hit it with 2. I guess that would have locked the board anyway. It's about as good as you can go, but how much you want to bet that I'm gonna die right now? Or they're gonna play another Ice Block. So is it worth putting in Secret Eater just to deal with this shit? Apparently some of these players thought so, because they had one. Like the priest had one. It's over. Fuck. They can just do it right away because of that stupid bird. That's the thing. It's not like they have to wait a turn and do it under ideal conditions. It's just done. There's never a time where they don't win the game here. They always win. That's it. They're gonna play the fucking bird. That's so... Let me guess, they're gonna somehow play another bird again, because why do they get unlimited birds though? Why is that? Why do they have unlimited birds? What is creating a copy of the bird? I don't even get that. Like, that should be it. That's enough. You got 3 fucking turns, dude. Okay, like what do you hope to do here, man? Fuck. So is it really worth it to put Secret Eater in to see that? I guess if I see this deck a lot, I will do it, but losing to Mech Mage too, like, take your pick. Dude, it's just impossible. If only that cost 5, so then at least it would negate the effect. Okay. This fucking bird. What the fuck? They're just winning based on the board. They don't even have to worry about fucking spells or combos or anything. Just hit me in the face with the bird.
Extraordinary.
I mean, I guess I could try this one too if I can. It seems like it would be hard to beat in most matchups. That is definitely one that I've seen a fair amount of though over time. You could just put Eater of Secrets, and if you had gotten it there, you would have won just because you eat the ice block, but other than that, I don't really know. And of course, that's going to be useless in a lot of matchups. It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh episode. That is so busted. And there must be a reason why you can't do it in standard, right? Like, well, you wouldn't even be able to do Time Warp in the first place because it's so old.
Stay in the shadows.
Okay, so we can keep Denathrius. Again, not that I want to get to that point, but I'll keep that. I'll keep this. Yeah, like the unlimited chain loop that he does against Slifer when he's playing Merrick, or even the fucking Karnasa thing, like where he keeps summoning stuff against Weevil. After your opponent casts a spell, summon an Iron Deep Trog. Well, so I would be tempted to coin this out otherwise, but wait, it's not too bad, but we're kind of conceding the board control to him a bit too early. Now anybody can use this, so maybe this would fit into my anti-spell thing as a mage. So what are they going to do? They only have 30 health, which makes this seem maybe a little bit better. They're just going to try to stall me out, I guess. Which again, I would summon multiple things then. Oh shit, this is the one I was talking about. Crystal Caves. Could be very hard to beat. They're gonna have a lot of weenie stuff in the early goings, so you really could use Rafam here. That would be the win condition. Just go face, get Rafam, go face again. Denathrius is way out of whack. You're never gonna get to that point. But then again, how are you supposed to know what kind of rogue you're going up against in the first place? You could silence it. Honestly, like, fuck it. Like, you're not gonna get a better use out of it anyway. He's gonna go all face, make him trade.
Very nice.
His early game has got to be weak because it's all gonna be low cost dog shit.
Drink with me, friend.
Okay. You could do the buff or do the Imgang boss slash portal. This isn't really gonna actually be that good even. I'm okay with doing this, but I will actually do the buff even. 4/6. Okay, so again, you're making a high priority target out of something that normally isn't, because otherwise he's gonna kill the imps anyway. That's kind of why I like doing it like that. So you get a couple 1/1s, he trades in. The buff here could be good. It could be good. Fuck. He's just not letting me do it. Okay, the infuse is ready. I mean, he's got the crystal caves. So the 5/5s are going to start to trade into stuff with no problem. You're just not going to get that. You could win with it, but you're not going to get to that point.
Love the feel of wind in me sails.
Can't go round, gotta go through.
Yeah, this was one of the toughest decks to beat way back. at some point.
I bring out the best.
You can't even do the buff because there's nothing.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
I don't give a shit. I mean, just go ahead and do it. You're gonna have to deal with my board. Turn 7, so we could coin it out on turn 9. They're all gonna turn into 5. I guess I could have maybe, I don't know. Maybe I should have traded there, but it's just too much. Yeah, that was kind of stupid though. Yeah, whatever, dude.
You know nothing of death. Allow me to.
Hey, you gotta give me a couple of these summons out of it. This is up to 14, so okay, that's good. Give me another one. Give me another one. Okay, I can't afford to dump the coin because what you're really waiting for is that. So 2 more turns. Can I just last that long without him healing and fucking flooding the board? But he's gonna flood it hardcore. Fuck, man. Look how easily and quickly they got the condition. Like, how do you stop that? I'm just gonna get killed myself. Like, I don't have any answer to the board ever. He's just gonna literally kill me there. Like, what the fuck can I do about it? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. What the fuck? I mean, the best you could have come up with is maybe this. And so the Nathrius wouldn't even work now because it wouldn't even work now because of the amount of shit on the board. You wouldn't be able to kill him with it, obviously. Okay.
Well done, cretin.
So now we're seeing some of the stuff that maybe I would have expected to see earlier. I don't know that this deck is gonna go all the way. Yeah, cute.
I see death, but not that.
So here's where the streak becomes important, because now you can cover up some ground. If you didn't have the ability to do the streak, then you could just be stuck in place, right? Going back and forth. I might have to do this every fucking day. See, this could take a while now. Yeah, I might have to try something else. I didn't want to really, but you're starting to see stuff that is just getting too ridiculous. Yeah, it's gonna be time warp in that, or I don't know. But then I can't even say that because then you're dealing with the mech shit. You don't even want this because you can't let him get to that. But I can't help but keep it because maybe somehow it'll win you the game. Pretty dog shit hand though. Definitely don't want this.
I see you.
Gonna be the same shit, isn't it? No, maybe not. Doesn't mean you're gonna win, but at least you have more of a chance. Man, I hate that fucking bird so much though. There was another deck that it did some broken synergy with too. I forgot what it was. Probably a lot of things. I think Shaman too. You flood the board, we set up for the portal. Now, you could do it on here to make this guy a very high priority target, but you'd rather share the love a little bit. You make this guy a 6/6, one of these 1/1s. So if you don't have an AoE, you could be in a little bit of trouble. But with 40 HP, you can sometimes get away with that. You're gonna go face rather than kill a 1/1, which to me is mind-blowing, mind-boggling that you would do that.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It probably is a telegraph that you have an AoE, but what was that? He's making me play stupid. I forgot to attack with everything. Fuck, his stupidness is contagious, so now he's fucking... What is that card back even? Okay, so we can do the buff here if they're gonna play like a clown again. Even if only those 2 survive, I'll still do it. Right, it can still be worth it. So if I fall like 3 damage short of lethal, okay, even that doesn't bother me too much. It really doesn't.
The top shelf is
3, 6, 9, 12. You would be at 15 instead. I'd feel really shitty if that is what cost me. What kind of AoE on turn 5 are you gonna have? Blizzard? I shouldn't be surprised. I could buff something with the portal now, but I'd rather wait. Also, oh no, you know what I could do is... This is the perfect use of it. Even though you lose the buff, you still get to just hit face, which is the whole point of it. That's actually good. Because the assumption is you might be able to just clear the board anyway. You could just, well, you can't flame strike because you have to coin that out. Deal 2 to everything. Okay, fine. That's pretty annoying.
Legally binding.
This is maybe the only time where playing this would be good anyway.
Nothing of death. Allow me to teach you.
So all the damage is going to hit my face because otherwise... Let's see if we get the 3/3s. I can do this. If I don't get a 3/3, I can just do this. Or maybe it doesn't even matter. I'm playing with... Oh, wait. Oh, it's soaked up. I don't know what to do now. Put that down. So we're almost at the Denathrius point. So are they going to be a little bit oblivious and let it happen? Or what could they do to stop it? Are they going to have Reno Jackson? Because that could be a real possibility. So your next turn, you can only take 1 damage at a time. Now, does this count as... This counts as only a 1 tick, I think. So maybe that would actually prevent it. But obviously, it's too early for that anyway. You can draw a whole bunch more, but you don't really want to. Let me do this, and then I'll do the portal, too. Give a minion +1 health. This could turn out to be good coming out because my health is pretty low. This, and then buff. I always try not to buff an already high priority target. Let's see if you can just clear my board and deal with this. Or it's possible you could just kill me, which would be incredibly annoying. 1 more turn for Denathrius, and the infuse is just going to keep getting higher. So can I actually do this or not? So he did that to freeze it, I assume. He's not going to be able to kill it necessarily. Oh, he's going to be able to kill me if he... Wow. Damn, if I was 1 health lower, I could even do this, which could save me. Yes, do it. You dumb fuck. Okay, so we're setting up for the Denathrius thing. I mean, it's possible they still have lethal, but that's the best case scenario at least. May as well just go all in. So all we're trying to do is set up for that play, which probably isn't going to happen because they can trade for them in. They could just probably flame. As long as they leave the board relatively clear after this. Deal 3, add a thing to your hand. Gain armor. It should be enough, but you could end up killing yourself, I guess, in the process. No, that should be more than enough. 24. It'd be interesting if there were enough on the board to kill me, though. It would be a suicide. Oh no, I'm not accounting for the lifesteal either. Yeah, that's one instance where it would actually save you from dying, I think. Even if you went below, at the same time. You would go below first and then heal, but I've had that happen before. Like, it looks like you get your opponent to, you know, -4 health, but then they heal from something at the same time, so they don't actually die. I think that works even just with basic lifesteal on the board. Like,
Gul'dan versus
okay,
Jaina.
so we're seeing a lot of mages. Is it going to be the same time warp type shit? Because that would at least be an indication, like, maybe I should do that too then, if that's what it's going to take. The silence can be pretty important here. So you got a 1, 2, 3. This is definitely generally more valuable than it's not. Like, it's not a bad thing to have.
I see you've brought gas.
Please just don't be time warp. Anything but that. Even if you beat me with the mech mage thing, I can deal with that, but okay, what's not me? There's no reason really not to play it on turn 1 if you have it. You got a nice 2 and a 3. Maybe this. I don't really see a good coin play. Or maybe I could flood the board and then do this. Let's see what I got. There's no need really to do it though. So buffing the Void Walker is actually the way to go, because you saw how hard that was for the other mage to get rid of. So don't buff any of these random things. Do this and then we can do +1 less for, oh, it's not even a mage. I forgot completely about that. The start of the game is a different class until you play a rogue card, but that means that your deck must just be the same. It's not like your deck starts as a different class. You could do the portal, and this is not a very good spot to be in, honestly. I'm trying to set up for the buff. You could do the Imgang boss and the portal with the coin. Debatable. So what exactly is he playing as though? That's what I don't get. It's gonna be a lot of cards from different classes, I assume. Deal 3. If it dies, your next card costs 2 less. Deal 2. Okay, so he's not gonna let me build up very much here. And I could just simply trade into that even.
For the roast, my lord.
Just kill this off, because why not? Maybe hurting my own portal thing, with the assumption is he's gonna be able to deal with that anyway. But maybe he wouldn't have. He would have gotten stuck at the Void Walker. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so concerned about board control in a position like that. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Stone by stone.
Draw a card. If you play it this turn, you're probably not going to be able to afford to play it this turn. Deal 3 to an undamaged character. Fine. You could do this and the portal, and it would actually allow me to trade into that and get a 1/1, which is okay value. What kind of board clears are we looking at? Are you going to consider this worth vanishing? You really need like a buffer here. Either you set up for Rafam or you have the little bartender. Add a temporary copy of it to your hand. Deal 4 damage. Okay, fine. You get another 1/1. Give me the fucking bartender. Wrap. I don't know what their win condition is though. Like, what are they actually playing for? They're doing a good job clearing the board, sure, but damn it. As good a time as any to do that. I am very card starved.
You know nothing.
But please just give me at least 1 3/3 out of it. Not a big fan of this card, but there have been a few instances where it can help. Get it right away too. Give me all 3 then, fuck it. Yeah, that's fine. Which of these would I like to do first? 2, 5, 7. Something like that. Definitely want to flood the board with these as quickly as possible. Get a good value out of the portal. So how high did I get? I got as high as like 6, didn't I? Or 7, and I was on a win streak. It's possible I could change the deck, but every time I say that, then I end up making a recovery. But then as soon as you get to 5, you definitely might have to, because then you're not going to be able to get bailed out by the win streak either. It is, again, just such a rock, paper, scissors experience that certain matchups are just going to be tough. You gotta have the patience. I've been being very impatient about it. Forget about the discover right now.
Sorry, we don't have any ink.
Hopefully I don't get the Fell Rift. Just gotta go face. And so what's going to happen here is we do set up for a pretty good Rafam if he does clear the board. Vanish would kind of just be annoying though. What else do we have? We can discover.
Keep your enemies close.
Return all minions to their owner's hands. Summon. Oh my god. Alright. Next card you play costs 2 less. That's the annoying thing, is that it doesn't count even towards that. What is it? The next card you play costs 2 less. Sleight of hand. Now maybe could be a good time to do the discover effect, I guess. Give this to something, give a taunt. I don't even mind this, just to counter what he has on the board. It seemed kind of like a slow thing, but why did it look like that wasn't green highlighted, like you couldn't play it? That was like a bug. I mean, at least if he has to hit it with his weapon or something. You're playing for this guy, but then still, what is the point? Like, what? I don't know what this deck is trying to do.
Let's muddy the waters.
Your next spell costs 0. Okay. It's probably just gonna outlast me if nothing else, and all this card draw is gonna fuck me over. Gonna actually deck myself out. Deal 5. If your deck has nothing, it didn't happen though. Yeah, now I'm just gonna lose on simple board control, I guess. Almost makes me not want to do Rafam, but let's just play everything besides it, like 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you can deal with this board, then I'll do Rafam. But hopefully I can clear his board at least. Don't do another fucking Vanish, dude. I haven't seen this hero too much, but supposedly it is pretty good. Of course, that would return your own minions to your hand too, so there are maybe other ways that you could use it. Just give me a clean board, dude. Fuck. It's not gonna let it happen. What is this? You're holding 3 spells, choose an ancient relic. Which I don't even know offhand what they all are. Okay, this buff would be something that would make the board clear at least. So what's gonna happen is you're gonna have 4, 5, 6, 7 exactly. There's no reason to really play anything else then.
Minions that obey me. Most.
I will just get rid of that. I don't know about the card draw at a stage like this, but let's just see what we get. Denathrius is at least playable. Put that down, set up for a big buff. Please just let me have this turn. Like, don't have an answer for it. Whatever ancient relic he got could be crazy though, and I wouldn't even know what it's gonna be. Add a random colossal minion to your hand. That's the best you got. Immune while you control the shell. I'm not too worried about that, honestly. Wait, you got 2 of them though. You could silence them. Well, but then you would silence your own shit, so would it be worth it?
Sneaky. I like it.
Gain 8 armor. Got 2 minions if you
The shadows.
played this turn, you gain stealth. Claws have extra attack. I just don't like this situation, but what would silencing do? You would still have to deal with the 6/5s. Okay, so what we could do here is you'd be buffing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Legally binding.
You can get rid of these two. Of course, it's gonna still be doing damage to me, but so be it. I don't know about drawing so many cards, but you're gonna have to just run away with it here. Summon 3, but they wouldn't even fit on the board.
These books are ruined.
I'll just leave it at that. I probably should do this at some point. I tend to forget about it because it's such a shitty card, really, but it can help sometimes. He just has an answer for everything. Replay every class card you played from another class. Now that could deal damage to yourself even. That could also deal damage to yourself. There's nothing that says it guarantees it has to be an enemy. So it could hurt you.
Time has come to dethrone our former master.
I guess that wasn't that big of a deal even, but I guess you could silence him now. The stupid 8 armor is gonna get in the way. Even if I was to silence, I'd be left with a 2/4 and a
What is taking so long?
2/4 and a 3/3. I mean, buffing them is cute, but
Swarm them, my pretties.
The top shelf is
Legally binding.
I think I'm just dead. 9, 12. I guess I'll be one short. How did that even happen? 6, 9, 12. I guess they got pretty lucky with the spells, like... Oh, don't be the silence one. Fuck, it's gonna be. Or in fact, it's guaranteed to be. Fuck. I at least wanted to get to 5 with this one. That could actually help. Wait, you don't have enough. And you know that I'm gonna have the heal. You know it.
Mission failure.
Doesn't mean that you lose, of course, because you have 20 fucking armor. You can do 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Won't be a very strong Denathrius either, but let's just trade in everything. I guess I could buff one though still. What would be a worthy buff? You may as well. I guess this is just well statted. Let's do 3, 6, 4. And then you could just do Denathrius now and then hit phase. Well, assuming everything dies, it might not. 1, 2, 3. You do have an empty board too, so we have a slight minute chance here. They're actually missing lethal in a very conspicuous way there. What the fuck? There's no way they could have lost that. They totally fucked themselves. They even gave me the card that saved me. Okay, that's not a very encouraging win because they were completely moronic to allow it. I should try that time warp one. That seems to be pretty good. Or I should actually do the unthinkable thing that I never do, which is actually to look up, like, what is the best thing right now. But I don't even have enough fucking dust or anything. Like, I could buy 8 packs, but I just don't have jack shit. And then what if that one doesn't work either?
Gul'dan versus Mecha Jaraxxus.
You face Mecha-Jaraxxus.
Because the matchups are pretty unpredictable.
Shall be mine.
Honestly, like, this hand is weird. You could just keep the in-game bosses of turn 2 coin play, though. I guess this will be the next best thing. There's no adjustment to this deck that I could really make to deal with some of these, right? Like, this just has its ceiling, which could still be legend, but you got to have the patience, I guess, to work through some of this. It's all about the matchup. You can't get discouraged that easily, but you're sensing a certain trend at these last few ratings that you're seeing certain decks that you just cannot beat no matter what, which we were seeing in Platinum too, right? It's just that there are going to be certain decks that you can beat. But he's going to be very card draw focused. That's all that tells me. So just tap yourself into oblivion, fine with me. Fuck. Be my guest. 2 cost. Not the biggest fan of the play, but I guess we can save the coin for something later. Sometimes it is worth playing this just as a, you know, even with the when it summons 2, if you absolutely can't get the infuse. But in this case, it's very easy to get the infuse. He's using a basic card back too. I don't even know how you get Mecha Jaraxxus or how you got it. The only hero that I would want that would actually pay money for too would be N'Zoth at this point, but you did have to pay money for it, and it was like 80 bucks, right, to pre-order the dumb shit. So I could have just gotten it then. I just didn't realize how much I would want it over time. What if I just ignore it even? Like, what are you gonna do with the 2/2 really? What are you gonna do? Fucking Shadow Flame or something? Or Defile, but you could have done that anyway then. Oh, you're a tapping fiend though. Okay, so that doesn't punish me at all because you could have done that anyway. Playing into my infuse effect. Okay, we can do this, we can do it again, and then we can do this. Or I could just coin this shit out. So please leave this board alone. Well, but then it doesn't even seem worth it because it kind of still is. Or we could do a second one of these and then that'd be kind of comical, and then do the portal. Is there a way to turn those notifications off? Like, I don't mind having people on the friends list, but it shouldn't always say that, should it? Ah, there should be a way to turn that shit off. Because imagine if I had like 1,000 friends. They'd just be spamming me with that shit. What? I'm actually still not even gonna do it. You know what? Fuck it, I will. We have the portal and the other buff too. So let's see what we've got. Those aren't the strongest ones to really buff though, that's why. But then it's random, so you can't really play like that. Hopefully at least some of these survive, so that you can get a double buff. No, you can't actually do that. We do have the Denathrius thing looking pretty juicy though too. He's gonna really get it up over probably 30 if it does get to that point. I like how that priest got it up to over 50, but he still fucking had enough health. He had like 1,000,000 armor because of that little 8/8 fucking mech thing that gives you 8 armor. That was so insane. And see, we haven't seen that deck since, so is that good or not? Like, it's good in certain matchups, clearly. He just played something that clears the board, so you would presume that he wouldn't have another way to clear the board. That's the whole strength of Rafam, is that you try to do it after they play their best thing. 3 is not going to be quite enough. Although you're not going to die right away either. Although, but this isn't going to be any good. You could do another one of these and this, which I am going to do. You could do a double portal, but there's not enough stuff on the board to... But that at least makes your portal play feel very, very good. Now, if you clear the board now, I'm a little bit worried about it. But you would presume he wouldn't be able to, since he was so desperate for an AoE that he even played the hero card and he overdrew his summon. Wait, shouldn't it have burned something else though too? Because that technically doesn't count as a draw, so that's a weird interaction. That would have been an extra play. So you should still burn another card after it. That's kind of weird. Because whether it's played or not, you would have still drawn another card. Shuffle one cost copy, okay. Then discard your hand. Then draw the new hand. Or what? Fuck. I'm not sure that really matters that. Oh no, it only works because of this. It's not built into the card effect. Right, right. I don't know what that's gonna help you though. Right? Like what can you do? I just keep doubting this deck now whenever it's winning. It doesn't feel that good anymore. It burns out maybe a little bit easier against some of these decks. Hurry up. If it dies, restores 3 health. Fine. It didn't even die. Okay. You don't even have to BM the poor guy, just kill him. Okay, so are we gonna get on a win streak at least to be able to get back a little further? Oh, that we're already on it. Okay. So again, just push to 5 with the win streak. That's what we got to do. Push to 5. So you can say this one is very important because you really have to milk the streak when you get it. You have to just win like the next couple in a row and then at least get to 5. And then if the streak really does end, like he was saying, which I guess I wasn't even aware of, then what's gonna happen is then it's gonna get really fucking tough because it's gonna be a win one, lose one, win one, lose one scenario.
Gul'dan versus
It's just gonna take forever, even if you do, you know.
Your soul
Okay,
shall be
so shamans have been tough. Even the Murloc shaman was pretty tough. At least I can guarantee a turn 1 play, which I could have done anyway, but that's fine. Trading this is just, again, not something I ever do. I wouldn't advise to do it. It's too slow. So by that logic, maybe you shouldn't even have it in there, but it can be good sometimes as like a buff play, right? Like you do it to bolster your portal buff, or you can do it to buff the 1/3 that gets a buff out of every imp, or you can do it to make the bartender a good play, like if you get 2 3/3s at least. There's a lot of ancillary plays with it. You would think he wouldn't be a Murloc deck with 40 cards, but I've said that before, and the 40 card thing doesn't really matter half the time. That joke was face Orton. Let's go here. Wait. Oh, do I put the portal down or not then? I guess you can do it any time. Sometimes I really think playing that early is bad. Huh. Draw a weapon. I don't even know what some of these decks that I'm playing against are half the time. Not the biggest fan of getting the Voidwalker in that territory either. That can be the one thing that really sticks around the whole game. If anything, that should be the target that you buff. Well, it depends on the matchup, but if he clears the board, we can do this. If he doesn't, I'm okay with doing the buff. Hard to say like what I want to do it to though. You could even do these two to buff this all the way. I won't do the Voidwalker now because he has nothing on the board, but sometimes it can be good to do that because it's just so sticky. And especially since I reduced the health to this low threshold, that's the thing that really fucks you over. He's gonna coin something out, probably an AoE. After your hero attack okay, that's a very weak play because he doesn't have minions out there. So he must have like Doppelgangster or some shit coming up. The simple solitary buff here would be good.
The top shelf.
Speaking of buffing the Voidwalker, this should be okay. So there's very few things that he should be able to do to deal with this board right now. Even if he can, we have the infuse thing, but that was kind of a weird play to do this when you have an empty board. Like, I'm not sure if I really agree with that. So now he's going to flood the board and try to get some value out of it. It is a very good card, just... Ah, shit, here we go. That's exactly... What cost are these, though? It's only a 1 cost. Wait, what was that? Revolve. Transform all minions into ones that cost. Random ones with the same cost. What is this? Dormant for 2 turns. When this awakens, deal 10 split among all enemies. That is actually not bad, but the problem is you don't even get the infuse effect out of it. Oh, this is kind of an annoying spot to be in. We can double portal, which maybe feels kind of weird, but you'd only get it 1, 2, 3. Man, I really want to get rid of this fucking thing. I don't know what this board is that I'm looking at. Like, fuck, it'll be 1 damage short. You know what? It'll still be alive though, so let him deal with it. Fuck it. Because you're gonna lose the imps now no matter what, so you may as well just go for it. So this thing will do what, 10 damage to everything, and it's also a 10-6, so I guess he kind of, you know, helps me a little bit with that. That's only a 5 cost. It could be a good arena card, but then it's also too slow. Well, it's good if you discover it from something else. Imprisoned Antain. Untouchable for both players. This isn't that scary, but again, the buffs can be pretty... Wait, he's gonna hit face and then hit me with the weapon? He must have a way to clear the board though, otherwise he wouldn't have done that. Transform enemy minions into ones that... Oh my god. At least it doesn't affect this. Man, some of these devolve effects are crazy though. Fuck. Imagine if you get like 5 of those. Transform. Oh my god. Isn't this about to wake up? That could really help. Right? I kind of need it. It's kind of just like a dumb luck thing too. Clear the board. I mean, it is a 10-6 too, but add a coin to your hand. I'm kind of screwed actually. I can't do anything about these. No buffs, no nothing. He's gonna do 10. We do have a 10-6 on the board though, so if he can't kill me, he probably can just kill me. Yeah. Alright. Fuck. Can't maintain the streak anymore. So imagine if I didn't even have the streak, I wouldn't even be getting this far. Okay, that is really tough. I was even mocking his weapon play the first time, but I guess he knew that he was gonna get like a doppelgangster equivalent there. It's like basically a cheaper version, but the ones that summons were pretty weak, like the one cost stuff, but oh my god, this is gonna be a lot harder than I thought. I shouldn't really stick to one deck like this. I'm sure I could just use a different one and do fine, but
Gul'dan versus Anduin.
let's just see what we can do.
Just cause is always worth fighting for.
Your soul
So the silence is actually pretty good here. I'm not terribly opposed to this hand, but it's just hopefully we get something else good. You can coin out the 3 thing if you really need it. Just be like one of those priests that doesn't do anything the first few turns. That's all I want from you. I forget what this card back even is. This is Thunder Bluff, right? Yeah, this is great. Turn 1 roping. That's how you know people are tryharding. What is this? We're the world first to discover a special interaction with this. If you quick it like 1,000 times in a row. I mean, this is okay, but it's very slow. So do I? Oh, just rope out of the fucking game. How about that? He's there though because he's targeting his stupid portrait. So at least he doesn't have 40 health. That's the best you can hope for. You definitely want to coin something. I just can't decide what. You don't really have a portal or a buff to go along with it, so you're just kind of doing it for the sake of it. So does he have a simple little AoE to deal with it? He probably easily could. He hasn't really lost enough health to get value out of Spirit Lash or something though, but he might still do it. Okay. Yeah, Denathrius would have been nice a turn before, I will say that. Now this is still too early. Discover a spell. Is he gonna do that fucking armor thing, dude? You can summon 2 of these for the cost, but you really want to get the value out of it a little bit, so I guess I'll do 1 of them and tap. Or by that logic, then I could just do this instead. You're not really making any progress though on him health-wise. Use a portal here. Denathrius can be the win condition against a priest though, specifically, especially when they don't have 40 health. As long as he doesn't do that degenerate armor bullshit that we see, that could be in okay shape. -3 this turn only, which doesn't matter. At the end of your turn, you give a 5/5. You could silence some, but then we're still gonna have to deal with them, right? That's what I don't like. What if I just do this?
I wonder.
1, 2, 3.
Carving time!
Seems kind of dumb, but when we're playing for the infuse more so, I guess. You gotta keep, you can't hang on to the board too much with this. Right now we're just gonna summon two more. We're just not getting anywhere health wise. This isn't gonna be enough. We're gonna get to turn 10 for sure, but we're gonna lose. I don't know if that was worth silencing or not, because if I had done it, his stuff would have stuck around. That's the problem. We couldn't do the portal and that on the same turn, right? And we didn't have it out there. Now, can your opponent see that this is happening? I feel like they can't. Or they don't know the exact one that's happening, but they might get the sense of an infuse anyway. Okay. Yeah, I just can't be a priest like this. I mean, really, you're gonna have to go phase. And in fact, even silencing that was bad because you brought it up to an 8/8. You could have killed that one first, I guess, and then silenced the other one. But at least he's gonna trade in, but he's gonna have a way to multiply it, isn't he? Maybe not. Maybe this is the way to beat a priest. Just fucking ignore his big minions.
The top shelf is...
Now at least the Denathrius plate is looking good, because now he might not be able to recover all his health. And yeah, the onus is on him to trade at least. Fuck, is that the only minion he has in his deck? Like, what the fuck? Wait, it actually is though. What? What? Can I just make it there? He's gonna do 18. 18, 23, 28, 29. Even if we did, well, he only has 7 health. I'm certainly not going to do any damage to myself. Just kill this, get rid of the divine shield, and just, how much damage does he have? He has 15, 16, 23, 24. In a weird way, if it was one turn later, I would actually have a chance. He's gonna have 18, 23.
Sorry, we don't have any.
19? Like, you could get lucky and it could hit the right thing. Maybe. Ah, fuck, there's too much on the board now though. God damn it. In fact, that should be enough to... No, it's not gonna hit face though, is it? You could still get lucky and have it happen. I mean, I don't have a choice, obviously. Please, please, give me this one. Just give me this one. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's actually pretty lucky. That is actually dumb luck. Damn, that card has been the priest killer. That is the only way that I've beaten priest the entire time. The few times that I have beaten priest. What the fuck? You can't even feel good about that because you know that 9 out of 10 times you would not win that one. Even then you didn't deserve to, because the damage could have been split, you know, any other way.
Your soul shall be mine. I am your nightmare.
I don't want any of these. Come on, I want to get to 5. I'd be okay. You get the infused stuff, but you need something you want to play on turn 1, at least.
I see you've brought guests.
Which you don't get. So that alone could be what makes you lose. Just the fact that you start off so slow. That's a very important turn 1. So he has to pass the turn. If he doesn't pass the turn and summon something, I could be fucked. Yeah, that at least helps me equalize a little bit. You would think this looks good, but against a warlock, I'm not sure that this is gonna matter as much. Hey, at least he's starting off slow. Oh, it's gonna be that Mechathune shit, isn't it? I'm actually okay with doing this. We gotta push the pace early. That's how you gotta treat some of these. Like, there's nothing to hold it back for, because you gotta go super quick. If you don't win by turn 6, 7, sometimes you're fucked. He's certainly gonna have some kind of AoE defile kind of bullshit. If we buff this one, it'll at least keep it out of range of stuff like that. It'll be 1, 4, 5. Okay, that's not that big of a deal, but I mean, you could say that's bad, but
You fail.
how are you going to deal with a 10-10 at the same time? I'm absolutely going to punish you with that by hitting you in the face with it. Which is still not that big of a deal even, but yeah, that looks pretty good though. So now my dream come true is if he can't deal with it. But he must have a way to deal with it, because otherwise why would he have done that, right? He had to have known that that could be a possibility, but maybe not. He just screwed himself with the... Oh, there we go. Seems like almost everybody uses that, huh? All right, so we'll go here, and then we'll set up for the Rafam as well. We got the portal. You could put the portal in between stuff too, so doesn't that play around, like hit stuff next to it? Because this counts as a minion, so it would play around like betrayal and stuff if like you had one to each side. I suppose that is a thing. Next Murloc you play. What? Now I have to do it just to equalize even the board, which is not the way that you normally want to play it. Just make everything kind of a target here. This is a very bad use of Rafam, because it's going to be... Now you have no win condition. You already lost Denathrius, which was pretty good value, to be fair. We got a good amount of damage out of it. He's just going to trade in. He will spit them back out, though, so he should probably do it first. He should trade it first so that I get the fewest of them. Well, I would get up to 3, so I guess it's not that big of a difference, but... What does this do? Permanently destroy all of them. But I have nothing that can even kill that. Or no, he can sack it into the 7/7. Yeah, trade the 4s for the 7, and then trade the 7 for the 6. That's what you should do. Deal 4, give them a curse. Please give me the bonus from Gigafin then. Don't trade it for the 7. Fine. Keep the taunt. If you want. Even silencing these wouldn't help, because... Oh, he'd be a moron for not trading the 4/7 though. He's gonna give me a whole bunch of shit back. Why wouldn't you do that? Oh, because I'm gonna have to kill it anyway. That's why. Fuck. Permanently destroy everything. Yeah, how can I play around that? Not much I could get that's really gonna help me with this right now. Silence, like I said, would also silence this. Guess you could just do this and then kill this. I don't mind doing that. I mean, I'm assuming he has ways to get rid of the stuff too. The board isn't in such a bad state after that, but how do you really get that effect then? You would have to bypass the taunt somehow, or you would have to... No, that's the only way. You would have to silence just the taunt, which is a very weird and specific thing to do. Deal 3 to your hero. He's gonna get Gigafin again? What the fuck is that? What? Oh, come on, man. Okay. I mean, the silence is kind of like a non-issue here.
Many possibilities.
Would it even matter?
These books are ruined.
That's ridiculous. What a card. Yeah, I'm just completely burnt out now. There's no way I can beat him. All right, Denathrius is gone. Even though I got pretty good value out of it. Give your opponent another curse. That I don't really care about too much, but... Level 3 agonies. He wins because of the board position, not because of anything else. Yeah, how the fuck do you even get the value out of this then? You would have to destroy it with damage out of the hand, which I don't have, or... Give a little cute buff, I guess.
the top shelf is. That's
3, 4, 5, 6. You would think he's burnt out too, but whatever he's gonna have is gonna be better than whatever I have, is the implication. And he has more health to tap and stuff. So he might not be able to kill me this turn, but pretty soon, I bet. Man, that double Gigafin thing is fucking bullshit. Devour everything. Like, think about that for a second. That means, wow. That means you're fucking getting like a black hole out of it. What is it? Twisting Nether. And of course this deck has no way to deal with that. I need to put an Iron Beak Owl in here just to deal with that. That's honestly, I can't think of another way to do it. Unless you just obviously have damage out of the hand, but you know what, who has that? Pretty much everybody but me probably. Use Denathrius to kill it, and actually that would have worked if he, well, it's too late though. I still wouldn't have been able to play it. It could have been a potential win condition though. I should still be able to clear his board, but I can do 8, 9. So I'm not going to have lethal by any measure here. But he doesn't have... Oh, he's just hoping I draw a curse or something. It should clear his board though too, shouldn't it? That's basically what I was going to end up doing anyway. I mean, I can't even tap.
For the roast, my lord.
It might seem stupid to play the silence, but I mean, I have nothing. I just have nothing on the board. Fuck. That actually arguably help. Well, not really. If I get Tamsin, I could have gotten a little bit of armor. It seems like we're in that back and forth territory. So if I can get a streak and just carry it to 5, then I'll accept getting stuck a little bit at 5, but come on, we got to pull some, string some wins together. Every time I get on a streak, then I don't win. You know, I lose the next one, so I can't take advantage of it. So I could obviously, probably, it's kind of telling me you got to try a different deck. So I'll just see what the number 1 degenerate thing is and just do it. That's fine. Not that this isn't kind of degenerate anyway. Is it Time Warp? So you'll keep this just in case. Get rid of the other 2. I don't mind doing that. You got a 1, you don't got a 2. Doing the staff here isn't even really worth it. You'd rather just do the imp right away. He has 40 health, but is he gonna have Time Warp or not? That's my only concern. I guess a turn 2 and a turn 3, but I mean, you really don't want to do that staff as a fucking turn 2 solitary play. Do you have it or don't you? That's why it's called Time Warp, because it takes them a lot of time to play it. Okay, it's not going to be that, but it's going to be Ice Block for sure, which I don't have an answer to that either.
For the roast, my lord.
So the problem is you're not going to be able to do 40 damage to him ever. Even with this, you're just not going to be able to. Or you'll have to use this to pop the block, and then you'll still lose. But if you don't have Time Warp, then what is your win condition exactly? Not entirely sure. You can do this, the infuse effect will happen. Please don't be the one that kills everything. That was kind of stupid. I should have just attacked first. There's no reason to. Well, I guess it could have been counterspell, but then it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Okay, so it's very secret heavy, but so what, you know? I can get the infuse right now. What's he gonna be? Summon a 3/6 water elemental. I don't really care. Wait. Oh, I guess I could sack one more and then do it. Yeah, so his health value is not looking very encouraging for me. But this one, hopefully this is one that drags out for a while, and then we're able to just pop the block before he's able to kill me. You could do both of these, in fact. What is this? The end of your turn if you control a secret. Okay, I can't allow that to stick around. What? Well, good thing I have another one. You could trade 2 of these in. It's honestly... the face damage just doesn't feel that consequential right now. Right, otherwise this is just going to stick around. He could just ping it. I'm not sure how I feel at the pace of this. He has a fucking million secrets. I mean, they are kind of costly sometimes, but you're getting a lot of synergy and value out of it. Okay, we can at least kill that annoying ass water elemental. Letting my health go down this much is not advisable. And I didn't even get a good value proposition out of it. So this is the win condition, but it's going to be very long-winded. I doubt it's going to happen. You can kill this with the ping. Man, you just got way too many fucking secrets. You can't play around them either because there's like a million mage secrets. You're not going to know what it is. Even this isn't going to do shit for me. I can't tap though. Oh, that's such a bad mana curve scenario.
The top shelf is
Get a little trade out of it. Get a 4/4. We should be able to get to turn 10, but I mean, I say that. It's not going to be the win then. It's just going to be a way to survive. They're going to just kill me.
You're not ready.
After you play a secret, deal 2 damage to everything. Okay. Yeah, they're pretty confident that they have it. Honestly, this is going to have to be the play.
Pay your turn.
You just have to stall it out a bit. That's not bad. I mean, you don't get the buff, but... okay, and it also negates any damage I could have taken from that. So that makes it very well worth it. So can we just get to turn 10? I don't think I'll be able to. Fuck. This is a kind of a weird one. It makes you want to do Secret Eater, but... I mean, we are playing mages a ton, to be fair. Like every... I mean, I'll just trade into it. I don't have to play a secret. We'll do 3, 4, 5, 3. So we should, hopefully, I pray, be able to play Denathrius just to heal. Just to heal. It's not going to do jack shit to his health total, really. Especially when he already has the ice block up, 100%. That is probably the most played card in the game, period. Is ice block. Every fucking mage has it. It's not like, oh, only some... There's not a single mage we played. Do I pop the secret first, maybe? Or just see what it is? I mean, I can afford to lose a little bit of health, for example. I wouldn't do this, because then what if it's like mirror entity or something? But it's going to be guaranteed to die anyway. That's only 24, which, again, is good, but... I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this now, because the blocks are just going to lock me down. He's going to have another one, too. You know, this card you don't see very often, though. I have to give him some credit for that. Is he going to be confident to just let me pop the block? Damn, you have like every fucking secret in the game. What if one of those isn't an ice block? Imagine that. What a crazy idea. Let's see, even if it's vaporized. At least they seem kind of running dry on cards, but...
I must have more.
Legally binding.
Deal 3 to everything, fine. I mean, I'm definitely gonna pop the block. I'm gonna copy of it to attack the enemy here, huh? I can't afford to really sit pretty and wait. Let's just see what it is. Yeah, big surprise. Man, I even feel nervous about tapping, but... I mean, he has precedent to kill that anyway, by that logic. Like, if he had something out of the hand to deal 5, he would be able to trade into it. You know what's weird about that is he didn't actually have a way to deal with it, though. Imagine a 10-10 just sitting out there on the board. I don't want to, like, deck myself out, though. I guess I could have done something. Rather than literally fucking nothing, though. Is he gonna play another block is the question.
Excuse me.
But see, this is the thing. He's not gonna let me get to the point of being able to hit him, is he? He must have a way to deal with the 10-5, surely. Surely. What?
I'm late. I'm late.
Cost 2 less for each secret, so obviously
It'll be our
no downside to that. The temptation is to just go face still, but
You win.
oh, but see, you should have. Oh, you should have bluffed it. I was questioning myself because what if it was like vaporized or something? Then I'd be kind of screwed actually on the board. You should have played that one out. How did you know I was gonna have the balls of steel? I guess they can just tell by my style of play. You have the balls of steel just to go face there, to think that you don't have a block or to pop the block. There was no way to guarantee that somebody was gonna do that.
Gul'dan versus Thrall.
I bring the fury of the elements. Your soul shall be mine.
Okay, we've seen a lot of shamans and a lot of mages. I wonder if that means something. I don't even want the portal, but I guess we have enough good plays without worrying about it. We could coin out the fiendish circle. Because that makes it a 5-3.
We have turned our curse into our strength.
Okay, so it's going to be that same totem one that I just simply can't beat. By all appearances. Right, because there's this unlimited value that you get from it. You could say maybe the way to beat it is to not kill the totems, but then again, the amount of value you're gonna get is off the chain, so I don't really know. Maybe I should try that though. Don't kill the totems, let them buff them and kill you with them instead, and somehow that's gonna help. Because I just can't do that. You have to just go face and just kill him. There's no reason to make it like a 5 thing yet. Because I can just do that. He could kill the 2-2, which is fine, but... I'd be looking for an excuse to play the portal, but I really can't afford to do it yet. So he should just whack it with his weapon. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. Don't get caught up in trying to kill the totems, because you're going to lose in the late game anyway. To those 8-8s and stuff. You have to just find a way to ignore them. Which again, they're going to get a lot of value out of you doing that too, but what can I do? After you summon something, give it plus, what is it, +2, +1? At least this you have to get rid of. The other stuff I'm not so sure, but... See, if they can beat you at this point, they're certainly going to beat you in the late game anyway. You could do this. You could point out this to try to maybe buy a little bit of time. I can't even kill that one, so I don't know what to do with this. He's just gonna summon a whole bunch more, buff them too. If I can at least get this, no, I won't even be able to do that. Get the portal play off maybe, just to be able to kill this. We can kill my Voidwalker for sure. Hopefully you can't deal with the rest of my board though for now. At least give me that much. Then if I can do this, I think that's very unlikely to happen though. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, this is pretty insane too. So I wonder what's better, Time Warp or this? Time Warp just feels like unstoppable, but this would presumably beat it before it gets to that point. But maybe not, because they have so many ice blocks and freezes and shit. You could do this and then trade something in. And then do this. And then buff something. Maybe that wasn't the entirely right way to do it, but whatever. What is the most dangerous thing? It's probably these ones. Maybe I should just do it like this. He's gonna have some crazy buff that just kills me now, isn't he? Bloodlust plus some totem buff. Fucking stupid. 2, 4, 6. So you're not worried about dying on the board, but you're worried about, or you're worried about losing board control. Because like once he gets to the late game, then he just wins no matter what anyway. Rafam is cute, but it's not gonna do anything really. Or it's just gonna equalize the board. And again, if you're playing for board control with this, you're losing. You're just trying to go face and fucking kill them. I just want to get to 5 even. And then I can consider other options if I get stuck there. You can't expect one deck, no matter what the deck is, to carry you the whole way. You know, you're always going to have to be flexible and try other things. But I am impressed at how well it did for so long anyway. Like, even in Wild too. In Standard I can understand, but... yeah, see, you've already lost. You can't do jack shit about that. Give your totems plus 2 health. Man, I might not even be able to get to 5 though.
The top shelf is X.
So is he gonna have enough? He's got 13, 16, 17, 18. Yeah. But you shouldn't really say that, because then what if they miss lethal? But even if he does, it's like there's just nothing I can do here. This is quite crazy. There's just no way to stop the value from happening. It's more like it should get +1. It should be a 10-10. It should be a 10-8-8, but then it should get +1/+1 for every totem you've played. Or maybe it should be like a 5-mana 1/1 that gets +1/+1 for every totem you've played. It shouldn't just be a value cost thing. Jesus Christ. Summon copies of your totems. Wait, he had lethal, didn't he? What's he doing? He's just toying with me. That's how cocky he is. Or it should say like, oh, can't attack heroes. That would be still a very good value proposition. I'll keep trying to get to 5. That's really all I want. And then I can accept that it's going to be a lot harder. Because just think about, you know, without the win streak, that's my only hope of even getting there. And then you're going to have to just mix it up. And I'll just use that Time Warp bullshit, or I'll just look up something. Which, of course, I won't have dust to make, but maybe I don't fucking know. It's just so time consuming. Why did he take so long to even do that? What is he doing? The Shaman, Mage, and Priest seem to be the 3 big guns here. I'm not sure which of the 3 does the best against each other, though. Come on, give me one good win streak. Take me to 6. It's sometimes like the time of the day and the time of the month too, so it's towards the end of the month, so you'd think it'd be easier because everybody who's really hardcore would already be there. Okay, at least this is a matchup that we haven't seen a ton, so hopefully it's a favorable one. If we lose this too, then I'm gonna really doubt it. I guess this is okay to keep, but 10 and a 3, so imagine not having a turn 1 play. That's just you basically resigning right there.
None will survive.
Are you kidding me? Okay, thank God, dude. Maybe I should have just mulliganed the turn 2 as well. You just have so many turn 1 plays, it's hard to imagine. So how do I normally do against this paladin thing? I think it's a mixed bag. It really just depends. Summon 5 minions, give your minions +1/+1. Now that's a solitary quest. It's not like a chain quest. So that's not like the end of the world. So do this. You may as well pop that in case he's gonna buff it. Even though that sets up the imp to be killed, it's fine. Okay, that's fine. I guess. But now you do have to kind of play on the board because I'm not sure I'm too impressed with that quest. But clearly his deck must have some other deeper meaning to it. Summon 5 minions and he's at 3, so obviously you can't let that just stay there. I haven't played a lot of these other modes, honestly, like the battlegrounds and the whatever it is, the dungeons and whatever shit, but like basically just arena and normal is what I always play. Over the years, you would think I would have tried the other modes at least a few times, but okay, he summons, so he's already there. But again, the reward for that isn't that big of a deal, right? Like, of course you're getting value for just doing what you'd normally do anyway. But so let's see what he's gonna do. I could trade into his board all the way, right? But it kind of bothers me to do that. Draw 2/1. So what is he playing for though? I still don't get it. You would think that other quest would work pretty well with his deck, but
Let's move quickly.
okay, he's gonna trade first. So you could just do this. I'm gonna 4/1 imp, destroy one of your crystals, shuffle a few fragments. I'm okay with just getting a whole bunch of shit out there. Flood the board. Maybe I'm sensing that the infuse could turn out to be good here since we're going to be playing on the board the whole game. So I don't know what his end game is going to look like. You would think it'd be pretty strong actually, because the point of his deck seems to be to get there. It doesn't seem to be to overwhelm you early or to flood the board for the purposes of rushing you.
The light dims, but we fight.
So in that sense, maybe I shouldn't have even bothered going trading stuff, but then he's just gonna keep buffing it probably. He's actually going face. I'm not so sure about that. He's probably setting up for a buff, I would assume.
Yeah! Carving time!
Honestly, I'll just do this just to stave off whatever he might be trying. The infuse is what it is. But then again, I could have just traded into this then. That would have been an objectively better play.
To arms, men.
Okay, that's expected. No question about it. Now I could do this, right, in some form to clear the board. I'm not that worried. Hamzin actually comes into play, and that actually helps me a little bit too. So I go face with everything. Go face with everything and then hit this with just 2 things. Which maybe I don't even want to do that, but I will. I will get the armor back. This is kind of a very important play that if I didn't have that, I would have been screwed. Is he going to give me a little bit of board presence back? I wonder. So I'm not going to have any other AoE beyond that. It seems like he's not summoning very big things. So is that going to change now? Or is he going to keep just summoning the little weenies? Maybe summon 1 health, give it +1/+2. Ah. My health is pretty low. And again, I don't have a great response here. Does he even just have lethal? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not quite, but... You would think he'd be a little bit concerned, maybe not though, about trading. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay.
Well done, Cretan.
Wow, this didn't seem like a very good deck either. His deck seems very basic, bare bones. Huh. That's kind of a disappointing one to lose to. And I even got arguably lucky with the Tamsin, but not really. I mean, for all the time it just sits there and is useless, you're gonna get value out of it eventually. Oh shit, now I'm gonna get bunged back to 8. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to try to use something else, but I don't feel like doing it today. I'm just gonna have to play this fucking every single day, because if I've committed this much time this month to this, I'm definitely gonna do it.
Not in my kitchen.
Your soul shall be mine.
You got a turn 1, a turn 2, and a turn 3. They're not the ideal ones that you necessarily want, but I'll live with it. Man, I can't believe I lost to that last one. That didn't even seem good.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Okay, everything is good about this. Now, do I do this or do I do this, I wonder? Hard to say. I like to bait out AoEs early if I'm able to. Almost to the point where I may even do it now. Because this isn't actually a viable play. Yeah, let's try to bait out an AoE from him early, so then other things start to be better. Am I even going to get to the Denathrius point is the question. I mean, it's like so weird because oftentimes when I lose, I'm getting rushed down myself, which is weird by decks that often aren't meant to rush themselves. It's just somehow they have such good board control that they just do it. You could do this and this, or you could just do this. Actually, I don't mind this way. Summon 2, 3, 2 imps is okay, but it's expensive. When this awaken, give all minions in your hand +2/+2. At least it's cheap. You end up not even playing some of these things, but like, oh, you could put that 6/4 in your deck. It's an imp card, so it synergizes with imps, but it's just dog shit value. So he trades it, which I always advise against doing. But again, his deck is totally different, so maybe for him it's fine. You have 4 mana. This is the more obvious thing to do. Go ahead and just do this. Fine. Play on the board a little bit, even though that's not really what this is about. But this can justify playing on the board as long as you control the board when you play it. Right? Because then you're getting a little bit of damage for it. You got to get him down to at least like 15. Oh, here we go. I've seen this, but I forget exactly what it is. Give minions in your hand +2/+2. I'm not the biggest fan of worrying about that. It seems weird to give it to that, but it's just like, you know, we're out of Defile being very good. At least he'd have to combo Defile with something else. So how does this exactly work? After you draw 4, reduce the cost.
Nothing of death. Allow me to teach you.
In your hand by 1, lose 1 durability. So you can do it a number of times is the problem. Oh, wow. At least that AoE didn't do very much for him. But his health is just way too good. What are these cards that he's reducing the cost of, though? I wonder. That's the question. You could buff these fuckers up, sure.
The top shelf is...
Just try to get them as low as you can. It does seem like we might get to turn 10, but I'm probably jinxing it because they're gonna just summon a whole bunch of big shit and I'm gonna get fucked. Although they can't afford to do that this turn. They have to still deal with the board, which of course they can easily do. Easily. I don't care about the curses as much. It's still so far away. Wait, what? Okay, that's just for one card draw, which plays into this. Reduce the cost of all cards in your hand by 2 effectively. Guaranteed, because of course you're going to be fucking drawing cards. This doesn't count because it's dormant, or maybe it does. 2, 4, 6. I don't care about the fucking stupid curse though. This won't work. This won't be good.
The top shelf is...
Okay, he's at 9 HP. So now Denathrius is looking promising if I can just distract him and play on the board, you know, in the meantime. He's gonna just destroy me with whatever he's worked towards in the hand though, isn't he? This is kind of garbage, but the other options weren't going to be viable anyway. So he's gonna do the thing where he gives up his hand to get another hand, and then he'll draw a whole bunch or something. Create a 1/1 copy of every card in your hand, shuffle it into your deck. Right? That's usually what you see at this point. And then he'll discard his whole hand to destroy 1 minion for every minion he has on the field. I don't think this counts as anything when it's dormant. Or maybe it does, because it's still on the board technically. I'm not sure. Yeah, he'll do that. Discard, destroy everything. Yeah. Fucking the most used card in the history of the game. And he still has 7 mana, imagine that. Draw 3 cards, deal 3 damage. You do have some balls to be doing damage to yourself, but I'm sure it's not gonna burn you. I have nothing on the board and I really have nothing good in the hand right now. So what is going to change over the next few turns where he's going to summon like 1 million minions? That's the question. Because that's what he'd basically have to do. I'm a little bit worried about even tapping, but my hand is so weird that just summon, do this, do this. Let's see actually if it counts. 5. So it doesn't count when it's dormant. And the effect of that is not going to be very good. So can I just get to turn 10 without him flooding the board with a whole bunch of shit? What's he going to do now? Defile? Heal 2, heal 3. Just don't Reno Jackson or some dumb shit. And I have a really weak hand though. Like positionally, I can't summon other stuff. I can't really threaten him too well. I mean, weak besides the potential win condition. Damn it. He's fishing for something. Go for 1 cost copy. So what is he gonna get, the Mech Cthulhu thing? Oh, he's just gonna win like right now? Oh, it's already gonna be over. He can just do it like right now. I'm gonna be 1 turn short. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, I think I lose. I shouldn't worry about my health at least. 5. I can't block my board. Right, his board shouldn't matter as much. But he just wins. It's over. That's it. Right? Like, it's guaranteed. What are you doing? Yeah, now all you have to do is play that thing that destroys everything. Right? Like, what does all this have to do with that? Or maybe you don't have it? Why would you be doing all this other than to troll?
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Oh, just so that this guard effect wouldn't kill you, I guess? Okay. So you could just troll me with healing the fall. I don't know, man. Fuck. So I'm gonna still push for 5 with this, but I don't want to go too much further down. Some of these matchups are tough. So at least 3 things that we see pretty commonly that are quite good: the Warlock Mechathune thing, the Time Warp Mage with the fucking birds, and then the fucking Shaman, Totem Shaman. All 3 of those seem quite good. Or at least they're good matchups against me.
Gul'dan versus Sylvanas.
Hunter, I'm not so sure.
I will never serve.
Your soul shall be mine.
You got a 1, a 2, and you got the Infuse, which could be okay to keep. You don't really want Denathrius as much in this matchup, but I'm never going to say that's not a good card to have. Like, it synergizes so well. It's won me so many of these games. I wouldn't have gotten this far without it. You can't say, oh, it's too expensive and this and that. This is fine. A lot of this is going to be dealing too much damage to me, though, is the problem. That is a pretty sick portrait. They have too many versions of the same characters, though.
Champion.
I greet you.
What is your deck going to be about?
Let me work my magic.
Spellburst gain +2, which synergizes with the coin, I suppose, but you're not going to do it. Do this, do this. It depends. Do I fear getting rushed down myself? Because attacking with both of these Bloodhound things could be pretty bad for me, right? It just, I don't know. Is it worth dealing to take 2 every turn like that? Like right now, do I really worry about it? I can't decide. You would think you would have to destroy them. In fact, I'm not even going to summon the other one then. I will go face though for now. It seems weird, but it's at least a good board position to be in. Now, do I just play this as a solitary play? Because I'm definitely not going to tap. It's one thing to take damage to do damage, but okay, that's not a big deal. Do I play both of these is the big question, I wonder. Actually, I will, because we're setting up for a great... We're setting up for a great buff scenario. At least that's us trading into the board. So if you don't clear the board, this could fuck you over pretty hardcore, and I'm hoping to see that happen. What sort of things could a hunter possibly have? They could do like the Unleash the Hounds type of thing, or they could do like a neutral card that does an AoE. After you cast a spell, how many spells could you have though? You have the coin and you have maybe 2 more. I'm seeing at most 3 spells. Okay. You still have the coin, don't you? You hit that, I just get another one for it. I'm not sure really why you did. Don't I just have lethal even? 3, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12. Plus, yeah. This is the kind of thing you got to take advantage of. The hunter becomes the hunted. What the fuck, dude? This is how you have to win. You should have played around that. You should have seen that coming, am I right? Okay. Just whenever you're gonna leave the deck for dead, it does something like that. But again, it's so matchup based, so it's poor against a lot of these matchups. Or maybe I need like the Secret Eater to counter the mage at least. Nothing you can do about the shaman, nothing you can do about the priest. So I don't know. I guess I could make the warlock one since I already have obviously so many warlock cards. That would make the most sense. The Mech Cthulhu thing. But then would that really work against some of these matchups? Seems like you're seeing the shaman quite a bit. You got a 1, 2, 3, which is acceptable to me. Even though it doesn't look that good. I'm not a fan of keeping the library, honestly, most of the time, but it might be okay. Depends how effectively they can clear the board, which is pretty easy for them. But you know what Shamans have been doing to me? It's not even clearing the board, it's just that they're building up the board themselves so much that I can't deal with their board. Right? That's what ends up happening to me. Which is the ultimate insult for this. Pretty weak turn 1, but I guess I could have coined out and then done this on turn 2. He's not going to do much of anything though. It's important to get something with a lot of health here, so
Sorry, we don't have any.
I'm good with that. And now the portal becomes a juicy, tantalizing play. And so how are you going to deal with this whole board? Probably pretty easily. The discover... See, it might even be worth it just to do the portal now, just to get at something really hard to deal with early. So I'm gonna sacrifice even adding anything else. Like really, how would you deal with this thing is my question. A 6/9 on turn 4? Like really, unless you have some kind of hex. I haven't seen people really use hex very much. No, it's less about summoning a lot of strong things and more about summoning one big thing and force them to deal with it. 4. I hope you just sack it into there. I don't even mind. So what happened to me taking damage when they attack it? I wonder. Okay, dude. We get it. Just trade them in. As long as I can get rid of that rusher guy. Get rid of him without even sacking anything and summon this too. I suppose. This isn't bad. You get the buff again. And then I have a silence in case you summon a taunt. So just summon a big taunt. Think that you can get... Well, but you're probably not going to do that. Get a stirring rod. So it's a death rattle and a lifesteal. It's almost like I don't give a shit about it. And in fact, it makes the totems kind of useless too. It seems like a good opportunity to do it. This is what you got to do. This is how this deck works. So everything he has on the board is useless, except for the fact that the Murloc is still a Murloc, so that could still give some kind of synergies. But do you have a way to clear the board is the only question. That's not... Well, that's a trade. It's not going to kill me, though. Whenever I see that, I just think, oh shit, I'm dead. That's my PTSD response to Bloodlust. I think you're still just dead. Yeah, and who says the silence isn't good? Because that lifesteal and death rattle could have fucked me over a little bit. Although you didn't know what he was going to have, so it's possible he could have had an AoE of some kind. We're back to 7. Okay, I'll take a little break and then keep going. It's all matchup based. We have to get a few good matchups in a row. That's the secret. That is the recipe. Obviously just dumb luck, but that's how it would be. Even if I use one of these decks that I'm getting destroyed by, theoretically, right, like the rock, paper, scissors effect, they're going to be getting destroyed by something else that I'm beating or something. Okay, so it's a priest. Yeah, what about warriors, huh? We don't see any fucking warriors ever. 0 warriors. I don't know about that. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like theoretically, yes, but you don't want to keep it, do you? Like maybe. At least I like when you have like a clear plan. But the plan never goes the way that you intend it. That's the thing. What is that? Enter. Okay, at least this is something we don't see often. If the spells in your deck are all shadow, enter shadow form. So they're gonna actually rush me down, apparently. I guess I haven't played this very much. We do it the same way, but then we're gonna make them concerned with the board at least. As long as you don't resurrect and summon big shit like they always do. That's what I always fear. But this is a good turn 3 into a turn 4 this, because that's kind of harder to play around than a turn 5 this. So that's cute, but it at least takes up your whole turn to do it. The problem is it preserves your cards, I guess, in the sense that you don't have to commit anything to it. So I guess in that sense it's a little bit concerning. At least this is a unique matchup. Like, I'm not...
Extra.
I mean, I would say that's bad, but it's really not, because it's still just a 4-4, like, fine. We can use the stupid hero power, but can you AoE as well? The 40 health is what makes it very scary. Just, it's so hard to deal with that amount sometimes. Deal 1 damage to all enemies after you cast a shadow spell. Okay, that's a pretty good value proposition, no question about it. But what you're not going to be able to do is kill my other stuff, so maybe that's good. Now doing this is kind of pointless. Coining out this doesn't actually work, because, you know, that's one of those things you have to experiment to try it. When you have 5 mana, technically you would have 5 mana, right? But I'm not a big fan of my own health value right now. We're kind of setting up for another of these bartenders. He's gonna obviously just use his other AoE stuff. We're getting ready for Rafam too, right, as he clears my board. Hero power costs 0. Okay, that's... haven't seen that card in years, honestly. So either just this isn't something I've seen very often, I guess. This is a little bit tricky because there's no mathematical value proposition here. So it actually seems appropriate to go face. There's just no good trade value. So what's going to happen is now we set up for Rafam, which is still not going to be enough damage. Discover a copy of a card. None of those are really going to help you. Unless it's like Denathrius or something, but even then, we make it our mission to kill you before you get to that point. It's not going to be any good for me now because you get it too late. Right, so even if it's... oh, sometimes it's a win condition against priest. At least this isn't as defensive of a priest. So you got to deal with my board somehow. So I don't mind this. I really don't. He's gonna fucking kill his own thing. It's like the healing reflex of a priest. That's hilarious. He was about to heal it. He's gonna cast another shadow spell. 3. Okay. This thing is fucking impressive as hell. We can trade. Not Rafam. Okay, good. Jesus Christ, this is actually annoying. I mean, if I don't do it, I might not get another chance. But again, these values just don't add up. This is such a mathematically awkward game. Not really too happy about that play, but look at how ugly that value is. This is going to be nothing. He's just going to clear the board easily. There's like a million different ways a priest can do it. There's no way you're not going to have damage or some kind of hard removal for this. You're holding if you've cast 3 spells, draw 3 cards, one of which is going to save you. So apparently she didn't have it. You can barely even see the fucking hero with that coloration. Maybe you don't have an answer. How could that be? This is like my only hope too, because this still isn't going to do enough damage either. Dude, come on, man. Obviously I'm going to lose now. Have to go for it, although it's kind of risky to do that because they could just kill me. You have to realize what you're playing against. They can do 5, 6 just already. So do you have 6 damage out of the hand with all these crazy shadow spells? Mind Blast. I guess Holy Smite is no longer a thing because of the it only affects minions. If you got something that can deal 1 damage, that would mean, which still isn't going to kill everything, but I just don't have any cards. Like, I'm just done, and I can't even really tap.
Minions that obey me.
I mean, the lifesteal is really nice there. Yeah, I'm just fucking done for it. You could buff one of these. Let's buff this one. 8, 3, 6, 3. You can get me down to 5 and probably just Mind Blast as a finisher. Maybe you had that all along.
What secrets will uncover?
It feels like this is one that you should be more likely to beat than a regular priest, but
For the roast, my lord.
somehow I just have no chance. Just completely burned out. Fuck. Some of these decks don't even seem that good. What can I get? That fucking hero card? Damn it. Are imps closer to plants or zombies? Probably zombies, I'd say. This is taking quite a while. I really ought to just relent and try a different deck. Like, I just wanted to get to 5, just in principle. Damn it. Some of these matchups are just not viable. So once you get to the Diamond 5, then you stop getting the win streak. It doesn't really denote anything for Legend 1. Like, you should obviously get something special for that. Let me look up something fucking stupid. No, I don't want to do that right now, though. Fuck, I can't decide. Let me just look. That's so dumb, dude. It's not even that it can't get farther, it's just it'll take longer. Dex, wild. 14 hours ago. Double Yogg spell spam. Now what is this based on? You'd have to find one that is like current though. None of these are current. What the fuck? Let's look at time. Druid and Mage nerfs. Nothing even has a high amount of shit. Murloc Shaman. Legend EU. I can't even click on this shit. You are stupid, look you up? What does that mean? Okay, Murloc Shaman, perfect all-around priest, 28k dust, Prince Casino, but none of these have like a high amount of. Oh my fucking god, this isn't even working. It's got to be specifically in wild. Standard. It doesn't even acknowledge wild like as a format. Yeah, it doesn't even show it. Wild. Here we go. Mech Paladin. Reno Warlock. What does that mean? Wild Heroic. No, not Brawliseum. I don't give a shit about that. What? Nobody even gives a shit about wild, I guess. But you would assume theoretically it's the same thing. Reno Warlock. None of this shit really even catches my eye right now. Yeah, why is there like no respect for wild as a format? Hearthstone Wild Decks 2022.
Gul'dan
But they have, you gotta go by the rating. Ah, fucking stupid. Okay, rogues can sometimes be scary. It really depends. I don't really want any of these, honestly. It's just so matchup based. Just based on what I'm playing against, I guess those are the 2 or 3 best ones. Time Warp with the birds, the Mech Cthulhu Warlock, which I could do.
I see you've brought guests.
I guess I could try it, but it doesn't seem like it'd be good in some of these matchups. It would be kind of bad. I don't know. It's kind of got to be a Warlock one, otherwise I definitely won't have enough dust for it. I'm not gonna spend fucking money to do it. Okay, so this is actually arguably decent just because, man, I really had faith in this one. It is good. It's just like a little bit short of beating some of these matchups that we're seeing a lot of. But it's a good quick way to get to diamond at least. Like, that didn't take long at all. You could flood the board more, or you could put a little AoE protection with that effect. They're setting up for a good buff, but it's 2 turns away. Yeah, just keep doing your hero power like that one clown.
Put your dudes up, small fry.
Your hero attacks deal 1 damage to all enemies, and you get a random pirate out of it too. Oh yeah, I guess I don't think of this as a pirate. Okay, dude. No matter what you do, you're still gonna summon another imp for me. I definitely have to kill that. There's no question about it. I flood the board with imps. I'm not sure exactly what he's playing at. I would love to just get the buff here, but they're not going to allow it, probably. Is that a neutral minion? It must be, right? Yeah, it's a neutral minion. Pretty good value. I would assume you're not going to AoE if you just did that. I could get greedy and try to do this one, but if he leaves this much on the board, I'm fine with it. That's just 12 more damage. Please, just let me have the board. Oh, I guess I'll have 3, because he'll hit it with his weapon. Holy shit. Draw 2 pirates from your deck and a weapon.
Enough of this.
What the fuck are you doing? He's just fed up with how long his own turn is going on. Some of these wins are stupid. Like, they don't really validate anything. Fuck. Let's just see.
Gul'dan versus
Getting a lot of fucking priests.
Your path has brought you here.
Your soul shall be mine.
Yeah, you don't want 2 of these. I don't mind these 2 because at least it gives you a guaranteed turn 1 and turn 2. Sometimes people question the 1-1 play, but you know, I don't like to trade this anyway, so that's what it's best for. I only have 1 of these in here, don't I? No, I think I have 2. No, we just saw that I have 2. I made one version that only had 1 because I don't really like it, but like, imagine how slow of a play that is. You put it back in just to summon 4 of them? Like, why would you ever do that? For 1 mana? You can't play that slowly with this. You do this, I could have also coined out this guy here. This you have to wait, this is fine. So we could do a turn 4 bartender if this sticks, but it's very unlikely that it will. Discover a spell. Just don't spirit lash me or something. The Shadow Priest was pretty unique, at least. See, that's the sort of thing I would hang my hat on. Like, give that guy credit, right? Not just that he's this high in rating, presumably, although you can't really see their rating, but they're using something that I don't think is very common, or at least it's unique amid whatever is current and wild. So please just leave it and let me just beat on your ass. Ah, this at least hurts me too. It's guaranteed to at least kill 2 of them. Fine, we'll just do it again.
Sorry, we don't have any ink.
Or I guess I could coin out the other two. Maybe. Or fuck it, I'll even do it now. Now we set up for the buff again. So do you have another way to deal with it? Probably pretty fucking easily. Just like they always do.
By the Ascended.
That's a pretty good line. Or, oh my fucking god. Why does it always have to be this one? Oh, I've had about enough of your clown shit, dude. Can I just get this buff or not, dude? I'm kind of pissed. How many board clears do you have this early? I guess it's not early anymore, but he's gonna clear it again. Spirit Lash, something, something. Discover a spell. You already played 2 of those same fucking things, so what else could it be? Okay, that means you die. Especially with the library too, but even just this alone. That's all you got to do is get one of these boards to stick. That's literally it. I mean, pretty impressive beating a priest, I suppose, sometimes. Come on, get this win streak. Keep it going. I can't believe what's going to happen at 5, though. I'm going to get fucked hard. Because you're going to win one, lose one, win one, lose one. You'll never get the streak to carry you. Which presumably would be pretty hard to get a streak, but that is an interesting difference.
Versus Malfurion.
I don't think I've seen this regular golden Malfurion very often, actually. So you keep this. 1, 2, 3 is at least a solid thing, but you don't necessarily want to do that. I guess you could turn 2 and 3 Im-Gang boss. Imtastic. Very important experience. Very important game. Okay, you don't care about the portal. Like, see, I'll specifically not play the portal on turn 2 because it's too slow of a play. You have to get something out there right now. Oh, Jade. We haven't seen Jade in ages. Huh. I mean, you could do this. Honestly, it doesn't seem that bad, but it's at least not as slow as the portal. You can save the coin maybe for something else. At turn 9 to Nathrius to just finish off the clown. Why is the legend card mech so damn ugly? Yeah, it's not even that impressive, honestly. You can barely even see it in here. They should make it like other card games like Magic, where you can see the deck flat on the table instead of like seeing it at this weird angle. You can barely even make it out what it is. And then of course you can't see your own anyway. It's more so just to show it off to other people. So they nerfed it to do where it doesn't give you a full mana crystal, it'll be empty. That's basically the main difference. The Im-Gang bosses are already high priority targets, so you do that. You're setting up for a pretty good Rafam too. But then again, it's not going to be enough just based on this board being cleared. Maybe with the imps that the imp summons. That's what's so good about this. It synergizes with the infuse so well. Because even if you kill it, then there's something else to kill that comes out. Gotta get him quick, otherwise he's gonna destroy us. That's how this typically goes. We haven't seen this too many times though, to be honest. I presume it was quite good, but... Oh, we haven't seen that card, but that was one of my favorites. Not the end of the world, but it does count as them dying still. I mean, I'd be okay with just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, just kind of forcing him to deal with the board. And if that happens, then we're able to take advantage of Rafam. And then if that fails, we can maybe get this, but that's way too far down the road. He'll have like 20 mana by then. Okay, this one's very annoying, definitely. Okay, we'll still have something on the board too to buff. Obviously no choice but to play this unless I get something really good. We would even have the buff. So think about how much damage I could do here. Oh, fuck you. Don't kill that too. Okay, that doesn't matter. Yeah, you really think I give a shit about a 2-2? Yeah, here we go.
Finally, minions that obey me.
Most.
Okay, he's down to a measly 16, which makes Denathrius look pretty good as a kill condition, but it's still many turns away. Let's see how he deals with this board after already using Poison Seeds. I'm surprised more people don't use that. It's so good. You can even combo it like with like Starfire, whatever, like an AoE that does 2 damage to just kill everything. Almost like Equality Consecrate, but a bit more expensive. So what are you going to do with all that juicy 11 mana? Seems like a pretty fun card, honestly. I've never used it. Okay, that's not going to do too much for you. Yeah, I like how I have this in my back pocket, but it's just so far away that it often doesn't come into play. It's just like a last resort. What could you possibly do here?
That rope's burning again.
I like his voice. Yeah, it used to just be gain a mana crystal. Now it's gain an empty. Oh, fuck you. Spreading Plague. That is actually gonna completely shut me down. Give me that silence. I'll tap for the silence. Oh, shit. Well, it might not even be lethal, though, because 3, 6, 9. Yeah, actually it will be. Just barely. I think it's exact, isn't it? Oh, it's a little extra. That's a pretty fortunate top deck, I guess, but that's why you put that guy in there. Okay, now we push it to 5. We only have to win. That means this one, or this one and the next one. So this one's very important as well. They should make like a separate card back for somebody who gets Legend 1. Right, that actually looks better.
Not in my kitchen.
Your soul.
Alright, so you don't want most of this. You really don't want this here at all. So you play this, you give something health. 1, 2, 3 is acceptable. 2 mana, 2, 6, 3 mana, 2, 5. Not too bad.
For the roast, my lord.
Like, I can see the value of this, but I still question it. I'd rather just have something tantamount to the Flame Imp to play there. It's too slow of a play. Like, what did that do for me? It just makes it harder to kill these, even though they're gonna kill them anyway, just like that. You have a turn 4 maybe with this. See, dude, at least he's having to commit pretty hard, which I don't mind. Turn 3. Now what you got to do is set up for, you got to hope you get an infuse. Oh, this is the same thing, the Mechithun shit. Yeah, why can't I find anything like, I don't know. Like, we can just summon 2. I'm not a fan of the slow plays where well, he kind of wasted that card a bit too early. Right, he didn't have to do that. He could have tanked for a turn or 2 and then done it. Right, so now he could do the same thing. Like, people just love that card. 1 mana, clear the whole board. It just requires you to have the equal amount of stuff. This is exactly what it is. I don't know how to really play around it. He's just gonna screw you no matter what. So we can go ahead and do this. Basically, don't hold anything back because you just have to rush him hard.
Not the boss of me.
Definitely kill that. I don't have to kill this. Or if he ever ends his turn, he just has a million things to play. Well, he discarded that one, which is very important. You could really do something valuable here. Don't worry about that stupid 1-3. So now you're gonna have all kinds of beautiful infuses and stuff. Not reform those still. I don't think we'll get to even turn. No, we will. Sometimes they get it super early though. Look, like they're already down to 10 cards. Like they're trying to deck themselves out, which they exactly are. Why did I feel like it damaged me here when it would attack them back? It must just be some spell card like the priest one that made it attack other stuff. So that he didn't even get the value out of that. Ah, fuck. Strategic Defile, which is actually gonna kill that. This is the weakness of the M-Gang boss. Interesting that they even have that card when it's not really as imp focused as all that. Deal 16. So I could do this to just get 2-3-3s right from the buff, or I could go a little bit slower, which I don't really want to do, but do this.
My lord.
Do this.
Stop yelling!
Okay, put it down like that. It should be hard for him to deal with this board after he committed so much AoE already. But then again, the board isn't that threatening yet. You'll heal a little bit. I'd like to buff this board, so just leave it alone, please.
Side effects.
That one's fine. I don't think I've beaten this deck once. He's just guaranteed to get the win condition. I can't stop it. It's impossible. I gotta have to kill him this turn. It might even already be over. Like, do this and do the portal, and then put this on. Maybe this one here. If I don't, he's just gonna win this turn, so it's already over. They're just gonna do that thing that shuffles the hand into the deck and then discard everything. Maybe I should try this one myself. I don't fully understand how it works, but give me a curse. I'm not too worried about that. Oh, did we actually do it? I mean, the whole idea is just try to rush them down, but that's what we try to do anyway. That's not going to do shit for you. So it is possible to beat it, but very, very hard. Yeah, this time and this time only, probably. Okay, so the streak will continue, I think, into 5. This is the most min-max way to take advantage of the win streak. Even though you can't get it once you get to 5, you can get it, you know, to get an extra star going in. Okay, so if we win this, we'll finally be there. And then at that point, I'm very much willing to consider using other decks. I don't mind doing that. Seeing a lot more rogues now. We didn't see any for a while there. So keep the reform, sure. I don't want to keep anything else though. Fuck these. Sometimes I keep the wicked shipment just if I have a good curve hand, but that's just as good. 1, 2, 3, perfect. A lot of these rogues start off very slow though. The crystal caves is what really scares me. I don't think I can beat that. I don't even know what was ever good against that. Like, that was always just like an unbeatable deck. That seems so busted all the time. It's kind of like you could say, oh, you got to rush him down, but you know, they have so many weenie stuff to summon to trade into that it makes it very hard to even do that. And it's not like turn 5 is that far. You know, that's basically all it takes for them to get their condition. Draw a weapon from your deck. It almost makes me want to do this just because the trade is favorable. You get a little 1-1. You don't have a great turn 3, but I didn't really have a good turn 2. You weren't getting value out of anything anyway.
Where you followed.
Over spell from another class. These random effects are not the best to rely on, at least. Interesting that he would go out of his way to do that. Definitely do the discover here. The question is, do I trade into his shit or not? Again, one attack for each damage your hero is taking this turn. None of that's probably gonna come into play, but I don't really have a good follow-up play. We're working towards the infuse at least. I can't decide whether trading there is good or not. I guess I don't know well enough what I'm really playing against, but I can't imagine going face in a situation like that was too good, because he's just gonna wipe my board anyway. So we have Rafam, we have the infuse. This kind of rewards those kind of trading plays. Don't get distracted by the cute little cards that you discover, because that's not going to be that good. I mean, it's not bad, but I guess it depends what class you're really playing against. Deal 3, discover spell from another class. So we could buff them here, which would be very nice, even 2 of them. Right? Just end your turn. Don't kill another one. Destroy. Oh my god. You're gonna leave me with nothing, or a little bit. Do I really not have a play here? See, I was almost tempted to do this, but then you realize this is still better. And now I'm almost tempted to. You could do this plus this into Rafam next turn. Fuck it up. Man, I shouldn't do that. That's like a cutesy, stupid ass play. Fuck. Why do I do stuff? That's not a good play. Fuck.
Where you followed.
I guess you don't have much death rattle protection in this, so it does punish an AoE in a certain way, so it could be okay. You could trade these in and then, or you could trade this and then buff these, or so that's interesting. They're very willing to just go face like that, or forget about Rafam then. Let's just do this. Well, I just don't know what these are gonna be. Noble sack. Kind of leaving a bit of damage on the table by doing it, but this still counts as a demon. Fine, we'll just do it now, since those secrets were so conveniently handicapping of my play. Now we have the little brewmasters too. I keep calling them bartenders. He must not have an AoE, otherwise he wouldn't have done that. Why is he so willing to just whack stuff with this thing even when it doesn't kill it? That's gonna kill a few things, no question about it. We know what the secrets are now. Noble sacrifice and the AoE that does 3. Little does he know, we can just say fuck it and do it anyway. These would have 1 health left if I did it like that. It'll only do 3, so they won't die, is the point. Would it be worth it to do this before or after? I feel like I'll do it after.
The top shelf is...
I don't give a shit about your board or anything either. Fuck it. 5. Doesn't matter. It's not gonna kill. But these 2 down. Now you might question, why didn't I turn these into 5/4s? And that's a very good question. Why didn't I do that? I don't know. I thought somehow it'd be better if they didn't take... Oh no, they'd be 5/1s after the 3 damage. So would you rather have a 5/1 or a 3/2? We have another buff too. We even had the balls to leave this chick here so he could do it again. Shadow step, flip it. Reveal a spell, deal damage. How convenient. That's really cute. Very, very cute. Might have to do Tamsin at this point. Man, you get him so close and then this dumb shit happens. And he might buff the weapon up to make it really worthwhile with the lifesteal. I don't mind just flooding the board a bit more. Just go like that. We have the buff potential again. He's certainly going to whack this with his weapon even then, though. He doesn't care about his health, seemingly. Just don't buff the weapon and heal for like 10 or something. Crazy. This gains a durability whenever they play something from another class, which makes it very worthwhile to buff. Return minions to the opponent's hand. Okay, fine. Oh my god. They're just really trying my patience.
Sorry, we don't have any ink.
Okay, Denathrius will at least be a good finisher here. We wouldn't even need it to be very high tick. So just clear the board with 0 mana left and I'll just kill you. Right, because it starts at 5, so unless you heal like crazy, I'm not too worried about it. We also have the buff, but that shouldn't really matter as much. This is a rare case where he's going to win you the game even without a high counter. Destroy 2 minions, discard 2 cards. Okay, that's kind of desperate. Yeah. You know what? I won't even show up. No, actually, I do have to do it. Or maybe not, but whatever. 1 with the wild tier 9, so that's because diamond 5, right? Maybe it'll bug out and let me keep the win streak? Or is it gonna like tell me that or what? Because like I don't know that. I don't know that there's no win streak at diamond 5. Like if we win the next one, do we keep going? Fucking clown face Reno Jackson there. I don't know, man. Every time I doubt this, we just keep going. Okay. It should tell you that win streaks don't apply anymore. How would you know that otherwise?
Gul'dan versus Ragnaros.
Shaman.
The molten murloc there. Your soul shall be mine.
So I'm not a big fan of this hand in general. But see, now you'll regret it if you don't have a turn 1. Okay, you do. 1, 2, 3. This is a big threshold. So at this point, it's really going to turn into win 1, lose 1 if you really don't get the win streak. Why do I feel like that's not true, though? I think you still get it. It's just a lot harder to get it. Because, you know, winning games in a row is not an easy thing to do at this stage. You're gonna do a coin play, which always bothers me. I don't want you to summon anything. That's not too threatening at least, but I won't speak too soon. You could do this. You could trade one out. Murloc Shaman is apparently a thing here. Really? This card though, huh? You control a Murloc. Okay, you got a 4/3. 2 mana 4/3. Summon a whole bunch of shit here. Trade into that. I mean, we are gonna have to play on the board, which makes any of the infuse effects good to have in your hand, which I do not have. This is always good as an AoE here, so it's one of the few matchups where board control is not going to be yours, really. Next Murloc costs 2 less. Next 2 cost 2 less. You get a rush out of it, but at least it happens after the fact. You'll get a rush on that one and the next one. Jesus Christ. We'll do 3, 4. It's kind of more important to kill this, even as strange as that seems. But I guess I won't. Let him do a stupid rush. Seems like he's already burned out of cards. So we'll see what that leads to for him. What does he have to replenish his hand? Whereas I have plenty of stuff. You could argue killing the 1/3 is better, but then he just had another one. It's gonna be a 5, 6, which didn't really even matter that much, but he's got this little 6/1 looking cute. I don't really want to tap and do anything. What if I just do this? Just deal with it. It seems stupid, but the way he's playing is so short term. Just let him trade into it. And then we have a good Tams in play, so fuck you. This is the kind of stuff that screws you over. He's really got the guts to go face, huh? It's almost like a waste of it to do it, because he's just gonna summon a whole bunch more shit, but I don't have anything to play either. Kind of a weirdly dead hand situation that I often don't get. Let's just see if we get any back. Give me at least one of them. You get the infuse, that's good. Give me all 3 in a row, how about that? There is a chance of that happening, no matter how many cards you have. It almost makes it seem like it guarantees one, because it often does happen. Okay, he's gonna have a whole bunch of shit. That doesn't really bother me too much. Like, that's one of those things you can't... Oh shit, but that is the exact one that you want. Maybe that's really what you get it for, because that's the one thing he was having problems with was running dry on cards. Definitely killed this one. Can't do anything with this guy yet. You could discover something. Summon 2, discover. Why don't we discover first, just to be sure? Whenever a friendly demon dies, sure. I mean, that's obviously going to happen a lot here. Summon 2 more.
Swarm them, my pretties.
And then draw a whole bunch. Summon another like that. I kind of don't want to overcommit too much, but then again, just let him do it. He mostly has minions and doesn't have a lot of spells, it seems like, so maybe he doesn't have an AoE way to deal with this. He just assumes that he's going to be on the aggressive. Each player draws a card, fine. But this will be a good value proposition as well. Again, one of those things that is good to have, but not one that you would want to put in the deck necessarily. Although arguably you could. Are we going to get the Rafam here? I mean, I could if I decided to sack stuff myself. You get another one there. If only I had that stupid bartender. I could do the portal and Rafam both. This would be 5, 10. It's not really that impressive. My health is in fact getting a little bit low too. You could silence everything. That would make this a 3-2.
Getting any younger.
3-2, 2-3. It would make them easier to deal with, I guess. Is it really worth a whole turn just to do that, though?
For the roast, my lord.
Only a 4-4, that's kind of surprising. So just kill some stuff off. Kill this. Kill this. Kill that. Oh, I was planning to still summon the Voidwalker. I guess I miscalculated a little bit. I thought something would die. That was pretty good value at least. Oh my god. You just can't get this guy to run out of shit. But what is your end game play anyway? Like, this is all good on the board, but you must have something more in your back pocket. You got a whole bunch of stuff on the board still. This wouldn't buff much that's already out there. So you can trade into a few of these. Trade. 6-5. Maybe I just do reform because I don't see another play now. Nothing seems good.
What is taking so long?
Unless you get another Foul Rift, maybe that changes my mind. It doesn't, so let's just do 2 here, here. Now you deal with my big board, how about that? Give your imps +2/+2, and we get the portal back next turn too. So am I presenting any kind of lethal proposition like 12, 17, 20, 25? Not really, but unless you get that the fucking bartender. But this is going to be basically free, so that'll be a good play as well. This is all good, but none of it has rush or anything. So I could clear his board out again, which I probably should do. I do like the double library idea here. So this is going to be how much damage? 3, 6, 12. 12 plus 8, 20. Oh, that should be lethal then. I can't afford to miscalculate though. 3, 6, 12 plus 8, 20. 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is an exact lethal, in fact. Good thing I looked for that because I was about to dismiss the possibility of getting it. So that deck doesn't even seem that good, the Murloc one, but it's... Okay, so the streak is gone. It doesn't give you any kind of feedback on that, but... Okay, so this could be a long road here. That's the hardest part. Just that you don't have the win streaks to lean on, which I've been doing so much. Fuck. Damn it. This is gonna take forever, dude. Holy shit. Okay, I'll just play till I lose, and then that's good for today. How about that? I'm open to trying other things, but let's see how this goes. That deck didn't seem very intimidating, all things considered. The silence here is actually pretty good. I don't know about Tamsin. I mean, sometimes it can be good, but against a priest, I'm not so sure. You have a 1 and a 2. I'm not so sure which. You could even do this as a turn 1 if you really want. I'm not sure about it. There's no reason to really do it. Kind of want Denathrius early here too, so I definitely would have kept it if I had it to begin with. That's one of the other fun things about Wild, is you get all these different arenas and music and stuff that I presume at least wouldn't be in standard. Just because I guess you can do that instead of the Voidwalker, because he has nothing out there, and he's probably not going to put anything out there. Adds a Murloc to my hand. We could do that as a secret surprise finisher that you would never expect, surely. You could bring this out. You could coin this out, discover something. Have +1 attack, 1/5 taunt, 1/4 lifesteal. This is kind of too expensive. I'm probably not going to end up really playing any of those, but why does a priest have this anyway? Add a random Murloc to each player's hand. They didn't discover it from anywhere. This is just in their base deck. Why? Give each player a random card. You have 3 mana, no good 3 mana play. I don't know what it is that I'm playing against here. I don't have any imps, so that would be useless. Huh. This could give it 2 attack, allowing me to kill this, but then it would require both to do it.
Sorry, we don't have any.
You little.
I don't know about that. I don't really know what to do there, like... This is weird.
Hey, strange.
So he's adding a whole bunch of stuff to my hand, but why does that matter?
For you and
Why is that good? He's trying to force me to play stuff out of my hand, I guess, but I'm exactly the type to do that anyway. 1-3. I guess correctly.
A +1.
You can charge, summon a 1/5 taunt, add a Murloc, give him a taste of his own medicine. Why don't I do this in the portal,
Sorry, we don't
which would allow me to get this up to a 4, which would allow me to kill this. I'm not sure what the point in him giving me all these cards is. Like, this is pretty good. You know, he's gonna give me a lot of options. Of course, maybe it's like an anti-meta thing. Like, you can't play around his deck because it's all random shit that you don't know what it's gonna be. So that's one way to subvert it. You can obviously just trade into that. The Tamsin is probably not going to be good in this matchup the way that he's going. But he has this, we know. I'm not sure if we both got the same one here or if we just both got a random legendary. The buff isn't going to be very good. We summon both of these. Giving him a Murloc, I'm not sure. Like, it's okay, but in fact, it kind of suits me more to do that. Why would I summon a taunt, really? Unless I can't get rid of something. You summon the imps and then just kill that. How about that? Hit this, mine's still alive. Hit that, get rid of the Murloc that I got. You can just create like an endless chain with this. Add a Murloc to their hand, they add a Murloc to your hand, and it just goes on and on. So their whole deck theme is interesting, just giving your opponent a whole bunch of cards. You and your opponent. We have a good portal play. Not anymore. I'm not sure what this is. Like a mill priest, but why you gotta use Murlocs to do that? Seems like there are better ways to go about it. Which if it is, then playing this would be horrible. But I don't have a lot of good plays here. Let's see what we get at least. Dormant for 2 turns. When it awakens summon, I may as well just do it. At least gives me stuff to just put on the board. So they're gonna distract me with these cute little Murlocs at the beginning and then fuck me with something later. Man, Denathrius would be the win condition. Like, we would already have it up to like a 20 plus. But I just didn't get it, so now what do I do? You could flood the board with the 3/3s based on this. What does this do? Add a random 4 cost to your opponent's hand.
I'm unstable.
I don't get it. Dormant for 1 turn, rush poisonous. Whenever this attacks, both players draw until they have 3 cards. It silences everything, but it's not that big of a deal. The demon benefit is going to be minor. Eat a minion in your opponent's hand. Oh no, this isn't the same one that eats everything on the board.
Many possibilities.
I don't really know what to do out of these. Kind of a tough spot to be in. I wouldn't mind even doing the draw thing, but I feel like that's kind of bad to do against them. I don't have any imps. Like, I have nothing. No demons, no imps. He's turning me into a Murloc deck. Does it even show you what you ate? Created by Drakari Trickster. So this guy just loves Murloc so much that he wants to force every player to play as one too. With them. Like, that's the whole point of his deck. Somehow we've gone down this path of just infinite Murlocs. board isn't too bad yet, so what is he gonna do now? This is kind of a weird one. He's gotta have some crazy synergy going on. I just don't know what it is. Ran into what? Into a rush. Into... Okay, so it is a mill priest scenario. No question about it. He burns Rafam. Or no, he doesn't. He's doing a good job of just putting shit on the board in such a way that I can't deal with it. Gotta play some low cost stuff just to get it out there. Just silence his brand so he can't do that again. I guess I'll save the portal for now. So it seems so weird. Like, I don't feel threatened by it, but I'm probably still gonna lose somehow, I'm assuming, but I just don't know. Deal 3 damage to all minions. What is this, dude? It's so weird. The brand is no threat. You could do these two together. 4/5. Discover 2 cards. Give 1 to your opponent at random. It would be good against maybe other control stuff that holds on to cards. I can understand that. So against me, he's just kind of scraping something together. I don't really want to use my hero power too much more, though. We go ahead and... So we can't use that at all. The, Hamzin.
The top shelf is...
I'm still not inclined to really use my portal yet. So how do you deal with 3/5/5s? Probably pretty easily, like Priest can do. We haven't seen like Dragonfire Potion in a long time. But that used to be one of the staple AoEs, obviously. What did they do in between there? Oh, Light Bomb, too. Okay, so how's he gonna stop me from killing that, though? Destroy your opponent's weapon. I don't know what this guy's deck is. Add a copy to your hand. Is he just gonna play it to guarantee the thing? It still wouldn't guarantee it, though, actually. Pawn has all minion types. We could buff this shit again, but that seems kind of like too greedy. Dormant for 1 turn, rush and poisonous. We could put down another portal. Well, honestly, not a bad turn to do this. Just let him do what he's gonna do. Give a minion +10/+10. Fill your board. Deal 10 split randomly. They are very expensive. We could maybe use this as a kill. No, I kind of like flooding the board more, though. He's only gonna have but so much AoE. We could fill this up even a little bit more. I'm still not gonna use the buff, though. But what is he gonna do about this very imposing board? See, this looks cute, but it's so expensive still. 10, you know. I could almost do the same thing myself without paying that much. Everyone always chooses the Plague Lands one. Oh, I guess not. The Restore Health. There must be some rhyme or reason to his deck, but I just don't get it. He's gonna run me out of cards because I haven't done any damage to his face. Now he's leaving quite the imposing board here ready. It's almost like I would want to sack one of these and just... One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The top shelf is X.
Probably playing into a lot of stuff by doing this, but fuck it. Just look at that amount of damage and tell me that isn't worth doing. So do we have a finisher out of the hand? And if we had Denathrius, I actually would. Look at that one turn. You get him from 100 to 0 just like that. I don't think there was much of a better way to play that. I think I left 1 damage on the table. It's only going to do 12. Oh shit, but it's going to do it twice. Oh, fuck you. I wasn't expecting that. But still, I'm in a pretty good spot. 15, 22, 20. Do we really not have any? Oh, we give buffs. We have buffs still. So this is 15, 22. Oh yeah, that's more than enough. Desperation Denathrius play did not pay off. Even with leaving Bran on the board, you see. Ladder grinder. But of course you can't fucking win streak it. Because I remember I would still be on one from before. I'd be at like 3 by now. Okay. Is that supposed to be Bran? You can barely tell at the angle that his face is at, but... Now let's see what we're gonna get now. Jaina, so just please don't be that time warp shit.
You asked for it.
This is where you get into the bit of back and forth action that you don't really want to get into. You could say you want the library, but sometimes it just kind of fucks you over. You just want to have things you can play right away, which that really isn't what you're looking for. I'm a bigger fan of putting this out. You could argue to put this out, but like I think about it, if they're going to summon something, it's going to be a 3 attack anyway. So if they summon a 3/2, it's going to kill it regardless. So it is time warp, and so I don't think I can beat it, but I'll try.
For the roast, my lord.
I think I beat it 1 time out of like 10 plus on the way here.
That's right.
Add a coin to your hand, give your opponent 1. Okay. It's like silencing it wouldn't do anything there because that seems stupid. You could buff that. She can just ping it. The coin could be handy, I suppose. Why does everybody want to give their opponent stuff? That priest was obsessed with the idea. Yeah, they're just playing nice and comfortable. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't mind doing this even into a buff. Just get as much damage in as you can while you can. Probably not going to pay off though. Someone like a taunt so I can just silence it and kill you. That's the kind of play that could be good.
That's right.
You don't seem to really care much about this board. What do you got? Volcanic potion thing? Double coin play.
By my calculations,
Freeze all minions. Oh, not gonna work. Not gonna work. You got more though. What the fuck? Let it go, dude. How much you got? You can silence your own shit. Now, do any of these have... Oh, they're silenced anyway. This is the only hope you have. Only hope and prayer you could possibly have. They're still going to clear the board. They're still going to win. But I did the best that I possibly could. It's going to be ice block. What else could it be? Fucking stupid. Oh, man. This one is really tough to beat. Fuck. Like, what other card would you expect there? So this will just let you draw like 2 cards. Camden seems kind of stupid. I kind of want to leave this guy at a 5 HP threshold for some reason. Do I bother to do this? You can buff this stuff up a little bit, but there's not enough of it to really justify that. Let's just go ahead and
Carving time!
trade into this. Of course. That must be like the only secret they have, so they can guarantee to get it whenever they need it, like with that card. Discover a secret from your deck, but you only have 1 secret or 2 ice blocks. But what do you got now? You don't have time warp yet, do you? You're still a ways away. This is the best case scenario, but I'm still gonna lose somehow. That silence was actually decent, but add biscuits that refresh 2 crystals. Okay. But if you don't have ice block, what do you got? Another one? Nice. What a great fuck. Oh my god. They could just be bluffing, but it's not like you're not gonna attack. Oh, why did I do the one that's gonna hurt me to do it? Misplay, misplay. Let's just buff these fuckers up.
The top shelf is.
Don't like sort of block your own board is kind of the one thing you have to be aware of. You got another ice block, or you just win? You might be able to get the condition and do it in 1 turn still. This is, oh shit. At least that proves I can do it, but again, think about how well that went for me. It's very unlikely that it's gonna go that way. Very, very unlikely. I'd rather just not. In fact, I'll even wait a second so I don't get matched up against the same person. This is the kind of meta you gotta go for. Don't play against that fucking mage. Play against anybody else. Because how many people again could be playing at this time, on this day, in this, at this rank, in this format, in this region? So you would think you're going to be playing some of the same people over and over. But as a backup, we could do like that Mechithune shit, I suppose. And it is a warlock thing, so obviously, but we shouldn't need to do that. What, it froze? Nice. I'm gonna lose to that more than anything. Yeah, imagine a disconnect loss now. It's gonna, oh, you better not, because it started to queue up and then it just closed it on me, which is great. That would be so triggering. Not even like I have a win streak on the line, but everything is valuable now because of that, because you're not going to get any win streaks ever. I don't think it queued me into something, but oh really, it did. Okay. Alright, Mr. Dawngrass, what a surprise, another mage. Maybe it is the same person, but they just changed their hero because they think that's like a bad luck thing now. Like they lost with whatever that was, so they're gonna change to this. Okay, so you could do the 2 imps, but I'd rather do this first. Do this first. You got to go super fast mode like we did last game. That was like the perfect sequence of moves, but even then you barely feel like you're gonna win. Next secret you play, so is it gonna be ice block already? Be a big surprise if it was. That might not come into play. They'll beat me before that. Duplicate, well, that's not the best thing to get. Or no, that's his thing. He doesn't get mine, he gets his. So he has a lot of secrets. But he didn't play Time Warp, so maybe it's something different. I just assume every single one is going to be the same thing, which it pretty much has been so far. After your hero takes damage, refresh your crystal. I mean, I guess you could tap and get a 1 rebate. Gain armor. Draw a spell, your hero takes damage equal to the cost. What spells do I even have? Like, I'm probably going to end up not even playing that at all, but you have to make sure not to play. See, my habit was always to play spells on the right side anyway. That's just how I move. So then with the trade mechanic, I kept accidentally fucking trading shit. So I'm making a point to try to play it on the left now. That's kind of a silly, like it's way too broad. I play it like here, but it still trades it. It shouldn't be that wide of a radius. You should really have to try to do it. There's some weird things about this game, like in its past, like how the Grim Patron animations took longer than the game could handle and stuff. Like, why not just let you skip stuff like that for those purposes? Draw a spell. I mean, it's a 4/3 as well. I almost don't even care about that. But if you had some kind of AoE, I would probably regret it. Doing a lot of damage to myself in the process. And death rattle too. But all these are pretty low cost stuff, right? I don't have anything that's like more than 3 to 4.
It'll be our
Next secret, so they're just obsessed with secrets. They're gonna trade into my board. Doesn't seem like they're even gonna play one though. That's in your back pocket. Rafam finally shows his face. Don't really want to tap here. I don't know what to do about this one. Do I just ignore it and let him trade still? I'm a little bit confused actually what to do there. Like, I'm hoping they don't have an AoE or something, but I guess we could punish it with a Rafam, but you don't. Leaving this 5-3 out there for multiple turns is questionable when I had the means to kill it. It's not going to be that much. It's going to be like 2, 3. It was the same thing, in fact, both times. It could be that one that makes you draw cards too. I could just do Rafam. Actually, I couldn't. Go ahead and do this. I'm a little bit worried about the flame in play there. Getting my health this low is questionable. They could easily just end it probably. So if we can do a Rafam play here, that could actually be game changing. But they probably have like a million secrets, not the least of which could be Ice Block times 3.
What's troubling you?
If you control a secret, does he have a secret or what's going on? He keeps playing all the secret cards, but he's not doing anything with them. Even the +2/+2 from this should be good. Right, it'd be 10. That should be it. Okay, that's good. Congealing essence. What the hell does that mean? What did I do that had to do with congealing essence? Okay, so we're gonna get to maybe 3 here. I'm not sure what some of these decks are, but I guess I didn't know what I was playing against most of the time either. We've gotten familiar with a few of them, like the Time Warp and stuff, but I don't really want to get much more familiar with them because I don't want to see it that much more. Shaman. So Shaman and Mage are definitely the 2 classes to look at.
From strife comes opportunity.
Your soul shall be
Okay, we don't want this. Everything else is good. You got a 1, a 2. I'm not even a big fan of doing this on turn 1, but you could like coin out and do both. And then, I can't really decide. Shamans can be really tough. Man, some of these portraits are...
Surprised to see you at court.
I greet you.
For the roast, my lord.
Yeah, just try to push the pace at the beginning like we always do. It's like you realize at some point that's your only way to win, is to kill them so fucking quickly. Even though the whole deck you get is to play quickly, but more than that, you have to fucking force it. You can't hold anything back ever. Now, I don't even want to do that trade, but...
Sorry, we don't have any.
I'm not a big fan of this behavior, but I can't help it, because like I know how this is gonna go. What kind of other buffs and crazy shit could he do, I wonder? With 3 mana, he could summon a whole bunch still. Okay, but that's only for what else he summons afterwards. So that I don't mind. 2 to 3, that's fine. That's also fine. Actually... shit. It almost, you know what? In a weird way... You can't leave this there. Sometimes you just got to make an executive decision to do that. It's worth it because that card is so fucking cancer and hard to deal with sometimes. Just right outside my attack range too. So if I get the M-Gang boss to stick, the buff could still be good. You're gonna have 1 mana kind of just sitting. We ran a little bit dry on Murlocs there. This we should be able to kill. How many more could he have to summon? Nothing. Push the pace, like I said. Don't worry about the infuse. Just get it. Put the pressure, get the buff. Just fucking finish it. And if they can deal with it, so be it. But that one little extra 3/3 is cute, but it doesn't matter. Add a random Murloc. Okay, how many more do you have in your hand? You have a friendly Murloc poisonous, but it doesn't have rush or anything, so that's fine. Now you will have to kill it because somehow it's going to do some AoE bullshit, I bet. This is very good to do. So this is 8 plus 10, 18. 18 plus 4 is 22. Very close. I mean, just don't do an AoE. What AoE could you possibly do with that anyway? With a minion? Deal damage equal to this minion's attack to all minions or something? What? Okay, that doesn't matter. There's a lot of shit on the board you got to deal with, dude. Lifesteal. This doesn't seem like you can do anything. This is exactly the kind of turn that you want to win on, is like 5 to 6 to 7 at most. Okay, not bad. A lot of these Murloc Shaman things, but this one's a little bit different than before too. Like we were at least seeing Megafin. Okay, 3. Oh man. If we still had the win streak, that would be it pretty much. Kind of interesting how they take that away from you here. Maybe it's fair, but it just feels like if you're getting on a win streak in the first place, you kind of do, you know, it shouldn't be happening often at this level.
Light, guide my hand.
Okay, you don't really want this, although the AoE could be valuable, but you don't want to play like that. I'll keep the silence though. The silence could be important as a way to finish them off quickly. You have a turn 1, a turn 2, but this is not a good turn 2, so hopefully I get another one. A lot of people haven't been using that either lately, which I like. This is the Equip Light's Justice, which leads to upgrading hero power, which leads to like the Carriel thing or whatever, I think. The minion, not the hero. We have the little Denathrius from the beginning, which may or may not be a factor here. Draw 2 1-attack minions from your deck.
The light dims.
Okay, you want to just pop the Divine Shield. Just give me something I can actually play here, which you give me exactly that. I forget exactly what this does. It makes all your Argent Squire people 3/3 for the rest of the game. Is that what it is? I think. Add a 1/2 elemental to the hand. Light's Justice, okay. Actually not bad in this matchup because I am gonna have a lot of 1/1s that are worth whacking into. You're gonna get Lightborn Carriel. Yeah, the other Carriel is better, the fucking hero that makes you immune to all damage, right? Take half damage from everything. Yeah, so this could play a big role as we move on here. I might just do both of these. Try to stem the tide on the board a little bit. These are the kind of matchups that can be tough too, because it's like they're really, you know, you're fighting just for board control. You can't even go phase, so of course they're gonna outlast you. And then he at least has an end game plan, whereas I don't as much. I could draw a whole bunch, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions, lifesteal as well, of course. Upgrade your hero power, fine, fair enough. He's gonna have a whole bunch of 3/3s, which is pretty scary. He's not even gonna trade into that. That's kind of weird. You could silence it. I guess I was assuming there was going to be a noble sacrifice anyway. Otherwise, I would have killed those, but... that was kind of a weird thing. Again, they have like a million secrets though, so you can't really account for that. He has his weapon too, so it's not like he has to do that. He's trying to get ready for the plus 3/3 thing, which maybe doesn't seem that good, but it's going to be hard for me to deal with for sure. Maybe I should try to get... Oh, I can't even do that yet though. You're not going to really get the infused. I'd rather get some card draw out of it. Even if it's just 3 cards. They cast a spell, draw 2 cards. Fine, I couldn't really prevent myself from doing that. This is going to be a little tricky. Summon 5 minions. Give your minions +1/+1. You can just play that, right? Or how much does it cost? Yeah. So there are 3 3s already. You're really gonna go face? I guess you do have a 7/7 that I can't really deal with either. What the fuck? Do I just lose like that? I can't even do this because even if I traded both... Huh. I don't have any way to buff or do anything. Well, please don't be that one, at least. Man, you're one short of at least presenting something that might distract him a little bit. All you'd have to do is 2 damage out of the hand, like a buff or something. Yeah, this one's pretty tough. I was making fun of the other guy for just playing the side quest too, but that's already lethal, isn't it? No, not quite. You're still like 1 short. Give your minions +1. Oh shit. You'll win because of that. You'll win because... Oh wait. I think she missed lethal. She has 12 damage, but if she completed the effect here, she would have had lethal. Actually missing lethal in fucking Diamond 3. What the fuck? But we still lose, obviously. You could give him a whole bunch of buffs, but there's nothing that's going to stop me from...
So many possibilities.
Yeah, you can't really do this one.
Finally! Minions that obey me!
Most.
Yeah, yeah! Yeah!
Job's done.
Cast a random one of the same cost. How about one that heals me? Heal, heal, heal. Give your minions +1/+1 overload.
I don't have enough mana. Well played.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. This person's so dumb that they might miss lethal again.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Give your minions +1/+1, which again you could have done last turn if you didn't play Divine Favor. That's pretty surprising that they would miss that. What are you doing? Why are you being a troll? What? You're actually giving me a chance. This is kind of dumb to play at this level like that. What if this Denathrius play was actually a thing that I could do?
The top shelf is X.
Oh, I can't even attack with that. Well, if they're not going to finish me off, I'm not going to finish myself off, but... You might be surprised, but it's still not going to be enough to do anything, but...
Reporting for duty.
They gotta enjoy the victories when they get them, because apparently they're not gonna get them often, even though this deck is really good. I don't know why they're doing that. It's kind of gutsy to do that at this rank too, though. Like, you really are that cocky that you're just gonna keep trolling people. I kind of just want to make the push, but this could take a while. You shouldn't get overzealous. 3... How many games would that be? That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3. So like 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. Gonna try a few more, I guess. It is sometimes good when you lose one to just don't queue up right away, so you don't play the same exact person again, theoretically. Or if you win one, you can queue up right away. Just, it doesn't happen often that you play the exact same person, but how would I even know? Because it just says your opponent. I guess I'm always playing the same person. Okay, Rogue. Just don't be the Crystal Cave shenanigans, which you can't even rush down. Somehow, it just doesn't work. Silence could maybe be okay. It's hard to really say. I don't know what I really want out of this. Maybe could have kept the Imp Gang boss, but it's fine. I mean, you could even do this as a turn 2. It's not ideal, though.
I see you've brought guests.
40. Okay, so it's going to be a pirate rogue, apparently. It doesn't have charge anymore, at least. Dealing damage to yourself is not the greatest idea, but I'll do it. So this will trade into either of those, the 1, 2. So it's actually not bad here. But 40 health with a pirate thing, so I'm not entirely sure why that is. But like, if you're going to be aggro, why even worry about the 40 health thing? You're not going to go rush down yourself. You're going to rush them down, at least ideally. But that shows you just how strong the 40 health thing is. Even if it doesn't fit, people still do it. Just because it is such a crazy game-changing thing. Put this down, kill this one. That is quite a bit of commitment of health just to summon 3 2s. So what exactly are they trying to do, I wonder? If not just rush me down. So the infuse would be fine, but we gotta wait a turn to do it. So now obviously you gotta play for board control, I assume, against them. Plus 1 less per weapon attack of your weapon. So you're gonna take a little bit of damage to the face, which isn't really that encouraging because at least we'll have some good infused capacity, but you just got to keep the pressure on very hard. Let's see what they come up with here. This one's very close. In fact, I could trigger it myself. Raid like that. Kingsbane. Okay, we haven't seen this in a while. This used to be pretty good. We're gonna get a triple copy here. Get them under that coveted 30 HP threshold. Just trade both of these in, summon all 3, and then we set up for another infuse even if he deals with this one. So Rafam would have been the one that you really want to have on top of this, but it's gonna be too late now. Give your weapon your hero attacks, draw a card. Silver leaf poison or potion? It must be poison. You're gonna hit me in the face. Okay. Is that really prudent to do? You should have taken something out. Wait, why did you do that? I'm gonna ghost. That's stealth. Okay, you're gonna go for like some kind of lethal combination that I won't be able to stop, I guess. Draw a whole bunch of cards. Of course, there is no healing in this. Speaking of Rafam, I think discovering something could actually be good too. See if something, your opponent discards one, return it, draw the lowest cost. I mean, this is fine because it still does count as an imp. So unless you can kill me like right here, which you very well might be able to, I'm getting the sense that you went face for a reason there. I think I just lose. You have like double cold blood, eviscerate, sinister strike. Draw another card, draw 2 cards for, or you would think that would overwrite itself. But now you're concerned about the board. That's weird. The death rattle is give a friendly minion +2 health. If you clear the board, obviously we have the infuse. We have a double infuse. Okay, you can play that again. You could silence it. You can silence it and go for the kill. So is that all you got? Are you gonna attack something with the 3/3? Or I guess if you destroy something, deals damage, returns to your hand. Okay, you're not gonna make it that easy for me. Oh shit. Okay, that's the kind of lethal combination. And of course, silencing them wouldn't do anything, right? Because they're not buffed. They just have that default. So if I silence everything now, I could only do 6, 7. So I could trade here, trade here, summon a taunt that you could deal with, but at least it'll slim down the damage a bit. Go like this, go like this, and then we're just hoping that he can't finish me off. He could create another one like that. So a 7/7 plus the 4 attack weapon is not enough to kill me, even if the taunt wasn't there. But let's see. This is gonna be a big turn. Okay, it's still not enough. It's still not enough. He's searching for lethal. If he can get rid of the taunt, he has it. Please don't. No.
Give me that.
Really? Come on. That's so stupid. But there was no mistake that was made. I didn't have lethal or anything. Fuck. It is going to be a little bit tricky because of how much, you know, you're going to go back and forth for real. There is going to be no consistency with the win streak kind of carrying you. That was an interesting rogue deck. I think I could beat that one most of the time, or at least some of the time, but that was a very tricky amount to worry about for lethal. 17, just like that. I don't know if the silence gets rid of stealth, but even if it does, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. Hunter. Haven't seen a lot of these, to be fair.
Tremble before the might of the elves.
Your soul shall be mine.
You have a 1 and a 2. You don't really want that. That one's okay, but you don't want to play it this early. Yeah, I don't think I did anything really wrong in that matchup.
For the roast, my lord.
Okay, so you go ahead, do the Bloodhound thing. You have to be a little bit careful because you don't want to damage yourself too much by using it, but presumably they're the ones who the pressure is on to trade into it. Okay, we haven't actually seen this in a while though, even though for a long time this was all we would see from hunters. So it can be pretty hard to deal with, but maybe not. Let's see. You gotta hit him hard, hit him fast. Deal 2 damage. You can put down the portal if you have nothing else to play. But this somehow seems better. Just make them kind of scared, buff stuff up. Never overcommit the buff, like you don't have to put it on this thing. Even though that would make it really hard to kill, like health-wise. Like it's turn 4 and you have like a fucking 11 health minion. Which hunters have a hard time dealing with big single targets and AoE stuff. Deal 2, so you definitely are focused on your little quest here. Deal damage with 2 spells, deal damage with 2 spells. Didn't they like nerf it to make it like 3 spells or something? I thought they did that. I'm gonna do the buff. Actually, because I did just say that, it's so hard for them to deal with. It might be worth it. Like, how are you going to deal with the 5/9 at this point when your only concern seems to be casting random fucking spells all day? If you clear the board, I can get the infuse out of it, or not even clear the board. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's really, really good. At least you have to commit a lot, but you're really going out of your way. More like you're doing exactly what you would want to do anyway. Does he still even have enough to kill it? He still doesn't. It's worth it to take 2 to do 5, I suppose.
Sorry, we don't have any.
We'll have the buff and we'll have Rafam. I'm not even going to tap for whatever reason, just because somehow I'm going to start to get rushed down myself, but you shouldn't worry about that. You should just go all in no matter what. Is that 5-3 really going to prove to be the deciding factor, that he just can't get rid of it? I wonder. Okay, he can do that. Is he not going to have any more spells for now? That would be good. As if, dude. Fuck. Everything fucking... So what does it actually do again? It lets you... Every time you play a spell, refresh your hero power. Which of course you have unlimited spells. Just... incredible. This dude is stuck around for a long time. So can you do something here or not? Can you deal with this entirely very menacing board? Hunters really are the weak link here because they can't do much about this. This could be a very favorable matchup most of the time. Although they still got their condition, I just don't know how good it is against me. I didn't even tap just in case they somehow had some crazy combo. That doesn't fucking matter.
Masterful. I concede.
It seems like you lose 2 when you're on the cusp of it too. Because I was 3 plus 1 star. Then I went back to 4 with 2. Shouldn't you just go back to 4 with 3? That's kind of unfair. So whenever you're about to go into the next thing, you lose 2 instead of 1, which is retarded. And you also obviously don't have the win streaks to lean on. Yeah, give me another hunter then, if that's how it's gonna be. Demon. Oh shit. I got another hunter in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
Will shield my people.
Your soul shall be mine.
Okay, keep everything but this. Rafam is obviously important. I haven't seen demon hunters too much in a while either. I'm not sure really what my record was against them. It was okay, basically. You can do the little health buff, I suppose. Don't really need to do the Voidwalker, but we'll see what he's got. He doesn't have 40 health, which is an encouraging sign at least. Just the fact that... okay. A 1-4. It almost feels like I have enough plays though to justify doing it. Summon the Bloodhound, summon the Imp Yang, and then figure something out for turn 4. Hopefully by then. Just flood the fucking board. That's the whole point. Which of course they do a lot too as demon hunters. But I guess I don't know exactly what I'm playing against. After your hero attacks, but you don't even have the ability to do that, do you? Summon the 2 cost. Get rid of some of their minions. Are really high value effects, like that Naga that deals 3 every time one of your minions dies. One of their minions dies. That can be really hard to deal with if it's behind a couple taunts. Perfect opportunity for a silence that I have. That stupid fish. Okay, you're gonna hit that only for 1. Deal damage equal... wait. What? How was that an honorable kill? It didn't even do enough. Oh, you buffed it with your own base attack. I see. Now, how far is Rafam off? He has 3 more to do. One of which could be the imp that the Imp Gang boss summons once you hit it in the first place. This could be okay for the next turn. I don't really want to tap though. That seems too slow. People have a penchant for just attacking into stuff a lot. Deal 2 twice. Okay, fine. Didn't want to flood my board with imps by doing it to that thing. I get it. You do 1, 2, 3, which I'm actually okay with doing because I'm setting up for Rafam in such a way that I just want that to be the focus. Like, go ahead, clear my board, and then I should be able to just fucking kill you, but maybe not. Demon Hunters also don't have the greatest AoEs necessarily, right? There's a few. There's like a 7 cost one that does a good amount, but generally it's not the best. After your hero attacks, deal 1 damage. Speaking of AoEs, but that's a neutral one at least. Draw a fell spell. You'll deal 1 to everything. Of course, I can't do it this turn. Very over the top animation. Like, we get the point, dude. Give me the... I don't know what I would even want here. That's okay, I guess. I may as well just take advantage of it while I can. Could put another librarian down. Could put this down. Now, what can I do? I can trade. You have 2. You have 3. It's not going to buff it very much, though. Go ahead and trade that. Go ahead and go in there. So now we're setting up for Rafam very clearly. Which is, the buff is not going to be the kill condition, but just the stuff that I summon might be hard to deal with. After you cast a spell, attack the lowest health enemy, but it's only a 2/4. At the start of your next turn, draw a card, reduce cost by 1, give your hero 3 attack this turn. Wait, why does that keep happening? After you cast a spell, okay. Alright, so you cleared my board pretty well. I will give you credit for that. How many spells are you really going to cast if that's going to come into play, I wonder? Like, you only have 3 cards. Right, just faces the place. That tends to actually serve you pretty well. Like, what, you're going to wipe my board with that somehow? Just attack... use, like, an endless loop spell? Like a warpath? What do you have? What do you have? What could you have that would clear my board here? 2 attack, draw a card, so you'll hit that too. Fine. Okay, at least playing it out, but nothing really to see there. Now, if I lose this one, watch. If I lose this, I won't just lose this star. I'll lose the last one too. That's what I don't get. Why should it be that punishing? It should bring you back to 3 with 0 stars. I'm pretty sure it brought me back to 4 with 2 stars. But that's taking away the one that would be in this tier and then the next one too. Okay, the what class is it? It's a druid. We're getting a little bit of class variety now, at least, which we weren't as much before.
Your soul shall be mine.
None of this is great. The Bloodhound tends to never steer me wrong, though, at the beginning, just because it is so beefy and tanky. So you even get 2 of them, but you don't have a turn 1 play, which is a very dangerous proposition. You never want that to happen. In fact, I could chalk up most of my losses to that, maybe, where you either don't have a turn 1 play or you don't have a very good sequence of moves at the beginning, which that's kind of rough. Hopefully they don't do anything themselves. Just don't do anything and I'm good with it. Please. Good. Yeah, I could have used you a little while ago, dude. As much as I don't like you, that whenever I do want you or need you, you don't come out. So this card is fucking trash. So you could do this for the Imp Gang bosses, or you could just summon an Imp Gang boss. Let me see. Trigger a friendly minion's death rattle. I think this is good enough. You know what? It's kind of a good play, I think, too. You can have 2 2/6s and then a bunch of 2 5s as well. Setting up for a good buff situation. Should be pretty hard to get rid of these, is kind of the whole idea. Get them to stick, get them to buff. Get them to do a whole bunch of damage to my own face, of course, is the one trade-off. But it's okay. Trigger a friendly minion's death rattle. I wonder what these death rattles are gonna be, though, is really the question. Probably something very impactful, I will say. Go face, go face, go face. But whatever you do, just don't clear my board, and I'm happy with it, because the buff is gonna do quite a bit to you. You can trigger a death rattle twice, though, so I'm just trying to think. Maybe something that destroys an enemy minion or does a certain amount of damage to you. Must be something like that. Dredge. So they're really struggling to get what they want, I guess, here. Okay, that's fine. I mean, we still do a certain amount of damage from it. You just don't get the buff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, interestingly, you still have to deal with this. That's like the first slow play that I've made. It is turn 5 too. So we still would be setting up for an okay buff just with that alone, I guess. Or like the infuse effect. That's the funny thing about it. You still take 10 damage, even if you take back control of the game a little bit. But now you need an AoE, which presumably you have, or something that does like 1 damage, or nothing to do with that at all, I guess. Cast twice, of course. Bought you a turn, barely though. They're preparing for something crazy. I just don't know what it is with this death rattle shit. Or they could just be getting unlucky with stuff. It's kind of bad to block your board like this though, but then again, if you're hitting him for this much every turn, let him just ignore it then. Okay. Kind of hard to know like what even that deck is, but whatever. Wait, quest to learn to earn reward XP. Yeah. When did they introduce that reward track anyway? I forget. Okay, do you really want this against a shaman? You might want it, but what you really want is to just take control of the board too. Let's just sack all that. 1/1. So how about a double flame imp turn 1? How about that? But then we won't have a turn 2, 3, so it could be a mistake. That's the kind of high tempo play that I like to do though. Or you could even just do this, but I don't see why. Yeah, in fact, you definitely shouldn't do it, because now you could coin out a turn 2 of that. At least you have a play. Or you could do both of these together, something like that. Is this going to be the Totem Shaman or the Murloc Shaman, or what is it going to be? You'd think a Murloc would have summoned something already by now. Murloc, okay. Again, push the pace a little bit.
For the roast, my lord.
Push the pace, flood the board. Now what this would be perfect for is if you had the ability to have the portal, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen here. And they could have an AoE, but again, they're more focused on playing around AoEs themselves. I don't know how much they're really going to fit in their deck with the Murloc focus. Or they have like the minion that deals damage, but right, there's a Murloc that deals 2 damage to all things, but besides Murlocs, or even this one, of course. Oh, that is so okay.
I can't do that.
All right. I mean, how do you really play around that? Just don't summon too much, but then you got to keep the pace going too. That is very, very tough. I kind of forgot about. Oh wait, you're mixing in Shudderwalk with fucking. I guess I have to just do stuff like this, just get something on the board. That is very frustrating though. How the fuck do you play around that play? Add a wind chill to your hand. There's also that minion that just freezes all minions on the board that they do to kind of cuck you from killing them. They're just gonna rush me down and there's nothing I can do about it. Pretty much the size of it. Voidwalker in this. I could just do that. I can't really afford to tap. I might just even settle for doing that because I just don't see what we have going right now. They can do 6, 7, and probably a lot more. Devolve. A 2/6 and a 2/5. After you cast a spell, reduce the cost of a random card in your hand by 1. Okay, this was an interesting one. Secretly choose to counter next minion or spell while this is alive. I mean, I guess I'll play both anyway.
These books all ruined.
Predictable.
Why do you fall?
You can go ahead and hit this. Hit this. No, it's a 2/6 and a 3/3 behind a taunt, so it's not the end of the world, but I don't really see what the win condition here is. Tradable, destroy your opponent's weapon. 3 mana, 3/4. Destroy your opponent's armor. Some meta focused stuff. I guess I wasn't so wrong for putting that in there necessarily. We can do, after you cast a spell, reduce the cost. So don't worry about this guy. Let's try to take out these two. Can I do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, and 4. You could do like
Well played.
1, 2. Shut up. 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Or 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. But this would survive. 1, 2, 2, 1, 3. And then the thing with that is you have to account for that he's going to have enough damage in his hand probably. He's very happy to attack face regardless. This was a weird one. After you play a battle cry, repeat the first battle cry played this turn. Return your other minions to their hand. They cost 1. In a way, that's kind of anti-pace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I would need something that gives me like 1 attack. After your hero takes damage, refresh a mana crystal.
For the roast, my lord.
Blood for the hood!
I greet you.
Greetings, friend.
Okay, just do it.
Oh, it's a bit to get windy out here.
This time.
Maybe a little bit of back and forth. That's fine. I should be used to it from silver when I'm using my theme deck. Getting hard stuck at silver. Okay, so try a little bit more. So if you lose this one, do you really lose 2 stars? Because that seems weird. It seems like you do. You end up at the last tier but missing 1 star when you're already +1 here. You should stay in this tier but just lose the star. I don't know why that's a thing, but it shows you how long it's been since I've really given a shit about doing this too. But
Your soul shall be mine.
you can do this into this to get like a 5 attack thing. The problem with that is it's too fluky, because what if you don't get a 2 cost? Right, so you get a whole bunch of 1 cost. This is also a very slow play, so I don't like doing it. But this isn't getting a value yet, and this isn't going to matter much. You want to put that in front of something that has high attack or a full board. Is it going to be the same Tavish thing, the Hunter? Not a big fan of this Rexstar portrait. Looks a little bit silly. Okay, he's going to have the same thing. You got a good turn 1, turn 2 sequence. You can even justify doing this then because you're going to get it to 2 attack at least, but that's fine. We could do both of these or we could do this. This is probably better. This is always a pretty reliable card at the beginning, just it's hard to get rid of by pretty much anybody. So I'm assuming you don't have the quest, otherwise he would have. He's using the mobile card back, playing on his fucking phone. Okay, he is gonna do it, but he's just baiting me out. He really had to think that long about, do I want to play the quest or not? You know, like there's clearly a lot of good reasons not to play it on turn 1, right? Actually, there might be if you have to summon something just to slow down the rush if you really feel threatened, but what's the worst case that it could be? Please be freezing trap so I can just play it again. Fuck it. Explosive trap doesn't bother me at all. Put this down. I'm not going to do the Void Walker, so that's fine. So now I could do this just as a static play, even if you don't get the infuse, right? Just to put the pressure, and it's still worth it. Deal 2 damage. You're gonna have to do a bit more than that. At least he's having to burn spells, but you know, it's not that big of a commitment apparently. And doing this is kind of bad because he has 40 health. That's what you have to remember. It's just not an equal playing field. You do like this, or you could just do this. The infuse is down to only 1, so maybe
For the roast, my lord.
maybe I could do this, even though it's not really what I want to do the most. You shouldn't really worry about your health too much, though. You just have to kill him before he kills you. But this is making it a little bit too easy, I guess, for him. Presumably, he's going to have to kill this at some point, though. That's the point. But he just leaves it around and lets me kill myself. Okay, he's going to kill it. Good. Doing me a favor in a way, because I just can't help but attack. So what you're going to do is play the triple infuse here. Perfect timing. Yeah, not too bad. We're getting him around that 30 HP threshold. Now you're presenting 12, 13, 14 damage. No portal or buffs or anything, but that bartender could be very good here. Deal 3 and cast a secret from your deck. Cast 2. Okay. What is that, a combo card? Why does it say cast 2? Oh, honorable kill. Deal 1 damage to my face. I better be careful. That's him basically telling me that he's confident he can just kill me. That is about the perfect thing you could ask for. Nothing's gonna die, even if it's explosive trap. Freezing trap. Exactly as planned. I want to get more HP out of it. Fuck it.
The top shelf is...
Okay, just go for the kill. If you can kill me, fine, so be it. You very easily could, actually, because his hero power is free, so if he just plays like double kill command, something like that. These are pretty immune to the whole AoE effect, though. The explosive trap. That's not that big of a deal. You should actually just be dead here. I don't see what that trap could be that could stop me from just killing him, right? Maybe 2, 5, 10, 13. Why wouldn't this just work?
Pay your tab.
Doesn't really matter. You kind of countered your own trap. What, do you got a fucking Hunter ice block? Wait, why did that do more? I thought I still had to attack with the thing. Oh no, I had more damage than what I thought. Never mind. We're gonna get the fucking golden portrait before we get to legend. Each class has 16 different core cards you can unlock as you level up. They've changed even how that stuff works all over time. I don't know, like there's like different sets of the same card. Like the Tundra Rhino, I had it, but then it said I didn't have it, so I crafted it, but then I had 2 of them. It's not like even a gold issue. You could coin this out, but then you're not gonna have a next play. So what do I do? Forget about the portal, I guess, for now. You do have a nice little 1, 2, 3. You have the Denathrius, which is good against Priest generally. It can be the win condition at least. Or it's like, you know, relatively not as bad as everything else is against the Priest, at least. But he doesn't have the 40 health at least. That's encouraging. What is he playing at? Silence all minions. This is generally the same thing that we always see, I think. I'm a bigger fan of doing this, but why don't we just do both? We have an acceptable curve. We just go face, face, face. Hopefully he plays kind of slow at the beginning, but the fact that I coined that out probably shows you that he shouldn't. Next spell you play costs 1 less. And that'll be regardless of when it happens.
Sorry, we don't have any.
Just ignore it, I guess. Get as much damage in as you can, even though he's probably going to heal through it. Okay, that one can be really annoying sometimes. This buff isn't going to mean much. But you may as well just do that. Get it as low as you possibly can. What did I really lose besides 1 health on the minion and 2 health to my face, right? That's what you have to do to get rid of a fucking 3-cost taunt. That's one of those things where silence could be good. Not that you do it here, but just something they do to slow down the pace that you can just bypass it completely. After you cast a spell, gain +1 attack until next turn. You're gonna silence my shit, but it didn't do really all that much. So a whole bunch of imps and the Void Walker. The portal is the portal gonna be worth it? I feel like it might, but there's not much I could do about his board right now anyway. So if I could just do a buff here, that'd be good. If he doesn't clear the board or something crazy. Add a 1/1 Noggling to your hand. Discover something that costs 3 less to cast. Discover a spell that costs 3 or less. Okay.
Pick me, pick me.
How wonderful. What a surprise. I'm actually gonna have to tap here, which I'm not the biggest fan of doing. This technically would still work for it.
These books are ruined.
Kill this. Kill this, even though now he can trade into it, but that's fine with me. This is a very slow-paced game start, so I'm obviously gonna lose. Alright, he's just stopping me from doing anything to the face. Spirit Lash is just like super omega tier value sometimes like that. The amount of healing alone you get from it is insane. So maybe the Denathrius could be a sneaky way to win, but I kind of highly doubt it will be. Because you have to realize that by the time you get to turn 10, they're going to control the board. So they're going to have a big 10-10 taunt or something that's going to soak up the damage. That's why you have to get them down to at least 15 or something, even if you are planning to... Okay. It's kind of a weird thing. You can't really afford to wait. You just have to keep doing stuff. Honestly, this is more threatening than anything else. It'd be worth it just to get rid of that. We're gonna get our fucking Denathrius up to 50 and it still won't be enough to kill him. It's kind of what we had the experience against that armor guy before. Armor priest. But that's not what this is, at least. We could trade into those two at least. Or we wouldn't even have to trade. The way that he's just getting me to focus on the board is pretty spectacular, though. Maybe I should have just ignored it, but then he's going to keep punishing me with something.
Swim back from whence you came.
Gain +1/+1. Okay. Now we won't even be able to trade. Pretty good value. You can just do it an infinite number of times. Fucking amazing. Don't even get the infused thing there. You're pretty much going to be able to kill me. 5, 10, 15, 16.
Most, my lord.
In fact, I'll just do it. Forget about the infused. just to kind of stall it out. So he's got 4, 5, 6 plus 9, 15. You don't have to worry about the buff as much here. Just like get the value that you can, try to survive. Silence everything, which again didn't matter that much. If you cast a holy spell, restore 6 to all friendly characters, fine. This is not going to be nearly enough to kill him. I mean, you'd have to clear his board, which is going to be impossible to do. Just impossible. I'm just dead. Okay, so priests are going to be what they are. Can't worry too much about that. You get hard stuck at fucking Diamond 3. Okay, I can do this tomorrow or something. You don't have to fucking push it. I just want to see how far I could get. What happened? Like it looks like you're locked in. As long as I don't get a disconnect loss. That almost happened earlier. Like you're locked into a game, but you're not in a game, so I don't get it. Fuck, don't bug me out, dude. Why would it do that? Like you can't cancel, but you also aren't in a game. Somehow I must be... Okay, there we go. Red Crane Jaina. Have I seen that one?
Will be my guide.
Your soul shall be mine.
You have a 1 and a 2. I guess I'll keep it. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of doing that as a 1. That can sometimes be good against mages, but you have to get them before the time warp shit happens. I'm assuming that's what it's going to be. Interesting that we saw a mech mage this high up even. Not quite this high, but whatever, wherever it was. See, if there was the win streak, we would have had it by now. Right? We would have pushed forward enough, but that's the hard thing about this stage, I guess. You can't rely on that. Shiny Murloc. Why are they taking so long to mulligan their hand? Okay, so they have the 40 health, but are they going to be time warp or not? Gonna do this. The silence can sometimes be good here. The funny thing with silence against mages and stuff is because you're doing it defensively, not offensively. Like you're doing it on your own stuff to stop it from being frozen, just so you can break through and kill them. Which you can also get through taunts and stuff, obviously. So is he going to react in a knee-jerk way or just wait it out? Pretty cool portrait, but it's so bright at the top you can barely see her face.
Time runs out on me.
Okay, so it is time warp, which means we have to go super fast to be able to... Why would you even do that when you could just... I guess because you're so concerned with getting the spells, but I think if you're gonna coin out to kill a 1/1, you may as well just do your hero power to save a card, but I get it. So it's very hard to beat this. Your best chance is just to get them very fast, which means you would probably need Rafam too in your hand from the beginning. This probably isn't going to come into play because by the time you get to turn 10, they've already won. Why can you remove being frozen with silence instead of a warm campfire? Well, there is no such card like that, so... Yeah, we're in the Hearth anyway, playing Hearthstone, so we should just be able to go over to the Cauldron like we're in an inn. Hit him in the face. 2 out of 8. So we were about to kill him when he was at 3 out of 8, the other guy. That's how we beat him. So our damage is way behind already. Just gotta keep flooding the board. They should have integrated it so you could play this while playing WoW. Like you sit down at a table and it just opens up Hearthstone in the game and just lets you play it. That'd be a cool RP. In fact, all the Blizzard games should have been like that. Not that you have to do it like that, but you can. You can go to a certain place and play StarCraft. You can go to a certain place and play Diablo. Because they're all like fictional universes within the Warcraft universe, quote unquote. Or they could be. Because like this is the sort of thing you could see. It's like if people in real life play Civilization or something based on real life history. This would be Warcraft characters playing their own history and hypothetical stuff. Like what if Jaina became a bitch, Frost Lich, and killed everybody like she did in Dalaran anyway.
Time runs out on me.
Morally gray. Okay, so you're freezing a whole bunch of shit, which is fine. I mean, you could do this. You could do it. It seems a little premature though, but I'll still do it. Fuck it. You lose the Imp Gang boss's ability as a result of doing that. I guess these two could have been okay too, but I'm kind of expecting an AoE. And of course, this is going to be better on turn 5. But I'm very willing to play this before then, as we've seen. I don't mind it. The whole concept of the imp things almost makes you want to play like a necromancer in Diablo and just fucking summon a whole bunch of shit. Not enough games have classes like that where you just, it's not about summoning stuff, it's about summoning a large amount of stuff that's weak and expendable just to let it die. Hero power does 1 more damage. I don't really care too much about that.
Did you see that?
Who even voices Jaina? I don't know what her voice actress is, but pretty iconic. So we can give it a whole bunch of health.
For the roast, my lord.
And you kind of just have to fully commit. You really can't go about it any other way. But at some point they're going to play a secret, and so we're going to have to pop the secret and then... Oh, this is bad for a freeze thing because I can't summon anything else. And I already used up the silence. So maybe you should save it for here because they're going to blizzard.
Time to watch.
And of course the coin counts towards this too. That can give you a big lead. But I'm the one who had the coin. Freeze a minion, fine. We can kill this stupid thing so she doesn't keep whatever, so buff this shit up.
The top shelf is X.
We can hit this and it'll still survive. And then hit him in the face hardcore. Now you're gonna get time warp and you're gonna kill me right now, so it's already over. It's already over. This is how quickly, because you can get an unlimited number of turns just based on that. Play the birds, play the time warp, play the bird, play the bird, play the bird, and you win the fucking game. That's so stupid. It's over. I lose. Like, it's so stupid. What the fuck? That card may as well just say you win the game. That's a new Mechathune, or you don't even have to destroy it or just you win. You just win. Play the stupid bird. Maybe for once she doesn't have the bird. But even then you could hit me in the face like a few times. Or you'll cuck me with ice. Wait, actually if you play Time Warp without killing me though, then it's fine because you're not going to get another time warp. Or no, you will, because you can still play the stupid bird. We obviously have to do this first. Ice barrier doesn't bother me too much. They can still play time warp again because of the stupid ass, whatever it's called, the bird. Yeah, Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds remake. Just look at this stupid fucking bird from Hearthstone. That's the scariest thing you've ever seen. He's gonna freeze everything. Add a biscuit. But do you have the bird or don't you? That's just what I'm wondering. I'm like getting fucking tremors from like, please don't summon the bird. Please don't summon the bird. That's what you have to get lucky with. Because that'll be still the highest cost card that they've played. Oh, I guess they can't play Blizzard because if they did, then they would use that with the bird instead. So you want to get them to 1, obviously. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, you just have to deal with it. I could have Secret Eater since this has been such a big issue, but they're still gonna win. Play the stupid bird. I'm just waiting for it. Freeze all minions. If I was 1 turn further, I could do Denathrius. That might catch him by surprise. Each bird. I guess they really don't have the bird, and they're really searching for it. Of course, they'll get another ice block, so even... Man, are you kidding me, dude? You just gotta keep a space open for Denathrius. I got nothing else I can even do. You would need another silence, or you would need another... It's over. How the fuck do you not have that bird yet, dude? Play the stupid bird. Or play another spell that costs more than 5 so you can't play it. So stupid. So stupid. Even when it didn't work out their way, it still works out. Holy fuck. They can just do it on an endless loop. There's no limit to it. It's so dumb. Holy shit.
With me, friend.
Fair and balanced, fun and interactive. There's literally nothing you can do, but I'm just gonna sit here and watch it.
The time has come.
How do they keep making more copies of it, though? Add 1/1 copies of minions to your hand. They cost 1. Okay, that's how. Mage is only missing infinite ice blocks. They probably did still have another one, though. A third one.
Me, friend.
I mean, at some point, they're probably actually going to change that, because that interaction is a bit too strong. Okay, so now it didn't take me down to 4, at least. Okay, I shouldn't overdo it. So I'm at 3, so I can try it, like, tomorrow or something. I did do pretty good today, actually. I got from, like, 8 to 3. So it shouldn't be that much longer, but now it's starting to get really hard. If I was hypothetically to try something else... I guess I can't find a good reference to like what is actually a good thing besides that Mechathone. Like none of this is very high rated that I'm seeing on like decks for anybody, like hot wild decks. But then you go by rating and there's nothing really that high rated. Or you have to search by year or something. The most recent one. I assume that Guff thing was good for a while. The Druid thing, that's why they nerfed it. So we're seeing the Murloc Shaman. But these are only like plus 12 or something. How can the rating not be better than that? Plus 12? 12 people think it's a good deck? Like, what the fuck is that? All around priest. There is apparently a warrior one in there. Renathal, big warrior. Highlander Reno Galakron. Rogue. Triple Reno Galaxy. 34 minions, 4 spells, but then what else? How can it be a 38 card deck? Highlander Warlock, Wild. Legend EU Murloc Shaman. This must be the one that we're seeing, right? Draw Murlocs, Murkai. Tiny Fin. Every Fin is awesome. This must be the one that we're seeing, but I haven't seen a lot of these cards. That fucking poisonous combo is pretty crazy. Win 11 ranked games in a row. That's kind of what you would have to do. Edit, probably not. Perfect Infinite Priest, which is like the most expensive fucking deck ever. What the hell is that? Awaken the Makers. Mida of the Pure Light. Archbishop Benedictus. Bonswamdi. Play all cards your opponent played last turn. Murozond the Infinite. Zyrelia the Hero. Sir Finley Sea Guide. Prince Renathal. Zola the Gorgon. Arphis. Theotar the Mad Duke. Oh, that's the one he was talking about. I didn't know his name offhand. Barista Lynchen. Mutinous the Devourer. King Toggle Woggle. Sathrovar and Nazoth. So it only has about 20 legendaries. Nice. Okay, last one. I'm gonna fucking get bumped down to 4, I bet. Actually, I've been stuck at exactly 3, it feels like. Like, I keep winning one, losing one. This is normally where the win streak would help me, but of course you don't have that to lean on. Oh.
Gul'dan versus Nemzi.
Oracle Guardian Nemzi. So many different versions of Nemzi. You don't really want this or this. You could coin out a two cost, but you want a 1 cost, which you get. That's an acceptable play. Let me guess, it's gonna be the Mechithune. I could certainly try it, but I just don't know if I want to. I want something more fast-paced. That's why I like this one. Even the Murloc Shaman thing seems interesting. Although it doesn't seem that good. Like, my experience against it has been generally favorable, at least. Whereas Mechithune has been very bad. They always tap early, which normally I would like, but I could have done that to buff this chick's attack too, but we can do it next. Murloc. I like how many different versions of the same type of deck there have been over the course of the history of this game. Like, there was Mech Mage, then there was another Mech Mage, now there's another Mech Mage. Like, there's so many different Murloc decks for the same class. Or like Pirate Warrior. It used to be like really shitty, then it used to be really good, then it's now the Juggernaut or whatever. You could do this. So you want to bring out maximum value. The file wouldn't work by itself, at least. I'm more than a fish, I'm more than a man. Death will rise from the tides. Deal 5 damage to all minions. Destroy a card in your deck for each kill, which actually is something that benefits them, because they want to do that. Wait, what if they destroyed Mechithune, though? Wait. That could actually fuck them over. I still want to do the buff if he's gonna let me. That's kind of weird. I am Murloc. So, what's the deal? They must already have it in their hand if they're gonna play that. But then it's kind of just weird having that card in the first place. Because you would never want to play it and risk plus 1 if your hand is full.
More bones to gnaw on.
Okay, dude. The buff would still be good if you just let me do it.
The top shelf is
Get a little bit of face damage in, I guess. So Rafam is going to be pretty juiced out, I think. You need one more, though. Cost one less for each damage your hero has taken, which of course that takes on a new dimension because you don't even have to be low for it anymore. That's kind of broken with Renathal. You normally have to be at like 10 for it to be good, instead of now you could be at 20. Like, that's such a big deal. I don't even know what to do about this. What is this deck that I'm playing? Is this still the Mechathune? It doesn't feel like it. I'll just keep going face and hope the 8/8 doesn't punish me too much. I could even do Dreadlich here and just try to kill it if I need to. But it still won't be enough damage, I don't think.
You know nothing of death.
Okay, they're gonna do it too. How perfect. So I could do this, but I might have to. Level 3 agonies in your opponent's deck. I don't really care too much about that. I mean, I'm just gonna have to do it. And then we can do a buff too. Which one do I want to buff? Just do this guy. We can do a 7/7. Devour all enemy minions. Like, what is that card, dude? This is so dumb. There's nothing I can do about that.
You know nothing of death.
What the fuck? I don't even know what I'm playing against. Is it the same deck or not? Technically, it's still not over. If all they have is the damage on the board, he would do like... He would do... Let's say 15... Oh no, he does have enough. Murloc is OP. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Because the whole idea is, okay, if you kill them first, you get them back. But with my deck, at least, I don't have a way to kill stuff out of the hand. There's no way to do it besides just killing it. And you have to get through this first. And even if you silence them, it'll silence this too, so you won't get it back. You gonna let the curse do it? How cute. So we're not seeing a mirror matchup at least. Yeah, let's see what other kind of matchups we got. What's that other thing that... Oh, Mutinous can eat something out of your hand. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that card design, the Gigafin. Destroy all enemy minions. Just like that. It should always destroy all minions, period. Like, including your own. So you at least have to play it with a bit more caution. Gonna be a Demon Hunter. Let's see what this is gonna be. You have a 1, 2, 3, and another 1. Not bad. So is it worth it to do this, I wonder? It seems too slow. Very slow. This is actually not bad, just as a trade proposition.
For the roast, my lord.
We have a 2 and we have a 3. So you could just kill this. He could play like one spell and then hit me with his hero power. I don't know what this card back is. It's pretty cool. Of course, you can't see the middle of it very well. They strategically block that out of your view. I don't know why. Give your hero 2 attack. They may attack an additional enemy minion. Amazing. But you would still have to... Wait. You would still have to trade into it, though. Which is fine with me. This is fine, too. I don't mind even having 2 of those. You could do both of these together, or you could summon a whole bunch of stuff on the board. Which one would be better? Can you freeze a flame imp? Yeah, you can freeze anything you want. You could freeze an ice giant. So we could do both of these, or should I do this? I forget what kind of AoEs the Demon Hunter really has. They certainly have some.
Each
Cheap
star,
ones.
A foe vanquished.
I guess that, in a manner of speaking, could be considered one, but...
Strike now!
Got 2 1-1s. So doing this maybe is not that productive.
Why do you
So he doesn't have the 40 health at least, so that I'm a big fan of. So what do we do now? I can't really tap. I'll still do this. Give your hero +4 attack, draw a card. Seems like most people have trouble dealing with these 2 at least. Choose a card in your hand to shuffle into your deck. 2 mana 5/4. Why is that? Why is that a thing? Who cares? Let's just go face. What is this value proposition? Use a card in your hand and shuffle to your deck. That's not such a bad thing. Why is it so good? Huh. And I'm assuming if your hand is empty, then you don't even have to do anything. After your hero attacks, draw until you have 3 cards. Fine. Don't AoE. After your hero attacks, draw a fell spell. Yeah, he's still gonna take the damage though, you realize. I thought he might trade it with the 5/4. Give me the portal, please. I guess I might discover something that buffs my stuff a little bit. 5/5 Dreadlord with something something. This still counts as a demon, I suppose. They might have a way to deal with this, but I'm just not gonna give a shit. There's gonna be 8, 9, 10 damage. He's just gonna AoE me though, I bet. That's smart. He might just kill me too. He has 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus 7.
Just for show.
Did he realize it though? Almost seems like he doesn't realize it. Just trade, just trade. But why would you give your hero that much attack otherwise? Like, what else are you gonna do with that?
Each scar, a foe vanquished.
Okay, dude.
ancient power? Strike now! Time grows short.
I'm not going to be able to do anything now. Unless I get a buff for the portal or something. Is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, of course. If I didn't do that, then I would have lost anyway because I wouldn't have been able to keep up with what he's doing. That is actually how you have to do it. Yeah, let's see what other matchups we can get. Hunter one seems like the easiest one for me. Hunter. Rogue is kind of hit or miss. It depends.
You didn't see anything.
Your soul shall be mine.
It's the evil version of Maiev, I guess. To get rid of these two. That bartender is such a good swing play, but it's not really worth it to keep it no matter what. Unless it's like a coin play where you have the perfect curve. Like a 1, 2, 3 and then him. You treat him as a 4. Assuming you can get stuff to stick, which you often can't. Silence isn't that good here. But sometimes it can be. So you can do a 1, 2. What's he gonna do here?
Never bring a sword.
Deal 1 damage, 3, 1. Okay, pretty good value off the top. No question about it. Almost makes me want to coin out this just so you can kind of keep pace with what he's doing. But I guess I won't.
It's all ruined.
Maybe I'll save the coin for something else, whatever that might be. So pirate rogue? Is that what this is going to be? I don't get it. Doesn't even look like a pirate.
Feed the fish, landlubber.
He's going to have the balls to go face, which is interesting. So now it might be better to kill this because the 3-1 would just be a trade. Are they going to rush me before I rush them? That would kind of be their win condition here too, I imagine, but I'm not sure exactly what they're up to. So they can't kill the 2-5 unless they use their weapon or obviously something out of the hand. We can have a silence waiting in the wing, but I don't know if it's going to be... They're just going to go hard face.
Put your dukes up, small fry.
After your attacks, deal 1 damage to all enemies, of course. I'm not going to be able to kill it. It almost might be worth doing this into there. But then why would you do that if you were gonna... He's kind of showing his hand a bit too much. Or I could just silence, but... Let's do the discover and then I can coin something out. You do a taunt, you could do another one of these. Deal 6 damage randomly split amongst all other minions. That's too expensive. Like, you're not going to want that. Now, this is a weird thing to do, but it just prevents that effect from coming into play in any way. But he's got the health advantage for sure here. And not even because he's doing fucking Renathal, unlike all these other people. I feel like rogues do it a lot less than other classes, though. Almost everyone else will do it. Even hunters will do it a lot more. I'm gonna end up just killing myself with this as he keeps clowning around with this guy. I do have this, which I might have to do. You can trade it out. Silence everything, but I don't really want to. Could also draw a whole bunch of cards. I guess I should just trade. I should just trade both of these. Even though I don't like to play like that, and I'm down to 15 health. So what can I get in the next few turns that's really going to help me? Hopefully he does something that's very effect based and I can just silence it. Maybe. This is okay. This is okay. This is going to be good soon. I do have the buff. I could make this very strong. After your hero attacks, draw a pirate. But he's very obsessed with just going face. So we can buff this with this equal to kill it. But again, we're still playing on the board so much. I don't see what my win condition would be. Or I could do this and this, but I don't see the point. The problem is I'm going to keep damaging myself by doing it. But presumably they'll have to deal with it themselves pretty soon. Rogues do have quite a bit of damage out of the hand, as we've seen. Somebody killed me with like 20 just out of their hand. Without even like a proper combo. It wasn't like Malagos or something. It was just like Sinister Strike, Eviscerate, this, that. Do they have 11 damage out of the hand? I wouldn't be surprised if they do. They are very reluctant to hit the board even. And that doesn't bother me. You just trade into both of those. Trade in and do this, or one or the other. You could do this and then buff everything too. I'm kind of scared of attacking with this too much. What if I just do Rafam right now? How's he gonna stop it? He could just kill me with a mere 9 HP. I would not be surprised if he was able to. So I'm basically just going for the kill myself. Please don't have lethal. It seems like most of his cards are just static pirates. Like he might have a charge or something, but seems like most pirates don't even have charge, right? Like how many? The Bloodsail Buccaneer thing has a 2 attack, 2/1 if your opponent has a, if you have a weapon equipped. What could you do to this board? 6, 10. I mean, I obviously have lethal. Kind of a little different one. Pirate Rogue. Draw a weapon. Shouldn't you have done that before you attacked then? Maybe you would have gotten something. And it wouldn't have been enough still, but... Draw a spell, infuse, add a temporary copy to your hand. What could it be that would kill me? Probably nothing. This will get me back to 3. That was quite an orgasmic death sound. So now if I lose this one, right, you shouldn't lose 2 and go back to 4. You should still be at 3. But somehow it feels like you do. Okay, come on, last one. Let me just win. Fucking get back to like the middle of 3. Your old roommate. Okay, it's gonna be a priest. You have to go even more hyper aggro than you normally do.
Your soul shall be mine.
Kind of a bricked hand that you don't want at all. Okay, what do we got? Denathrius is actually perfect against a priest, so I can't be upset about that at all. Please don't have 40 health, but then you're still gonna fuck me over with something else. Venus Circle is sometimes not very good, but as a general component in this deck, it's obviously very important. You're going to get a very juicy infuse guaranteed. Am I going to get to the point where I'm actually able to play it against a priest? Sometimes they take board control and just fuck you with all the, you know, summon a random minion from your deck, this and that. It's going to be that stupid 8/8 Gahoon thing that summons a random minion from your deck. Like there was that one priest that had only that one card in their deck. That was their only minion. And they got like 1 million copies of it very early. Because even its effect will summon another one. So then that effect will summon another one endlessly. I guess it wouldn't work if you drew them both, but it's pretty unlikely that you won't at least have one in there. I mean, you could just do this. Maybe it's a bit premature, but I don't really like tapping. It's got to be all fast paced. You could do this. You could do these two together. At least this isn't as bad of a value proposition. He's gonna do Spirit Lash or some such nonsense. And so see, they might be expecting a different kind of lock. Like what if I was the Cthulhu lock, Mech-Cthulhu? Dredge for a spell reduces cost by 3. Another one. So this won't be good till turn 5, but it's almost tempting to just do it. Because even Spirit Lash wouldn't take care of that. It steals 1 health. Now, that must mean you have a good answer for it. I guess I'll settle for doing these two. That, in a way, could help me, because this could stick around. Like, what are you going to do about a 3/6? You made it better than that fucking Bloodhound one. I'm gonna 5/5. What a surprise. If you get the silence, you might have a chance. I can kill one, but I can't kill both. Oh, you won't even get the value out of that. Is you just flood the board as much as possible, and you're gonna lose no matter what. If I got the silence there, I might have had a chance, but even then, you're just gonna keep summoning more. Destroy all odd attack minions. How convenient that. Fucking priest, man. What the fuck are you supposed to do against this? Even if I was in control deck myself, like really?
Extraordinary.
8, 16, 26.
You know nothing of death. Allow me to
I'm technically still not dead, but what could I possibly hope to do here? It's not like they're buffed. You could silence them, but they'll still just hit you in the face. That is pretty insane. I just don't see, like, what is the possible thing that you could do here with this deck? And the answer is not. So I'm losing on turn 7. Look at this.
I've seen death twice, but not that.
Actually, I have seen that a few times. Maybe not a full board.
All is ruined. All is ruined.
For the ghost, my lord.
I will rid you of your body. To think you're actually useful.
A lot of these could be interpreted in other ways. Like, to think you're actually useful could be the well played, just not wanting to give you credit.
That was intentional. You haven't heard the last.
Maybe they were gonna AFK out. Maybe their internet disconnected or their house caught on fire and they were gonna actually lose. Okay. That's good for today. See you tomorrow. Okay, so I'm gonna try with this one a few more, but I did kind of relent and make another one that is like more so the curse thing. So I just am not that impressed with the curse one. I don't like it. Like, I still don't see how would that beat the time warp or other stuff. You still wouldn't be able to. And I'm kind of afraid to play with something else now too, because I really don't even understand what you're trying to do with that. This is the one with Gigafin and all that shit. I don't know. There's like certain things you just have to counter. Like, you could put Eater of Secrets in there to counter Time Warp to try to kill him with the Ice Block. You could put in the armor thing to deal with some of those classes, especially even Priest, who keeps stacking up armor. I put in the Silence at least to do that. And what was the other thing? You could put in the what was it? The 4 damage AoE thing that'll deal with Gigafin in the sense that it'll give you your stuff back right through the 4/7. So it won't kill the 4/7, so it won't negate the death rattle of Gigafin or whatever. And so I don't know. I'm gonna try this one for a bit though still. Maybe that's what I should add, is the 4 damage AoE, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because, again, my whole philosophy with this is you always want to be in control of the board. So what exactly are you AoEing? Even that hero power, even that hero power doesn't make sense because the hero card, Tamsin, even that I bitch about because it's like, why the fuck do I need an AoE for 3 damage? The only games where I need that is games that I end up losing anyway, because if you cede board control to them, you've already lost. Okay, what is this gonna be then? This is like a shadow, the shadow priest that we saw before. Enter shadow form. Okay, this one was at least kind of cool. I don't know how this matches up. You would think this would be good because they have less defensive stuff, but they're actually probably too strong across the board. You're gonna... Problem is I don't have a turn 2 play, but he hero powers that. This is okay, I guess, but obviously not what you'd want to do. Arguably you could even tap there, but you just always want something on the board. You're holding a shadow spell, deal 2 damage. Yeah, real commitment, I bet, to do that. We can do this. At least it punishes his use of the hero power a little bit, because you can't just single target something. But I'm sure they're going to have an AoE of some kind. It's kind of a slow start that you never want to have, especially against a priest, even though... That's the funny thing. Even though it's a shadow priest, you think he should just do it there. Like, what is he holding back for? I don't really know. Get him in the face a little bit. This 40 health value is so intimidating to deal with. Like, it just makes it almost impossible sometimes. But then again, the amount of damage that you have on the board constantly is pretty formidable too. So it is sort of power creep versus power creep. With 30 health back in the day, this would be a bullshit deck to face too. With 2 or less, so that's kind of a desperation weak play, but a pretty good use of that. It's not even going to kill it though still. So the buff is looking juicy if you leave a little bit. Hopefully that's not a 1-cost card that's going to save you. Man, I'm impressed with this 40 card no duplicate thing. At first I said there's no way people are going to be able to achieve that.
The top shelf.
I don't understand. You may as well sack something, because presumably it's going to die anyway. Although that kind of plays into the thing that kills everything with 5 attack or more. So maybe I should have sacked the 5/3. I should have sacked the 5/3 and kept the other ones. So then the 4/5 and the 3 would have survived potentially. Right, so that's what's going to come here. Destroy all minions. Oh, maybe not. Okay, that's cute. That's really nice. You got 2, 4. I could just play my whole hand, but it's like holding back is not something I typically encourage here. You just have to go for it. And sure, they're gonna have an AoE, they're gonna clear the board, but you can't just wait on a priest. You gotta force his hand, and then if you had Rafam in your back pocket, you would be able to. Why would you do that? Oh, because you can guarantee the kill with the hero. Okay. You're a little bit mana starved still. Do this for each imp you control, which justifies me just going all in then. Give me fucking Rafam or something that's gonna be a... Even Denathrius now would be fine. And Infuse. Give me a fucking Infuse. Yes, thank you. Do I tap or do I do this? I think this is okay. So you commit to the board a little bit more, and then we might discover something that's actually gain +1 for each damage you're here. I mean, you may as well just go all the way in. So I'm assuming now he will clear the board, but then he won't be able to clear a Rafam. That's how you have to think about it. Which has usually been pretty good to me. But he's kind of fishing, he's digging. I like the Shadow Priest thing though. We see 2... Oh, for fuck's sake. As long as you can't clear it more. The Infuse is ready, so we should be good. But now he'll still do the same thing. That's the problem. I mean, I have to do it. I have to. But he's just gonna do the 5 attack thing, and it's gonna kill pretty much everything. I forget how much it costs. The thing that destroys all 5 and less. And there's one that just destroys everything with 6 or less, which is kind of a bullshit. Look at that, look at that. He's gonna buff mine just to kill it. What a great thing. Come on, man, it only costs 4 too. Now he's on the track to winning because I just come completely burned out, and every play I make is gonna be slow. The portal isn't even gonna be that good either. This is ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4. Portal. Voidwalker's already kind of a priority target, so now he wins. If he just deals with this board, he wins. Or if he heals, like if you Reno Jackson's, which he theoretically could Reno Jackson because he already showed that he doesn't have duplicates, because he played the other thing, the fucking, what was it called? Whatever, was it Kazakish? I'm not good with the card names. Like, I know, obviously I know what they are and what they do, but I don't really give a shit about the name sometimes. Like, I didn't even care. I didn't even read what the name of this was while using it for so long. You get the point. literally, because he has a... Okay, that's not gonna matter much, honestly, because most of my stuff is not... Well, I guess it still does matter. Man, I'm just like so close on damage. I'm just a little bit short. What else can I have? I need like a soul fire, honestly, or something out of the hand. It seems silly, but like you're always just like 1, 2, 3 damage short, and you just can never do it. Never fucking... Oh, that's so annoying. Every game is like this. I gotta add something, I think, like that. He can easily kill it with his hero power. It's gonna be over now. Denathrius could do it for you, but I'm just not gonna get it. Cover copy. Okay, that's not gonna help you too much. I mean, maybe the silence, but there's not much to silence. Could be a void walker. Yeah, you're just not gonna give me it, are you? Fucking stupid.
These books are ruined.
So I'll save the portal. I'm sure he's easily going to be able to deal with this board, even though it plays around the idea of, you know, any sort of 5 attack and less stuff, or I mean 5 attack or more. What is that card that kills everything that's 6 attack or less? Because that's like a very broad spectrum. I'm sure he has a way to deal with that. I mean, he's a fucking priest. Yeah. I mean, come on, man. There's nothing I can do. He's stuck at 5 health for so long, but now I'm gonna die somehow. I could silence that for what it's worth, but it's too slow. Too slow of a play. It's not gonna matter. You get so fucking close every game, especially against mages. Like, okay, that's good. That helps a lot. Give me some kind of board presence, because I have 0 right now.
For the roast, my lord.
This is like my last final push. If I can't do it here, I lose anyway. I'm expecting some big heal or some big play, or I'm expecting to just die, which is very possible. But he never made his hero power 0 cost like that Raza the Unchained, which again he could do because he doesn't have duplicates. So presumably that's what this is. I've only seen one priest ever play that though in this whole run. Like, either they don't have it, or, well, I guess most of them haven't been Shadow in the first place, but kind of interesting. You could do it for healing purposes too. I mean, okay, as long as it's not rush. I think he just loses. Of course not. It's not rush, but it's gonna fucking heal him for 1,000,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't give a shit. It's just a perfect exact lethal. I mean, you really have to dig deep against a priest. That is kind of lucky too. There's no way that that matchup is something you want to see much of. I'll even wait like a minute just so that I can think about it, and like maybe he'll queue up against somebody else. Like, I get that some of these matchups are going to be common here, but they don't have to be the only thing that you see. Time Warp Priest, Time Warp Priest, like give me something. Or at least even that Shaman one is kind of fun, even if it still beats me most of the time, the fucking totem thing. I could make a variation of this. I'm just being kind of very stubborn and impulsive, you could even say, about just sticking with this. What does that mean? Discover mechanic. I don't know how some of these achievements work. Some of them feel like I got them a long time ago, but I'm afraid to play as this because I don't really get it. Like, how would that have been better against the priest? I don't think it would have been. What is that card that deals like 4 damage to everything? I think I put it in here. 4 damage to all minions or something. Deal 5 to all minions. I don't think it was even this one. There's one that does 4, I thought. Oh, deal 4 damage to a minion. So this would also work. I'm thinking about like the Gigafin play, but only other warlocks tend to use that. They're doing it to counter stuff like that. Really kind of weird because it's too slow paced then, I feel like. I don't know. There's got to be a way to do it with this. It would just take forever because like you're gonna have to get on a streak eventually, and of course the streak isn't even gonna give you a win bonus, right? That's really what I was relying on. I didn't realize it would stop here, but I guess it's fair enough. Like this is the final stretch. We might be playing against the same thing, so let's see. Let's try to learn how he's doing it. I'm okay with keeping one library in this case, but generally I even say don't, because you're not going to play it for a super long time probably, but maybe you will. You never do it as a solitary turn 2 play. So I'm assuming he's using the same thing, so let's see what he does. And this is even against a rush deck. So he's just gonna tap the first few. Oh yeah, it's the same shit. So let's see if I can beat it. There's no point summoning that because it's just gonna die, I guess. Sometimes I'll coin out both if I want to put the pressure on early. I can't remember what my record against these actually is. As long as they don't have, that doesn't hurt me. As long as he doesn't have like I think the portal here is pretty good, right? Because you'll do 2, 3, 4, 5. It still wouldn't be enough, but bring it a little bit below a threshold. We're kind of awkwardly 1 damage short. This board is pretty good, but it's, you know, it's early, so maybe I'm overcommitting. The Voidwalker can sometimes be the best thing to buff. I didn't realize that at first, but it plays around quite a few things, especially like against what was that matchup? I forgot. There was something it specifically countered. He couldn't get rid of it either. I can kill it without giving up mine if I do that. I'm gonna keep these things around for the impending buff. Destroy friendly minion. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, this is still acceptable. Some of these AoEs are just impossible to deal with. This gives you a little bit of AoE protection, but not much. There's a lot of spells out of the hand that are gonna heal him. Right, deal. Okay, that too. Wait, I don't even have that in mine because I have duplicates. That's kind of a different. What is with all these 40 card decks with no duplicates? I just can't wrap my head around it. It seems so weird to do. You have 40 different cards in your deck, and you might say he's already drawn a duplicate, but then you wouldn't rely on that fact. I don't even have to do that. I can do it like this. Hit him in the face. It's not a bad board, but I'm sure they have an answer. Even the Gigafin play is pretty triggering because he'll just eat everything and then I can't do anything about it. That's pretty much when you just lose, which I'm sure he has that. But then he'll only have one of the other Murlocs that let you play it for health. See, that's the thing. You can play it any turn that you want. He could do it right now. Deal 4 damage. Okay. That puts a damper in the buff at least. For now. Let's see if he can deal with this too. I guess I could have still done the buff, but it just doesn't seem that good. I guess because I have 2 of them. So the portal even is not bad here. So how many times can you deal with the board? That's kind of what I have to rely on. Like, how many answers for it could you have? Your whole deck of 40 different cards cannot possibly just be AoE after AoE. Like, you only have 1 to file. You only have 1 of each thing.
Your wish is my suggestion.
But you'll get it from this, I suppose. So they have all the duplicate benefit things except for maybe Reno. Okay. Alright. I mean, I'll even just do this, trying to get some. So now the pace seems to favor them, just because they have infinite AoEs that they're just generating. Now they'll have another one, probably naturally in their deck. Zephyrus and okay, so he's gonna have another AoE, so I'm not gonna be able to buff him ever. This card is useless. Just let me have it one turn, dude. Counter the next minion or spell. So they probably know that I don't have spells. I hope I draw a low cost minion. I mean, even that's fine, but he's just gonna counter it all together. You could silence it, but then it's kind of not gonna do any good. Or I wonder how that interaction would work. Whatever it was gonna do now, it's not going to do. But think about how slow of a play that is. All I did was summon a 2/6. So who really gives a shit? But this is similar to the other one that I made, but it's not. Let me guess, another AoE. Like at some point you're gonna. Okay. Yeah, you only have one Defile, but I guess you have that. He doesn't damage himself either. You summon 2 of these. This would be actually a decent combo. I'm just not sure what to do with this situation.
The top shelf is X.
I guess I'll save the portal. There's no reason to force it. So next turn, I'm not going to get the infuse even. Well, maybe if he kills the 1/1 too, because he can just kill everything. That would have been a better use for the silence, I suppose, but I didn't have like another good play there. But forget about the infuse. Let's just see if we can't overwhelm him on the board. We see the Gigafin play coming. There's no question about it. It's just absolutely going to happen now, and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do about it. It should at least eat your own shit too. That would make it a little more fair. So then you spitting it out could both hurt and help you. Whereas here it's just, but then you can still play it on an empty board. This could be the downside of 40 card decks, is that you're not always going to have it, are you? Okay, that's at least not. Don't be the. Yeah, that was actually good. So what does this add? This is at 19. So he could be presenting lethal if you just think about it. 20. So he has. Oh yeah, that should be it, right? 27. So okay, 24, 13, 33, 43, and on the board he only has 10.
A toast to all who sought to kill me.
And it doesn't even have to kill that other guy. You see how important Denathrius can be. So we got kind of lucky that it was Mutinous and not Gigafin. If you played Gigafin, we lose, right? That's how simple that matchup is. You have no other. It almost makes me want to put something in there that will deal damage like that. Because that's one thing where silence doesn't actually help you, right? You cannot use. I just don't like that. It seems like too slow and too stupid. Maybe you can get rid of one of these and put in, what is it? The 3 cost that does 4 damage. That must be why people have it, specifically just for that. Now that I think about it, because that's such a hard counter play. There's nothing you can do about it. You have no damage out of the hand. Nothing. Where is it? Well, you could, by that same logic, you could just do Shadow Bolt, but this one would heal you. Where the fuck is it? Deal 4 damage. Huh? Oh, here. Deal 4 damage to a minion, give your opponent a curse, which, in the context of this deck, that's not really the reason why you play it. You would just play it just to remove. Am I really going to see that matchup that much that I... If only you could deal it even like half damage to face too. Well, it does in a way with the curse. Like you could put one of those in here instead of either a Wicked Shipment or a Dredger's Staff. I'm not sure how good those staffs have really been for me. That's one of the lower value cards in my view. It can be okay, but I feel like what other matchups would that be good for though? It's really only good for... Oh, you know what? That could kind of play around Ice Block too. Because like if they... It'll happen on their turn. Does it happen at the beginning or the end of the turn? You'd think I should know that by now. Abyssal Curse. I think it happens at the end. Or no, at the beginning. That's an interesting way to actually use it. Your Abyssal... it's not actually showing me the card though. Deal damage equal to the counter at the time the card was generated, which increments by 1 from the moment it occurs to generate. For example, it will deal 1 at the start of each turn. So, yeah, Ice Block... I could try it. So it plays around Gigafin and Ice Block potentially, but that assumes they have exactly 1 health, which has actually happened a few times. You get rid of one of the Dredger staffs, I guess. So minus Dredger plus, what's it called? Dragged below. I think I kind of understand the logic of it now a little bit, because I was seeing people use that and I wasn't sure why. Like, why does 4 damage in a rush deck make any sense to a minion? You might see to get through a taunt, but then you're looking for the silence or something like that. You'd rather just put in another starfish. You can always buff yourself after you do that. Or it's even worth it sometimes, even if you debuff all your buff things, like the 2/2 from the bartender and the imp portal thing. It doesn't even matter because you might still have lethal through a taunt, or it's still better just to equalize the taunt. You're gonna see a lot of the same matchups over and over. I don't think that card is gonna be very useful here. I don't really like this as a turn 2. But the Voidwalker is sometimes something they have a problem dealing with, so maybe if we buff that up at least 2 times over, you really have to hope that you draw into something good. And of course, Denathrius even is good here, because that can be the finisher, as we've seen. You're gonna put down the... Okay, so it's the same thing. I won't say that I was too happy about the way that I won that though, but we do get the silence. So you can coin out the same thing. I think on average, you're not necessarily going to beat this guy, but then you can say that about most decks at this point. But it is kind of like a rock, paper, scissors thing where it seems like hunters are easier for me and stuff.
For the roast, my lord.
We can easily kill the 3/2, but it would take a bit of commitment here. Which is probably worth it. Like, I would just ping the 3/2 and you're good. Yeah. I need something that summons multiple imps quickly. I guess I could do this and tap. Not that I always hate to tap. But that I don't mind doing just as a solitary play, even without the infuse. Because I don't think he is going to clear my board here. Now the silence wouldn't hurt me too much if I had to do it now. You can just do the same thing, okay. But yeah, I'm not going to wait for the infuse. You got to keep the pressure, put the pressure. This even sets up for a good buff from the bartender. Alright, so we're doing little chunks of damage, but I think the lifesteal is what really fucks me too. From that big fucking whatever it was, the colossal guy. What could he get that would really clear the board here? Because the buff is going to be pretty devastating. The problem is it puts stuff over the threshold of the whatever Shadow Word Death equivalent stuff. Oh shit. Oh no, that's kind of a very desperate play. I'm sure he's gonna get stuff that can deal with this, but it's at least a turn late. They're giving me free reign. Oh shit. You could also do some kind of weird buff scenario, but this is good. Whenever you have shit on the board, you gotta just make it. The good thing is the Voidwalker and this guy should survive the onslaught of whatever he's about to do. It's sometimes good to keep it under that 4 attack threshold. But then he has the other thing that kills, or just makes it attack stuff. So I hope it attacks the other 5/5. It just dies instantly. It won't kill the Voidwalker necessarily though. You really got to hit him this early, just hard. Discover a spell. He's searching for something better. Look at how they just get away with not summoning anything ever. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, board control doesn't matter, apparently. Or he just resigns himself to the... Oh, he'll attack with it now, I bet. So that they can't hit each other. That must be what it is. What else could it be? Yeah. You'll kill at least 2 things. Oh, fuck. Worst case scenario. Kills every... Oh, my God. You can still buff it. I'm going to buff... Actually... I don't know. Should I buff the Voidwalker more? I kind of want to in a way. Just get in as much damage as possible. You could say just buff an imp, but then he's going to destroy everything with 5 attack or more anyway. So he's within the threshold. We have Denathrius, which is going to start to get charges. The question is, can he heal enough, or can he turn the tide enough to just beat me on the board, which could happen now somehow. I don't know fully what the Shadow Priest tries to do, but they can actually outlast you too. Draw a minion. Yeah, we haven't seen any minions from this guy. What do you have? Silence all. Okay, that's not a big deal, but he'll Spirit Lash. But he can't because he has... Replace your hand with a copy. Well, that's not going to do very much. What the fuck? You won't be able to play it until end of turn. He was hoping for something. I like plays like that because it reeks of desperation. We can go ahead and do this. We're building up the... At least he knows now that I have Denathrius, but I don't know what good that's really going to do him. 1, 2, 3. Summon 2 of these and put this chick down. So he won't be able to do much with that. So he knows his death is impending. So how does he prepare for it? He's going to play stuff that heals him. I guess that's really the reason why you play that card, is just to know what your opponent has. You could just stream snipe me instead. Haha. Fuck. So we have the buff coming too from the portal. 2 more turns. And the counter is going to keep going up the more you clear the board. Okay. Alright. Give your opponent a curse. That's good. I should have expected it. Man, I don't know about that one.
The top shelf is... That's...
I don't even care. Like, what the fuck is Reno Jackson gonna do for him anyway? What's he gonna buff it, give a lifesteal? There is no Shadow Flame play. In fact, he doesn't even have a lot of those buff cards because he has to have only shadow spells. And that could be a questionable decision, but we're setting up for... What do you got, man? What do you got? Oh my fucking god. Wait, but does that mean I get Reno Jackson? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so this is actually at a pretty low threshold because he's not killing them. I mean, I'm not going to get the heal from it. I don't know what to do.
So many possibilities.
Reno's cute and all, but I need stuff on the board right now. I think I'm not going to actually be able to do it now because I thought the counter would be higher on Denathrius. Don't be Denathrius. Fuck you. Alright. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? I can silence it. But that was my whole win condition. There's nothing I could have done either. It's like... He's low enough. At least that shows a good use of it. Right, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to deal with even that. I don't see why the curses are even good. I mean, obviously you need to commit to it more and have more than just one of them, but it kind of scares him a little bit. He can use his hero power. Yeah, I just have nothing. I have nothing that I can do now. I don't see the win condition unless he's completely burned out, which it doesn't seem like he would be. In fact, he has a better chance of just killing me. If I am honest about it. Like, you could just... Oh, but it doesn't do it right away. Or did it? I'm confused how that works. Did it do it right the last turn when I played it? Because if it gives them that turn, then it would be useless against Ice Block. I thought it does it. I don't fucking care. But yeah, that is a weird interaction. Like the bombs and stuff play around that from Iron Juggernaut. If they draw it on their turn and it blows them up, Ice Block won't work. Which for a long time at the beginning of Hearthstone, I didn't realize that. Like, I didn't know that's how it worked. Secrets only work on your opponent's turn. Which for most of them, it hardly even matters, but you'll still get a 1/1 back. Gonna kill you with your own fucking Reno Jackson. How ironic. I can't believe this fucking Devourer play, though. I'm very close to dying myself, but at least he had to sort of give up the ghost, so to speak, with the fucking Shadow Priest. He probably has answers. He always has answers. Spend all your mana. I mean, he has a lot of fucking cards. It'd be surprising if he didn't have an answer. Maybe just a way to heal, even.
You like my invention?
That's an interesting one. We really haven't seen that. You're really gonna beat me with my own fucking hero card? What is that? Destroy everything just because you can do whatever the fuck you want. Reno's gonna fucking be the
Time has come to dethrone our
or what? I have no damage out of the hand. This doesn't even get the effect. I'd have to discover something really good here. Preferably something that does damage or gives attack. Destroy a minion. Hero takes health. Minions have +1 attack.
How much?
I can't decide, man. I don't give a shit. If you're gonna kill me, kill me. Fuck it. I can't. I can't. Like, just do it. What are you gonna have? A Mind Blast or something? Even if you did, you'd only have one. Right? Based on the metric of... Sometimes you just have to have the balls to do that. Kill me. I don't care. I want to see what spell it's with so we can know what these guys have in the future. What does the Shadow Priest have? There should be a lot, but we haven't seen that so far. Just a simple Mind Blast would do it. You really don't have anything, huh? You're holding if you cast 3 spells. Mind Blast only costs 2. You could do it. Okay, I guess not. Maybe you saw some kind of Spirit Lash shenanigans. You really needed Denathrius there. But somehow we might still do it. Yeah. It's always encouraging when you beat a priest. I do like that. And I guess that 4 damage thing did actually help. It just doesn't feel like you can win that. Even as I'm seeing it happen, I'm like, dude, there's so many things you could have possibly done. I guess he just didn't get what he needed, but... In fact, like I said, this is actually a strategy. Just wait. I don't want to queue up against the same guy. Just take a break, take a minute. Oh my god. So that would be the other card you could potentially rotate out, would be one of these. Although it tends to do pretty good for me. I don't even mind it as a turn 1 play. I never fucking use the trade effect on either this or this. It's just too expensive, it's too slow, it's not how you play this deck, in my opinion. Everything else is pretty much necessary. This doesn't seem to fit, but there'll be that one play where I guess you need it. Either to remove something that's in the way, like a taunt or a lifesteal, or maybe to sort of consolidate a board that you control, or even just to get rid of, again, specifically that one card, Gigafin, because if you can do that, right? I'm not misunderstanding how that works, am I? Gigafin doesn't gain stats or anything. He devours stuff. He has exactly 4 health, so it's a perfect counter. You'll get the minions back. You'll kill him. The 4/7 taunt will still be there. So that's fine. Highest rank we're gonna see soon for ourselves. Let's see if it's been lying to us the whole time with this tooltip. Give us maybe like a hunter or something, a different matchup. Warlock. So the difference here might actually be that very thing. So I don't know if the silence is gonna matter because he's not gonna summon anything early. I'm kind of just not a fan of the library thing, but could be a big mistake to keep that. You never want to do that as a turn too. You never want to tap and you never want to do that. At least we'll have something else to play. You just want to keep pushing the board as much as you can, as long as you can. Oh shit, we're gonna get a mirror matchup, but I kind of doubt it. It's gonna be the same. I don't like it, but it's the best we can do. So do I actually play on the board is the question. We have Rafam, which is good, but you need something else you can play in the middle here. Keeping this is just not a good idea. Yeah, I always say it, but I thought I would try it. There's no way you can guarantee that you're gonna flood the board enough to get value out of it early. It's like a mid-game play, like turn 4 or 5. So how am I supposed to... Well, maybe he made that same alteration as me, but that's honestly a bit of a questionable time to use it. I don't like this at all, man. What is the point in putting that down? I don't get it. In this case, it's worthless. I'm not even gonna do it. It's so bad. We won't get the value out of this. Very slow start. Very, very slow. Which don't have any AoE myself, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. Come in 2 of these, or I could do like this and then buff it. Since I'm so enamored with the fucking library, you may as well just do it. You can still just trade into it though, so why did I even bother to do that? Kind of scare him a little bit, I guess. So the thing with this is we won't even have enough imps that really died to... Is he going to do the buff though or not? I could just trade into it. Oh, maybe I can't. I could silence it since my hand is so dead and trash. But I think I'd rather say, oh my god, dude. You can put this down, but there's no point in even doing it. Presumably, he wouldn't have any AoE himself. Right, so the question is, we do get the infuse. I would love to see that. Just trade into my board and then let me do that. Okay, that's not... that's...
These books are ruined.
In fact, you can't even trade outright. I think doing a Rafam here is actually fine. You're not going to have AoE, so you can do something interesting here, actually. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, so this will summon too much stuff. You take out this chick. Now what's going to happen is you can double buff something. And I don't think you'll have a way to necessarily deal with it. That is my actual presumption. So he can buff his own a little bit. But assuming his deck is at least similar to mine, you don't have any AoE or any real removal. You could do Tamsin would be maybe the closest. Trade in and do Tamsin. Okay, that's not a big deal. If the best you can do is trade, I'm not too worried about... Oh, are you going to do that, Tamsin? It still wouldn't be enough, though. What? What? Why do you even have that, though, in a fucking rush deck? Why would you expect that to ever happen? I don't even get it. That makes no sense. Get rid of the stupid fucking curse. What the fuck is that card doing in his deck? Oh yeah, he's really gonna kill me with the curses. Like, that's really what this is about. It's not about board control. It's about doing 1 or 2 okay. All right, that's fine. I could have used that a while ago. Yeah, I just lose if you couldn't tell. How the fuck do you have 2 AoEs like that in a deck like this? It makes no sense to me. Yeah, now I can see why, maybe. But even that wouldn't be enough. You would need a board too. That's kind of a confusing one. Losing an actual mirror matchup, but I guess it's not so mirror after all. Well, that's kind of cute, I guess. What could I do beyond that?
Carbon time! Carbon time!
Wouldn't this actually still guarantee that I'm alive at least? And then maybe I could do Denathrius to... It's gonna be a very weak Denathrius though. I even assumed that, oh, he wouldn't have something. That's kind of fortunate though to get that. I should even buff it just to kind of scare him a little bit, because I don't have anything else going right now. You can hit me for 11 out of 14. He's probably gonna have damage out of the hand too. Another thing that I don't have. Right? He's just gonna have... Whenever you cast a shadow spell that costs 1 or more, it's just gonna be the curse, I guess, as a finisher. Okay. I guess it did come into play after all. Man, that was a weird one. So I actually lost to an AoE against an aggro deck that shouldn't have it. Like, really, what would that do in other matchups for you? I don't get it. Even if I had it myself, it wouldn't really have helped, because I was the one in control of the board, so... I don't understand it. Yeah, whatever. That is a weird decision to make. It's like you're countering yourself, but not anybody else. Okay, the totem one can be pretty tricky to deal with. So what is it gonna be? The Murloc one depends. That poisonous play early for the Murloc can be very... It's okay sometimes to keep that for the 2 play, but you're really gonna have to hope that you draw something good here. You could do this into this to make it a 3 attack. But he is the totem thing, otherwise obviously he wouldn't be doing that. So how do you really beat this? You have to beat it very fast, which is often the case with most classes. Only thing that you play a little bit slow with is maybe something that's trying to rush you down as well, but even that is questionable. Not a big fan of this, but at least we can take out the totem. I mean, you could almost ignore the totems. That might be the way to do it. You might think that's bad because of synergies, but you don't have a choice. Like, if you let them get to turn 5 or something, they're gonna summon that 8/8 for fucking free and just destroy you. You almost shouldn't worry about it. Yeah, I might have to actually do that. Just go all in early. Let me try, because I'm not going to beat him otherwise anyway. Denathrius, we're not going to get to that point. See, this is a matchup where Denathrius is completely useless. You are never going to get to turn 10. You don't want to get to turn 10 either, because... Okay, now that one you do have to kill. And I'm actually not even going to be able to unless I get another imp. And get the silence here would be pretty good. What the fuck?
Sorry, we don't have any.
They get a little bit of damage in. I don't know what else to do with that. Yeah, see, this one's already over because they're actually better at controlling the board than you are, so you can't win. I think I beat one of them, again, just by rushing them down super early, but Unless you get like the silence right now. What the fuck? You need it, I guess. Another time where the AoE might be good. Wait, I'm not just dead, am I? No, not this turn. Pretty close though. Actually, the silence would kind of rock his world a bit just because he's committed so much. Could buff them, which isn't going to do anything. I could discover something, which is probably not going to do much.
I will enjoy watching you.
He can't even attack with us. Okay, so that is pretty nasty in the early game. It is another instance where having an AoE might have been okay, so I'm a little bit confused now. I'm gonna turn my back on what I've been doing and then I'll start to lose for other reasons. I can't believe the AoE is actually... It would have actually helped there, I suppose. Let me get rid of some other shit and make a copy then. We'll do the same thing, but the difference will be just that you put that stupid AoE. Not going to be good against a priest, not going to be good against a lot of these matchups, but apparently I'm getting rushed. That was 2 games in a row that I got rushed down myself, even though I did have board control in the first one. I'll get rid of this, and then I'll do... You never seem to find it. It's not that. Isn't it a 4 cost? You just can't afford to do it, but somehow... What is it? Deal 4 to everything. Do I even have it? This is deal 5, but that's not even what it was. What is it? Deal 4 damage. Oh, this, I didn't even realize that. That's also a warlock card. There's so many things I don't know. The fuck is it even called? What? Am I just imagining it? I thought I had it in my other deck too. Maybe it's this one? Destroy a thing in your deck for each one killed. I thought it was deal 4 damage. Deal 4 damage to all minions. Oh, here. But it's 6 cost. How can... Huh. Honestly, the other one isn't bad either, in the sense that it's a 4 cost. Deal 5 to all minions. But it is a 6 cost. Wait, this is pretty good too, but maybe not for this deck anyway. Deal 4 damage to all minions. I think I'd rather have the other one because it serves the same purpose. Both of them are going to destroy your own shit. And so it's just... Wait, this isn't even what I want. What did I do? Oh, here. So go ahead and get rid of the 1/1, which I already did. So I'll put in that 4 thing. So what is the downside? It'll destroy stuff from your deck. But what does that really matter at that point? Like, you're trying to just deal with it. I guess I'm fine with that. I can see scenarios where that'd be bad, but it's like you want the game to just be over anyway, very soon. So like in that case, it would have at least destroyed his totem. So what does it matter what it destroyed from my deck? If I didn't do it, I was going to lose anyway. But even if it destroys Rafam or Denathrius or whatever, you're not going to get to use Denathrius anyway. So it's like you're treating your cards as totally expendable, which they are. I mean, they're just worthless little imps.
The light shall bring victory.
Okay, so keeping this is an essential thing. This is questionable behavior, and I'm actually not going to keep it. There's been too many times where it's fucked me over. If you get it, you get it, but it's just not good early unless you have a really good, like even the turn 1 thing. Okay, so this isn't the Shadow Priest at least, but actually this one's worse for me. You go ahead and you can put this down, maybe scare him a little bit. There's no need to do the Void Walker just like that if he doesn't have any board presence anyway. You're not really blocking for anything, so this is a good turn 2. I like it. Now he's gonna force it to attack everything and he'll just kill everything with it. Or no, not everything. That Hysteria is a very common play here. Pretty ballsy for you to do that. I do feel a little bit encouraged by starting with that. That's the best case scenario that you could really hope for. He's gonna do like a Spirit Lash scenario. So is there a reason maybe I do this instead? Maybe you don't flood the board too much and you just do this. You kind of don't overcommit and maybe the Imp Gang boss will spawn something. I mean, clearly he has to deal with the board right now. So we're forcing his hand, and then we have the Fiendish Circle, I guess, as a counter instead of Rafam, which is not nearly as good, but it's okay. If he summons like a lifesteal something, or even that's fine. Copy a card. So this is a scenario where that's good. Even against a priest, which is not something that I normally would expect them to have anyway, but I'm going to save the coin maybe for a turn 9 Denathrius if we get it to that point. It's the first time we've seen Reno in a while, though. We usually don't see people actually play it. I presume a lot of these decks have it because they have like a lot of those other cards like Kazakis and stuff that require you not to have duplicates, but okay, big surprise. Hit the imp and just be done with it, dude. Fuck. It's a long way down the road, though. Okay, that's fine. Trading is not my most kind of touted mechanic. I'm not a big fan of it, honestly. You're gonna flood the board pretty hardcore. I'm a big fan of overcommitting, as you can see. Just because, like, if you... I don't have time to just wait. I just have to go for it. Be great if you had a Rafam there, because he is gonna clear the board. But that's always the big if. Like, what if he can't somehow? With 8 cards, what if he just can't deal with the board? He just loses right now. But you also don't want to lock the board like this, where that's more so against like a mage where you don't have room to play stuff. Light Bomb, it actually wouldn't kill that. Wow, that would have been great, but you just need more. I'll even just do it still. Fuck it. We're getting closer to that, and it's getting a little bit decent amount, but you want it to be much higher because he's certainly going to heal at some point. He doesn't have the same restrictions as the Shadow Priest, as like not having holy spells or this or that. Silence could be okay. Pretty weak portal play, but it's like, would he have light bombed if I didn't commit like that? I kind of doubt it. So he would have had something else. You would presume he doesn't have much AoE right now, so he's just looking for something. I really need something that's going to flood the board a bit more. On the bottom of your deck. What? Okay, so just play everything. We're getting close to it, so it really just depends what it is that he's going to summon here. He's going to summon something big and beefy. To summon the fucking Lich King or something. Just to soak up some of that damage, I guess. Or he's just going to heal. Right, like a Reno play or something here would be pretty devastating. What else does he have going? Spirit Lash isn't going to do that much, at least. That Hysteria card is nuts, though. The value you get out of that is crazy. I'm going to trade that again. You could have summoned 4 1/1 imps. It's just going to be next turn, not this turn. Alright. At least it's expensive, but I mean, come on. I'm not even going to buff it yet this turn, but he at least has to deal with the board. We're kind of baiting him. This would be enough to kill him, or just about, depending on whether he heals or whether he clears my board. It'll go up a bit. Presuming he can even do it, which What is he gonna do? He's gonna get 2 perfect cards, but he'll only have 4 mana to play them. So even if it's a board clear, I guess it won't be quite enough then. I'm sure it's gonna be a heal that also clears the board, fucking everything. I hope it's something that he's like, okay, I'll play it next turn. He has 4 mana though. Just like hero power and say, that's not the end of the world, but is it gonna be enough? It will be enough with the portal, I think. So this will be 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 15, and of course there's not enough to block for it. Every single priest I beat is because of this card, just in case you didn't realize. Every single one. It's the only way to beat them. What the fuck? And it's exact. That's so ridiculous how perfectly that counters it, or how much you desperately need it. More to the point. We got a little bit of AoE and damage out of the hand in this deck now, which I'm very philosophically opposed to, but I guess somehow, some way you need it. It's gonna really be a dud in a lot of these matchups though. Or maybe not though, because we are starting to see that Shaman won a lot, and I haven't really seen the mirror matchup much, but okay, it's not gonna help me here. The Abyssal Curse thing is not gonna matter.
Your soul shall be mine.
It's gonna be a time warp, 100% time warp. And so I have a lot of trouble beating this. You just rush the same way, you're not gonna get to turn 10. Basically, if you get to turn 10, you assume they're just gonna lose anyway, because either you won't get to turn 10 because you'll kill them, or because they'll do their infinite bird loop.
I see you've brought guests.
Very, very tough matchup. There's nothing else it could be. I mean, that's it. That is the only thing it could be. They'll even troll you by waiting before they play it to give you a little glimmer of hope. At least if you beat me with something else, I can be... Okay. Dude. What the fuck? You gotta just get him from 100 to 0 before it gets to that point, but you really can't do that. It's very, very tricky. Sometimes you can silence out of the freeze. That can sometimes be the win condition. Add a coin. Okay. He's just doing it for the value of that, but he probably has something to play too. It's like as soon as they get it, they just win. There's never been a time where they played Time Warp and not won, because they have the bird to keep cycling it, so it removes any sort of... I don't really care. Like, just let him do what he's gonna do. It's just not gonna be enough. Denathrius is garbage here. You need Rafam maybe to give you a chance, and you needed it already because now he's gonna kill stuff and you're gonna miss out on the infuse. You're not gonna get another chance. That's what I don't like about this. Like, he's already gonna be halfway there.
You can count on me.
It's just too easy to get that condition. Like what, I could get lucky and he doesn't have the bird, but then he'll draw into it in one of the unlimited turns that he gets back to back to back. Like, you took something that was a single turn win condition, but now it's become an infinite turn win condition. You can just keep doing it. It's kind of absurd. And Denathrius is cute, but health value doesn't really matter much. You could maybe discover something that could help, but I doubt it. Discard a card, taunt. All in damage wise, just ignore the board because all that matters is damage to the face. Gonna go full smork mode, but even that's not gonna help. He's already gonna get it. Like, he'll get it probably next turn somehow, and it's okay if he spends all his mana because he can just keep doing it. I don't think I've beaten this deck. Have I? Like, maybe 1 out of 50 times or something, because we've really seen it that many times. Use a minion when it dies, deal 3. Oh, when it... Well, he can kill it right now. Which wouldn't kill the 2/5, so... Could really use like a buff or something good here, like... I guess I don't have enough stuff on the board even. He's gonna get it probably next turn, and then he'll play it the turn after that, and then he's gonna have an ice block and shit too, to prevent me from doing anything. You can do this, and you could do the 4 cost. Don't even worry about the infuse effect. The one thing he never has to fear is like me killing him out of the hand. Again, you're not gonna get to turn 10, I guarantee it. They get it on like turn 6. And there's nothing you can ever do to stop it. It's like you would hope at least one time. Oh my god. You could even get it now. Oh my god. Probably the lowest cost, I bet it's that fucking bird. I'd have to kill him this turn. If I don't kill him this turn, I lose. But obviously I don't have enough to do that. You could maybe draw into the bartender. That still wouldn't be enough though. It'd be 4, 5, 5. Just can't do it. I mean, you could even say leaving Bran is a mistake, but it doesn't matter. Like, you're gonna lose. I guess I could have tapped too. Or at the very least, he'll have AoEs and stuff. So if I could silence everything, I would do 3, 6. No, but it would, Blizzard would kill some of them. It's just not going to be enough. It's really the 40 health value that enables this too. If you only had 30 health, it might be much more difficult. Then you'd be using it like more in the old school way. You're not going to get that far. This is kind of useless in this matchup, but I don't mind it too much. Destroy a card in your deck for each killed, which again, you have to just deal with it. Presumably you're in like an aggro versus aggro matchup, so it's not going to matter what you destroy, you just have to deal with it. Presumably you were going to lose anyway by that point, is the point. Flop the hand with the bottom of the deck. You only need 2 more. But I guess nothing you have now, well, it would generate something. Freeze 1, if it's frozen, deal 2 damage.
You can count on me. I'm certified.
This is still like the best case scenario, but if I just get a silence, maybe I could do it. You would have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. But it wouldn't. You would need a silence and something else too. Just nothing. Nice. And it might just even be able to kill me like out of the hand or something. I should have just summoned something too. So now you're gonna have the bird. You're gonna just kill me. I mean, even just the act of playing it would allow you to do a certain amount of damage to the face. Like, why wouldn't you do it? Just have to hope and pray he doesn't have the bird and that he doesn't draw into it. He could at least do 4, so even if he just has like a fireball, he could kill me. But again, the last thing you can worry about is your health in this matchup. It's only turn 8, like you're already fucking done. Must not be a very glowing choice if it takes you that long though. Is it going to be the first time we ever see not a time warp infinite loop ever in my life playing against this? The first time that you don't have the bird in like 50 fucking times. And I'm probably still gonna lose. You'll play Ice Block or some dumb shit. What the fuck is this game, dude? You still can't beat him. He botches the time warp and you still can't beat him. You could just kill me with this somehow. Boy, I could really use like a buff or something, you know? That would be really nice. I almost wish it would have transformed that. May as well just do a Rafam so you buy yourself a turn into Denathrius. You still do have to pop the block.
Go, imps! Do my bidding! And
Oh, wow. It doesn't even do it because... Oh, shit. I was assuming it was infused. My mistake. So let's see what he's going to do now. The taunts maybe help a little bit. I mean, you already wasted your time warp, so maybe they just should have waited. But now you get another extra turn too. So what I'm actually going to do now is going to be pretty impactful to just keep me alive. You might think, oh, that happens sometimes, but it's never happened before. That's why I feel strange about this one. Just use this even to pop the block. Fuck it. I need it just to stay alive.
you failed.
And of course, the only secret they ever run, there's never any mystery. It's not a secret that it's ice block. You know that's what it's going to be. So relish this as only the second time I've ever beaten this deck. In before they pyroblast my face.
I've heard of it.
I guess you wouldn't have enough mana now, but you could do a combo. Fireball plus Frostbolt. Oh, and you still get to do it.
You have my sincere gratitude.
Okay. I mean, for what? Like, there's nothing I could have done. I couldn't have popped the block.
Smidge of this, a pinch of that.
I shouldn't have gotten too overconfident. Even if they botch the time warp, they can just get it 50 turns later and still do it. Okay, you just have to accept every matchup like this you're gonna lose, but at least you can beat other things, so that's fine. I don't even know who would be that good against this. You would need like a secret eater or something too. I don't see what I could have possibly done differently.
A smidge of this.
You really would just need that just to counter this, but then I have too many cards that are not good anymore in so many matchups. Like, they're too many situational. Half your deck is just going to be, oh, this is for this matchup, this is for that matchup. So you're not going to have anything that's good all the time. Dude, can you just end it? Trying to be all cute about it. Just ping this fucking thing. Wait, what? Wait, how did you fuck that up? Wait, what's going on? You could have kept... Dude, what the fuck are you doing? I don't care. Just hit him in the face. Wait, how did that even happen?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, so this guy's just stupid.
You win.
I don't understand how you didn't copy the bird and play the bird. You could... I thought they even did that. They added copies to their hand. Whatever. So that's one of the rare moments that you'll ever beat that deck. I wonder what their counter is. I mean, aside from the Secret Eater, which you could say is maybe good against other classes too, but I'm not going to do it. Because you already have the silence, you already have this, now you have the AoE too. Like, there's too many things that just don't fit with this deck already. So the further you go out, the worse you're gonna do. Because it's not gonna be good against some of the other matchups. The priest matchup is useless. The shaman matchup is useless. So how much can you really do that just for mages and even hunters and other classes? It's not gonna matter as much because usually their secrets aren't that bad anyway. Okay, can we get to 2, please? Give me like a fucking warrior or something, just totally off the wall matchup. We never see those. Oh, that was very fortunate. I don't see how they lost that. They could have just kept playing the bird. Like, we've never seen a scenario where they don't do that.
Gul'dan
Rogue.
Maiev.
Set sail for glory.
The one that I really fear is the one that I really fear is the crystal cave thing. You could do a turn 1 into a turn 2 this, to make it a little beefy. You could also just do a flame imp, but it almost doesn't seem worth it. Let's see what he does. Just don't summon anything. Fine. Deal 1 damage to a minion for... Okay, you don't get the value out of it at least.
These books all ruined.
Seems a little slow. I almost wanted to coin out another one. But then you won't be able to follow it up. You can kill it with your weapon or something out of the hand. So once again, another thing where they're going to rush me down too. Hard to think of this as being a pirate too, but... Do these two, or you could buff the attack to extraordinary proportions. I mean, none of these are... I guess since I have 2 of them, I could do it. And then it makes this even more a priority target. So the only thing you can really do is Fan of Knives, or there's all kinds of stuff like when your hero attacks, deal 1 damage to all things. So that's how you get AoE for classes that still kind of lack it, at least in the early game. Like a hunter could still do that, because it's not like a class card, right? It's just a regular... Okay, I don't mind this trading scenario. You want to summon kind of multiple things. In fact, I'll just do it again, even, because it didn't seem like they had a very good answer for it the first time. Like, there's that one where whenever your hero attacks, it does just a free AoE, which is pretty crazy. After you summon a pirate, deal 2 damage. Not a big deal. Doesn't even get the bonus effect here. Damn it. Would have been nice if I could have killed that. Okay, the Denathrius probably isn't going to come into play very much here. I just have to take out some of these random ones because I can't deal with the other one. At least the imp should be a little sticky. The possibility that they might burn out before I do, that's the only hope here. After your hero attacks, draw a pirate. So that sets up for the perfect thing. I can't get rid of that stupid cannon to save my life. And I'm not going to be able to deal with this either. The silence is actually pretty handy here. So why don't I just trade and then silence and then do this. So my health is going to be a little bit low. See, that's another utility that validates the silence. Even in a matchup like this where you wouldn't think it'd be good, you think of it as being better against like priests and stuff, it still came through and actually helped a little bit, although they still have pretty good board control. I don't know. I mean, I might have to do this just for any sort of card draw I can get. Another cannon.
Let's see, what do I take?
Draw spell animated, so much for them running dry. They're just getting whatever they want. And I have to prioritize this one. But this is actually okay because I just need something I can play here.
The top shelf.
The card draw would have been kind of weak. You can kill this without it dying. You can trade into this, which is a pirate, right? Just to make sure. Silence doesn't negate their identity still. Like, there's still a Murloc, there's still a pirate. Pretty tough spot to be in.
A sword to a fish fight.
Okay, so they're pretty confident they can just kill me, which might be justified. Replace your hand with 4 cards from your deck, swap them back. Shouldn't you have done that first before you just went face? Like, how would you know what you're gonna get? So Denathrius would be necessary to heal me more so than anything else. Swordfish, Dredge, if it's a pirate, give it +2 attack. And the weapon 2 attack, of course. Why not? That's 1 less for each damage dealt. Could be very hard to deal with this. I do have the AoE card now, though. So that could be a good use of it. And it is still cost effective where I could get it now. So now this is the one scenario that you look at and say, if I didn't have this, I would lose. But the problem is that pretty much means that you're going to lose anyway, because the situation doesn't benefit you. It doesn't even matter what you discard. And I just get to turn 10 because it seems very unlikely. That was like the perfect top deck. That's exactly what I wanted too. You only had the one weapon anyway. You're just gonna keep flooding the board though. Now I know how it feels on the other side. There's just nothing I can do. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't have anything for it. Yeah, this is a really, as soon as you get to Diamond 3, you get kind of hard stuck. This is pretty crazy. This isn't even a matchup that I would fear that much, but they would actually have to miss a very obvious lethal here. Which somebody did do that earlier, or yesterday. Alright, so now we're still stuck at 3 plus 2. We're gonna start seeing a lot of the same shit too, I bet. Like, the time warp is just gonna keep doing me in. Like, can I get on a roll like I was doing before where I get a pseudo win streak even though it's not a win streak anymore? Maybe some of those spells would help me deal with the Gigafin play, assuming it's the same matchup that we've seen every single time pretty much. Although last time I lost to like a mirror matchup because they had an AoE, which is pretty much blew my mind. Denathrius is cute, but I don't think we'll get to that point still. It's just so important in a lot of these. It could happen. But see, now 1 out of 30 cards, you're still not going to draw the AoE if and when you need it. So presumably this is a matchup where it would be good. Or even that destruction one that does like... They both kind of counter Gigafin because they'll do 4 or 5 to either everything or to a single target. So that's still good. He's using the basic card backs. Okay, so presumably that's what it is. People are obsessed with these curses. I don't know. I felt like they weren't that great, but... It feels like they still win for other reasons. It's just an ancillary thing. I guess I'm okay with doing that. You're gonna do this shit where... Oh, that Mechathune one seems good too, but we haven't seen that in a while. Maybe it's that. So he'll like summon a bunch of stuff and then kill it. I mean, I'm okay with even that. Because I wasn't sure whether it was going to be true value anyway. So give me like a portal so I can burst through that. Unfortunately, I can't get the full value out of this. Because he's certainly going to be able to kill it. Or at least, you know, it'd be too ideal if he didn't. So, Giant Rat playing into that. Well, I hope he just can't kill it, but it is only turn 3. Shit. What a great... And I mean, it was a 50-50 shot because I only had 2 things in my hand anyway. Couldn't metagame your way around that. I don't even give a shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just go all in. He has to deal with the 10-8 before he has to deal with the board. Long live the king. Why am I getting that now? In the middle of a game. I mean, this is the best case scenario you could have hoped for. Oh, fuck. But still, I mean... It is what it is. You used your whole turn. I'm still in an okay spot. Although you do have a few too many cards in your hand now. And now these are going to be a lot easier for you to deal with. But still, that's the best Denathrius value I could have gotten. Right, you're probably not going to get to turn 10 anyway. Which is the case in so many of these matchups, except for Priest, pretty much. But weirdly enough, sometimes it saved me from dying too. Don't give it taunt. Oh, I can silence it. Ah, fuck. I guess I could do both of these together. Sure. Doesn't really matter what it destroys. Wait, why did it only destroy one card? Oh, for each kill. I guess I just always assume it's gonna be like 5 cards or something. I think he's gonna have ways to deal with the stuff now, unfortunately, like the one that heals him and kills it. Running a little bit dry on cards. He's even doing damage to himself. See, that went the best way it could, and I still feel uncertain. Alright. Even with that lucky Denathorus thing.
Sorry, we don't have any.
Can't even worry about the board. I mean, fuck me. The one that I made doesn't even have Reno in it, right? But it is similar to this. But see, they're not even doing anything related to the curses. Now they're going to do the Gigafin thing. This is where the AoE could be good, but it's still kind of not because they've got too much other shit on the board. So the silence does nothing for you because it'll negate this as well.
Side effects? No. Trust.
Pretty hard to play around Reno when your whole point is just to go face. Or I already did the AoE, so what would I be expecting to happen? Oh, I guess I could have gotten the one that would kill Gigafin and heal me for 3, but even then, he's got too many answers. Adjacent minions have Wind Fury. Is that really a card that... That's interesting. I haven't seen anybody use that. Yeah. Yeah, why is it Diamond 3 exactly? Like, at least let me get to 2 and then figure it out. I could try using this myself, which isn't exactly what he was doing, but I just don't really like it as much. And I'm not going to know exactly how to use it either. You just stack up cards in your hand and... I just don't know. Kind of just want to do it with this one. It's very rock, paper, scissors though with these matchups. Even some of the ones I'm beating doesn't feel like you could beat them consistently. Like the priest and the mage. Definitely the mage was a fuck. I don't see how that guy's deck could beat the mage either.
Mine is the only way. Your
Very much
soul
unlike
shall
classic
be
WoW,
mine.
where it's the opposite fucking thing. Alright, so you could do the 2 imps first. You don't really have to do the Voidwalker. Well, it depends if he summons something. Gonna be some kind of mirror matchup or what? Nothing. You do here. The portal could be okay if these stick around, but still not right away. You could almost coin out the Voidwalker too. So yeah, this is kind of what we're looking at. Except he doesn't have... He doesn't have the Renethal, which is weird. Sometimes that makes him more dangerous though, because he's guaranteed to get exactly what he wants. Or no, this is probably the Mech-Cthulhu then. Although even that sometimes still had 40 cards. You have to go all in early. I'm actually going to commit to this because presumably... Oh, he'll do that stupid hysteria though. That's why it doesn't work. Sometimes it's better to just summon one big thing. Even though I always used to say don't commit. To just hope he doesn't have hysteria, I guess. At least we have Rafam, which can be very good. If he can't deal with it, it can be very good. That definitely won't matter too much. That was kind of a weak play, honestly. Don't destroy the 6-7. So we just have to get to that Rafam and still keep the pressure on. Don't care too much about my health value. You get the buff next turn, and then we get the reform the turn after that. So what is he gonna have after already using that AoE? Presumably you wouldn't have too much. And subliminally make him think that I'm so afraid of him tapping. Please don't tap. He's gonna discard his hand and 1 cost copies. Seems a little bit early to be doing that. Are you gonna do the same shit again then? It just destroys 1 minion, but that's not even gonna be that good. It's hard to figure out when to actually use that. Like, they usually do it for the final play, like the Mechithune.
No. Trust me.
You're gonna heal for 4. I probably should just destroy this. You seem to have a little bit of trouble with the buff thing before. Getting him as low as we can, and then you would presume he wouldn't be able to deal with this board and the reform board. That would be my only hope, but it could very well happen. So he gets a little curse too, which he can't really worry about. That should be the last of his concerns, and it doesn't even do that much damage. Like, I only have like 1 or 2 of those things in my whole deck, so that's not really what this is about. So if you clear the board, obviously we're going to get the infuse effect. If you don't, we're doing a good amount of damage anyway. I'm assuming you couldn't have Reno Jackson in this. Okay, that cuts down on your mana, but you do have a lot of 1-cost cards, don't you? That only works because of Malchezaar's Imp. The act of drawing the cards isn't going to be... What is the hero power going to matter? Okay, so should you be able to deal with Reform still after that? I guess you could do Gigafin, would be the only way I can think of. But this has to be the kill play. If I don't get it here, I lose. I mean, you can tap for free, but you have to do Gigafin to eat everything, and if you do that, you win, because I have nothing... I have no answer to that. That's the only card that it could be. But he would have to play the other one that eats his health first, doesn't he? How much does it cost again? I forgot. He's gonna do it, isn't he? Somehow. '30th anniversary thing.
You here for the tour?
What the fuck are you doing with the hero power, dude? Cover a friendly death rattle minion, give it its death rattle. Restore 4 health is not gonna do very much.
No. Trust me.
Destroy a random enemy minion for every one of yours would be the best he could do. Or at least that's your win condition thing. So he did actually manage to deal with it. That's pretty spectacular. So now the question is he going to have enough still to keep going? Or is he completely burnt out? Because we have the buff too. So between 2 cards after doing all that, is he still going to have an answer?
You know nothing of death.
Alright.
Allow me to teach you.
I guess. Sometimes it just goes that way. Like, come on, man. There's got to be a burnout period for some of these guys where they just don't always have the answer to everything. At least he's very keen to damage himself. Okay, so we get 2 3/3s, which is pretty weak. He's probably going to deal with these too. Why should I expect anything different?
Armor! Lightly used armor! You are not the boss.
Wow.
The top shelf is...
Obviously now it favors him completely. Then Denathrius is going to be bad here too because it's just not even going to have a high infuse count. You're going to get the Mechathune condition too, but you wouldn't even... Well, I guess he's kind of decked himself out otherwise. How would you even deal with that? I guess you could use the giant rat yourself to try to get him to play it just by dumb luck. You just win right now? Reduce the cost? What is that going to do? You're just trying to get rid of stuff, I guess. Your health just isn't low enough for this to even matter, though. And it really felt like I should have won that one, too. I'm surprised. Deal 5 to everything. That's maybe even doing him a favor. Then again, I can't really deal with that board otherwise. 5. All minions take double damage from spells. Maybe he's gonna have trouble getting rid of his own minions to be able to play Mechathune. Maybe. Imagine him even giving me that turn. So discard your hand and destroy everything. I get it. Doesn't the weapon should counteract that too? You shouldn't be able to have a weapon if you have no cards in your deck, hand, or battlefield. So doesn't this count as a battlefield? He might have fucked himself over with that. I can't believe he's just leaving that there. Deal 5 plus 4. I can't believe I just can't do anything to it. This will make him fatigue, so he'll take 2 plus 4 plus 3.
I wonder.
I don't get it. They could have brought him down by killing that thing a little bit. He's gonna kill me just by whacking my face with it. Very fortunate victory there. Feels like so many of these are not really reliable ways to win, but this is what ends up happening here, I guess, a little bit. Like, all these matchups are bad, so any that I'm winning are just a little bit fluky, it feels like. I guess this deck just can't push all the way, or I'd have to change it. I feel like there's a variation of it. Let me look. Still using the imps, but using the curse shit a little bit. Let me see. Curse, imp, warlock. Curse, imp, warlock. What is the difference? You still have the flame imps. You still have the librarians. Grimory of Sacrifice. Destroy for any minion, deal 2 damage to all. Which, again, I don't understand why you're concerned with AoE. Is it to all enemy minions? I guess that makes it somewhat good for like the totem stuff. It's almost the same as what I have. 2 of the dredged below. 2 of the cultists. So now I don't understand the Hams in Rome. Whenever you cast a shadow spell that costs 1 or more, add a copy. I don't know what you'd even be using that for in this. Lady Dark Vein as well. Abyssal Wave. I don't really understand. Like, okay, so what spells are you trying to replicate? Just something that involves the Abyssal Curse, I guess? You have so few spells in the first place. Your Abyssal Curses that heal you for the damage they deal, give your opponent one of them. It's like a hybrid between the 2 styles. I suppose I could try that. long as I'm preserving the imp thing still, too. Let me see. I don't know. I shouldn't really doubt what got me here, but I'm just sort of adjusting it a little bit. So 2 flame imps for sure. 2 of the librarians. Grimory of Sacrifice. I'm pretty sure I have. Don't I? I guess I have enough dust. Huh, I thought I made those. So 2 of these, which is questionable because I don't know when or how much you're really going to use that. I don't know. This doesn't even seem that good. 2 of the wicked shipments. I'm apparently in standard too with this shit. This is a wild deck, isn't it? Oh, maybe it's not. That's why I'm wrong. This isn't even wild. Fuck. I mean, presumably it'd still be good, but the matchups are different. Shit. That's where I'm fucking up. That's a standard deck. Abyssal Curse Warlock Wild 4 weeks ago, though. That's basically just the other one that I have anyway. I don't get why this is even that good. I guess Theotar is one thing that is a little bit different. I guess maybe people decided that wasn't good. So I'll just keep doing this for now. You're gonna have to win like a lot in a row at some point. That's the problem. You can't just keep going 1 and 1. We're seeing this quite a bit. You do want the Reform. I don't want any of these. Losing a lot of matchups to Warlocks, but they're not mirror matchups by any means. So not a good way to start either. You really want to turn 1. Fuck, and that already starts off on a terrible... Just tap or something. Don't even do anything. Ah, shit. Wish you would have traded it. You know how highly I think of the trading play.
Sorry,
Do we actually play on the board, or do we still go face? Because sometimes it feels like... I guess we're playing for a Reform as the kill condition, but their health's going to be still too high. But to get them below a certain threshold, at least like 20. You do both of these together next turn. Maybe discover something that would be predicated on somehow doing an AoE or giving me a taunt, maybe. Gonna coin something out. What could it be? Thing that deals 4. Okay, fine. Yeah, everybody's obsessed with these goddamn curses. Oh, too bad I can't get the value out of this now, so I'll just do this instead. The ability to discover something. The curse just leaves your hand automatically. Anyway. It obviously isn't worth it to play it because that's just too much wasted mana, and you know, you just can't afford to do that. I guess like a priest maybe could afford to because they're just reactive anyway. And play both of these together, which, you know, maybe hinders the turn 5 play, but you got to keep the pressure going. Deal 2 if it dies, so it didn't even die. Okay, that's kind of a weak overcommit kind of a start for him. This is definitely the way to go. Your other demons have 1 attack. Whenever your hero takes damage, I don't feel like I'm going to use any of these. But somehow, maybe if I have an extra free turn, like the Galakron play, if I could fit fucking Galakron into this without any invoke or anything, I could probably, you know, if you ever have a free turn, but you're not going to. He's very desperate on the AoE front. Destroy 1, deal 2 damage. Oh my god. It's gonna go all in with this. And then what's gonna happen is we're gonna do Rafam with impunity, and if he can deal with that too, then I'm kind of screwed. That's the thing. You could say leaving the imps is bad, but I mean we just have to go for it now. Fuck. I don't care about the curse, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not. That's the least of my concern right now. We have it, and we also have the ability to buff these, so how is this gonna work? I don't even care. Like, we just have to go for the kill. Like, if he can clear my board, I lose anyway. I don't get it. Like, why would I even trade into that? What's he gonna do? Fucking Shadow Flame or something? Power overwhelming Shadow Flame from years past. Just like every little bit of damage matters. So now either he can clear my board or he can't. Seems to have some value in mind. The thing that deals 4. Not quite enough though. Although I'm a little bit. Oh, is this dude? Is that buff actually gonna be what does it? I knew it. I knew I'd have a free turn like that. Yeah, totally a meta card. Everybody's using this. High value, low cost. That is so fucking dirty. I didn't even have to do it, I think, because of the portal, but just get value out of it one way or another. But this is the one that I'm having trouble with. This next one, getting into the 2. It's like you could do it with this, it'll just take a lot longer, so I should probably try something else. I just don't know. Oh, here we go again. This is the matchup you just can't do. You definitely want to keep Rafam. I don't know that I really want to keep that. It could still be okay, but buffing the Voidwalker with the portal can sometimes be good here. Time warp, time warp, time warp. Nothing else it could possibly be, but it's not, apparently. Or he just for some reason didn't feel like playing it on turn 1, which would be stupid. You can create a copy here, which is a card that I really question being in this, but it's not even that it's bad, it's just I just can't worry about board control. That's the thing you have to learn after a while here. Rush, discard your highest cost card. Give all demons in your hand +1/+1. Could maybe be okay. Put this in front. You get a little bit of the infuse. This is arguably even good if I don't have anything else, because this will be, you know, make those infuses both good, but that's kind of like a cheeky little play. If I have something else, I'll do an im-gang boss or whatnot. It's very secret focused. I mean, it's a very slow thing.
Sorry, we don't have any.
Just keep going. You don't have to go out of your way to do that.
That was folly.
So, what's troubling
End of your turn, deal 2 to all enemies. Oh, this guy's kind of more annoying than expected. All right.
A little fire never hurt nobody. Legally binding.
I don't care, dude. You gotta go face. You just gotta go face. It's gonna do 2 then instead of 3. You would think he'd be more concerned with trading into the board though still. Not gonna kill everything just like that. Oh, now it will. Do it again. Just make him have to trade and then do a reform. Draw a secret, it costs 0, so you obviously have fucking infinite secrets. We get it. How can you still do 1 damage to all of them? You can't. You even use it just to buff these. No, it seems like he's gonna have some kind of other shit. From the 3/6 elemental, okay, fine. Okay, I didn't know it was gonna be like that. My health value is actually a concern though, which he might just have a way to finish it off. That would be the main concern. I could have just buffed them, but how was I supposed to know it wouldn't be one that deals with my board, like the flame ward or whatever? So I have the portals too. It's weird that you want to keep it alive, I guess. I mean, you can't really just justify going face here. He's gonna have a whole bunch of shit. We could double portal, in fact.
Checkmate.
Okay, but see, that's him kind of giving up his that he doesn't have an ice block. I didn't necessarily know that he didn't have an ice block. You don't have to resign there. You're really gonna give Elise the fucking second slot, or is that even Elise? I think of her as the 5/5, this one, but yeah, they're both Elise. Starseeker and Trailblazer. That's really this Diamond 2. Okay, so what we really have to do is keep pushing forward with this, and it's gonna keep getting tougher though. You would think it'd be generally the same though, even. That was a very secret heavy mage, but it wasn't the time warp one. So that's at least an interesting variation. Gives you another cause to add the secret eater, but I just find that to be so bad in other matchups that, I mean, outright useless in some matchups. Come to think of it.
Give me strength.
I don't even mind this as a turn 1, but we'll see. Just getting, I never ever trade it. I don't think I've traded it once. I think maybe I misclicked and did it, but you know, you can just play it into the buffs too, like play it on turn 6 with the bartender to get 2/3/3s. That's still okay value. Upgrades by 2. That might make you think it means that it makes them 3/3s, 2/3/3s instead of 4 1/1s, you know. No reason to do the Void Walker this early. It's gonna be Renethal, or no, it's gonna be the Shadow one. And Renethal. Sometimes it's one or the other. You can summon the 2 cost. Would you really coin out to just hit one of these, I wonder? And you're probably not going to. Just pass the turn. They can't see you highlighting this like they would other things. Pop your hand with the bottom of your deck. I'm not sure I really understand sometimes the value of this card, but kind of go all in face for a massive 2 damage. The Reno Jackson thing here can be really tough if, you know, you're about to kill them and they just do it. But again, out of 40 cards, there's a possibility they might not get it by then. You really would want Rafam here too. Enemy steal its attack and health until it has more. Wait, until this has more? From it until this has more. I don't think I've really seen this very often.
For the roast, my lord. Sorry, we don't have any.
I mean, I just can't worry about it. I keep saying it. You just have to go face because you're going to lose anyway. The only win condition here is rush. Spirit Lash. It's not like their board was that intimidating anyway.
These books are ruined.
Just keep going all in. I'm gonna run dry on cards, but you would hope they have one turn where they just can't deal with the board. That Spirit Lash is so damaging, but you can't really play around it. So presumably they have a better AoE to deal with this now. Hysteria. At least her attack would go down as she kills the imps. This guy's just been an Iron Man. But you've gotten Rafam way too late. Way too late. Give me a 1 cost. I might not even have any more 1 cost. I think I have another Flame Imp. Yeah, this is looking pretty down now. They could do both of these even without the infuse. It'd be worth it. You can just kill it with your hero power now at this point.
I'm 7 moves ahead.
Secretly counter something. Don't really have any duds to do that for. Although I guess I could do this, which would also negate the negative effect of mine. Not really great, but you know, you get at least a little bit to stick, maybe. If this stuff dies, I still wouldn't be able to Rafam yet.
Surrender your will to the Cabal.
Okay. We haven't seen that very much. But again, you'd presume there'd be a Reno in there, if that's the way that this is gonna go. With no duplicates. 2, so I could trade both to get that value. Which actually might not be... Well, but I can't really even do that. I'm just gonna keep going face and not even worry about it. Fuck it. And so we're setting up for Rafam as well after the fact. You can do 7, 8, 9. You have to resign yourself mentally to the fact that you're gonna lose if you don't do this. That's what you have to get to the point. You're gonna lose, or you're gonna lose, you know, either on your terms or on their terms. So I may as well just go down swinging for the face. You can almost just kill me. So 3 clues about your opponent's cards to get copies of them. Or friendly imp. So even if he got it, it wouldn't matter too much. Or is it just cards in your deck too? I forget how this even works. So 3 clues about your opponent's cards to get copies of them. As long as it's not some fucking AoE from my deck. You have to be a genius to figure this shit out. Or like if they play that stupid Mutinous the Devourer, they'll just eat this shit out of my hand. That would be the scary follow-up. Maybe I should just trade in this time and... Wait, they haven't even attacked yet, have they? They're wasting the whole turn just doing that. Maybe this is a time to trade. Going face here doesn't seem to really serve me.
Legally binding.
Is you want the trade. You want this, and you even want to commit further. So if this isn't good enough to really put the pressure, then I just lose. You probably do have some Shadow Word AoE shit that I always forget the name of. You could say, oh, you're playing into that, but there's nothing else. This isn't even presenting lethal either. 5, 10, 15, yeah. Seems like they wouldn't have an easy answer like that, though. Discover spell, maybe they'll discover that exact thing. So much of this becomes RNG based. Like, what if they did get that? Then I just lose. Even if they don't get that, I'm still not in a great spot. Denathrius would have been nice much earlier, so it's not gonna matter now. This gives you a much higher chance of getting it. And it does only cost 4, so just do it to me. Just trade in a little bit. Or you could have another good battle cry too. Okay, you have your free hero power. Are you just gonna trade like that? That's not very impressive. Discover a copy of a card from your opponent's thing. How much is that going to be? 8 plus 10 plus 3. 21, 26.
The top shall be.
Can't worry about my health, although there is some kind of vague possibility that they could kill me here. So are they going to Reno now? Are they still going to come out of this? You would think this is the ideal best case scenario. Or they'll do like Psychic Scream or something. There's so many ways that a priest has to deal with a board like this. Or it's possible they could just kill me. Alright. If only I had Denathrius in my hand there, you could at least get a good... I could even still do it. Fuck. I'm just gonna try to go all in. Please just let me have this one. Come on, how often are you gonna beat a priest? Ah, come on.
The future is clear. Your demise be near.
That's funny. Give me Denathrius would still possibly be enough. I can't even tap. Fuck. Are you kidding me with that? You're not gonna get any damage out of the hand besides that, and now it wouldn't even be necessarily enough. I can't believe it. You're really gonna lose like this to a priest? It could hit your face. I mean, I have to do it anyway, but...
A toast to my everlasting reign.
Fuck you. You're obviously gonna have a way to deal with this. 3, 5, 6, 7 to the face. The weakest Denathrius that you've ever seen.
The light has betrayed me.
It's a tough one. I feel like I even got lucky in the matchup. Like, there were other things that they could have had that they didn't have, so... That's kind of a tough one. You're getting lucky and losing still. I mean, you even get Denathrius like 1 turn late because they had exactly 4 and an empty board. It's not like the imp portal is going to soak up some of the damage from it. So that was perfectly unperfect timing. You keep pushing through, but now if I get bounced back to 3, this becomes a bit of a trick. I really should probably try to use something else. I'm just obsessed with this one. Give me some other kind of weird matchup, but I guess there aren't gonna be any now. This is where it starts to really just shrink to down to the same 2 or 3 things. Even the rogue we lost to, which I really shouldn't be losing to. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I guess I'll keep it. You're gonna do all their crazy pirate shit, probably. I mean, I guess I fear the Crystal Caves thing more, but I've been running dry on cards a lot more too. That's been my weakness. And I've also been getting rushed down a lot, which is kind of comical. You already have the legend card back, dude. Fuck it. Why are you even doing this? Yeah, that's kind of scary, and there's no way that I can deal with it right away. 2 of the libraries. Can't do anything about it. So presumably you have like 2 or 3 fucking pirates to summon. You're gonna summon 3 1/1s. The portal wouldn't help. I guess maybe it would, because... Oh, thank God it hits face. That's the kind of luck that you need. Fucking... Unlucky for them, though. You gotta give it to that. So do I really just do the port? Look at that early game fucking shit, dude. That's a turn 2 play. Just so you realize. That's okay just to clear the board a little bit. It would have been nice to get an infuse effect out of it though. That's what we're not getting very consistently here. And again, I'm a little bit starved on cards some of these times. You just play everything right away, which is the right way to go. I could do another portal play, but presumably they're going to get through some of this. At least they are kind of on the defensive, having to trade in, which is good. There's no way that I can deal with this, can I? I could do the portal. I could actually do it. Like 4 and 5. Like, is that really...
So many possibilities.
I don't like it, but you know this is going to be dangerous. Gotta starve them of cards. And this does survive at least. I guess that's what I didn't necessarily account for.
It's all ruined.
So at least he's going to run dry on cards, but not quite as dry as me, the way this is going. No Rafam, no infuse from the 4 thing. The 4 doppelgangster imp, whatever. I always forget the name. And Denathrius you wouldn't even really want, but I'm just so dry on cards. Thankfully they don't have anything great either, but look at how slow paced this is. Like, how do you expect to win like this? You could buff this chick a little bit. Now you get it. Fucking too late. Just so it survives. Honestly, I'm that desperate. So this infuse is going to take a while. This isn't going to do too much. Hopefully you can't kill the M-Gang boss. You would think they wouldn't have much damage out of the hand, considering how much board control they have. You're not really even going to win by going face here. They're going to get something good next turn. I don't mind even just doing this. Like, you need to just get shit out there. You just have to. Oh, they're gonna kill it though. Wait, they just attacked though. Draw 2 cards, so they certainly have good recovery capabilities that way. Just let the board be for now, dude, please. Enough. Fuck. Yo. This is an unlimited value play turn. I guess I could still save the buff. I'll wait. I'm kind of scared to tab though. This isn't a bad board. And so we set up for the buff here. If he doesn't clear too much out, you could clear like a 1-1 and the 4. You presumably do not have AoE though. That's what I'm banking on. Right? Like at some point you shouldn't have it.
Put your dukes up, small fry.
What is that? Oh yeah, of course, of course.
I didn't hear no bell.
This has got to be the one that tips it, or maybe you say fuck it and bait him. You make him think like, oh, this is my ace play. This is the play that's really gonna do you in. And so he deals with the board now, and then you kill him. This is the best case scenario that you can have. Deal with the board now with all your mana, and then I fucking kill you. And if you can't, then obviously I can buff this even further. So that's a bit of a desperation play. Your health is very low. Your pirates have charge, including itself.
Pirates away!
Yeah, that one went actually pretty well. But this will kill it just with the buff alone. I didn't start with the Rafam, but it ended up still coming in to save me. Maybe a little bit of back and forth action here. I'm not sure that I could consistently beat that one, though. It's like any of those favorable matchups that I was getting before just aren't here anymore. Why is that so quiet, too? I guess it's just the chatter. There's not any actual music or sound, whatever. Let's see what we can do. Maybe a mage again is going to be the time warp again, 100%.
You asked for it.
Maybe the solitary secret one isn't so bad. Definitely get rid of this. You don't really want Denathrius against a mage because you're just not going to get to that point. Right, the win condition for both of us is quicker. Even if it's time warp, it's fucking fast. Which just seems kind of silly, but if they win by like turn 6 to 8 with it, it's just absurd. So that's obviously what it's going to be. I'm going to bank on it. It's just got to be. I don't see any other. Maybe it's not. Start of your turn, look at your top card. You can put it on the bottom and lose 1 durability. At least that seems like a bit of a slower play. So you can decide what you draw, basically.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Interesting, interesting. Oh, wow. I don't know how the design behind this really works. Like, how does it really know the exact circumstance and take all that into account? It does seem like it's a pretty sophisticatedly designed card. At first, I didn't really understand what that meant. When it first came out, I was like, what do you mean the perfect card? How would you know what the perfect card is for every situation?
I wonder.
I'm just going to assume he doesn't have like a great deal of AoE, which is a stupid thing against a mage, but or at least bait it out early. Of course, don't have any infuse effects either, so you're going to rely on a secret, which you can almost guess what it's going to be, but I don't care. We even get the infuse out of it. That's the thing, you can't fear such things. I'm gonna put more stuff here. That's actually pretty convenient because it gives me the infuse already. But this infuse is gonna be weak because overplay. No.
Excuse for bad manners.
No.
For the roast, my lord.
Well, I pretty much lose just because of that. So this guy can be pretty absurd there. That was looking like it could have been a win, and then it just goes down the fucking tube. Wow. How do you really play around that? Like, I had no chance. What the fuck? I haven't seen too many people actually use it, but that's it. It's over. You could maybe draw that bartender to buff a little bit, but you can't even worry about this shit. Kind of weird not to kill the imp though, still, for the value. Summon a friendly minion to die, deal 3 damage. It's not going to be anywhere near enough. If you had that, the Rafam in your back pocket, maybe, but you get like 3 to choose from. So this counters decks that obviously have very few cards to begin with. Yeah, I just don't see it happening here. Freeze a minion, summon a skeleton. This is even more expensive than mine too. What could I even get here? Deal 4, give him a stupid curse. Neither of these are even gonna do anything. Damn. At least it's a different mage. I'm just shocked that it's come to this point that I can just get destroyed by it. So that Theotar play completely wrecked me. That's my karma for not knowing what his name even was before.
The time has come.
What other condition do I have? Like, there's nothing I can even do.
Looks all ruined.
May as well use the buff while you have it. You can summon a skeleton, you can freeze something. Recast a spell from each school you've cast this game. Give yourself Ice Block, which doesn't matter. What a surprise. I would have never guessed that that was Ice Block. That wasn't even like crazy value, but... Can I really afford to keep tapping though?
Sorry, we
The
don't
top
have
shelf
any.
is X.
Honestly, you don't even really want to attack with that one too much. It's like hanging on by a thread in so many of these, but it just doesn't feel like you have any real chance of winning this. There's no way, even behind the Ice Block too, and then he's gonna have another one. Or maybe not, because he already recasted it. That's gonna keep ramping up.
I'm 7 moves ahead of
I'm gonna be doing so much damage to myself too, between the taps and the whatever.
Legally binding.
Okay, that's not gonna matter as much. You summon another imp. I can't afford to tap, really. I just can't do it. You know he has the block too, and he probably has some ways to deal with the board as well.
We're gonna be rich.
Okay. I mean, you can't. Reno is just... You can't deal with Reno. What the fuck? There's a different way to use that other than the bird. I don't know why you even bother playing this one out now. What could I get? Maybe the fucking Tamsin just to deck myself out. Lose with some dignity instead of just getting fucked on the board. Discover a spell and cast it with random targets. Deal 3 damage to all minions. Nice. At least this is different than the Time Warp. It's hard to know how well some of the stuff would stack up against other classes. I guess if I got into Denathrius there, that wouldn't have been a terrible spot, but presumably they have a very easy way to deal with that. They even have another Reno Jackson, which is nuts.
Fate of the world hangs in the balance.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to think like how this other... Yeah, right. That's really gonna save me. Try to think like how would that other thing save me? The Abyssal Curse deck. I don't feel like it would have done any better. This is one rare case where the value of this is actually pretty good. Can't really fear decking yourself out either. The turn 10 shit. Signature move. I've very rarely gotten the value out of that even, in fact. I'd have to get like a 40 Denathrius play, and then he still has the Ice Block, and then he still has the Reno. Like, what the fuck would be the win condition here? It's just unthinkable. Destroy a card for each killed. That's the play that did it, man. How the fuck do you deal with that? I can't even afford to draw stuff much more. Just gotta play on the board for a bit and wait for a really good Denathrius play, even though there is no way to do that. Gonna start to ramp that up. He has way too many cards. I'm gonna deck myself out. About 0 and freezes the target. You silence everything, which doesn't really even matter. It's almost like you got to just do this and hope that... Like, what do I really expect to happen here? That kind of was worth it. I'm just hoping some kind of crazy infuse might surprise him, but it's just not gonna happen. That Theotar play was fucking god tier though. What can you do about that? I guess you could just have more cards in your hand, but then that's going against everything you're trying to do. We're gonna get the biggest fucking infuse possible. Dude, what the fuck is this deck? You've got every... That's like my whole thing of playing Gul'dan over Jiraxxus or Jiraxxus over Gul'dan from way back. Deal 14. I mean, what is that really going to do for me? Surprise, I have Mecha'thun too and a way to kill it. It's amazing that they don't just have a way to go face and just kill me. I only have 15 health, and that's after doing Tamsin. It's just impossible. Like, you have another Reno.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Yeah, Mill Mage. Really playing into that. I would have to do lethal and play Denathrius in the same turn. Freeze all enemy minions. I do have the silence, but of course I have too many things there. Oh, maybe not.
I care not for pleasantries.
To all who sought to kill me.
If I did have Mecha'thun too, and a way to do it, that'd be kind of a cool addition to this.
Closely as I make everyone disappear.
I just have nothing, man. But I'm still not gonna just lose to lose. Like, I'll play it out. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm so close, so it feels like I shouldn't have to change, but I feel like this is falling just a little short. I'm amazed how long I even lasted in this one. Like, you could tell I was gonna lose a lot earlier, but...
I've seen death twice, but not that. You have served your purpose.
But she has voice lines for like so many other cards too. Or maybe it's just based on the type of card, like a destruction. But that didn't even really fit because... Wait, he has three. He had 3 hero cards. This is actually pretty awesome. If your deck has no duplicates, deal 10 damage amongst everything. Well, that's a pretty unwinnable matchup. Pretty much most things that have Reno are pretty hard to deal with. Let me look at the other one. Like, why would that be better? I'm afraid to play it because then I might just start losing in different ways than I'm used to losing. Why would this be good? Shuffle 3 agonies. Okay, so you have 2 of those. Flop, I guess, just if you get a bad hand. Draw 3. Deal 2, so you're gonna last out a bit longer. It's more of a mid-range thing. This, you can fuck yourself like I've seen people fuck themselves against me a little bit. This could be good for anything like the curse stuff, which there's not too much of, and it'd be a little bit too expensive too. You get 2 of these curses, so you could do a turn 6 where you do brand. This is just to, again, get more curses in. Like, I don't know what other... This is kind of good. The Stinger into the Gigafin or something like that. If they don't have a way to deal with it, that can be really... Even if they do have a way to deal with it, it can be very tough. And you could, I guess, silence your own thing too, and you could do it all on the same turn, presumably, because that you're paying health for. You have the 40 health thing. This, I guess I'll try it. This seems like this is a dangerous spot to try it at. Like, do you really oh boy. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I really shouldn't be doing this. There's some of these matchups I can't figure out. I don't think this is gonna work against a lot of them either, just what I'm looking at.
Gul'dan versus Maiev.
I don't think it's gonna work.
Set sail for glory.
Your soul shall be mine.
So this is fine to keep in your starting hand. So the first few turns you can just play for the tap, but it depends what you're going up against too. I don't think the curses are gonna matter as much here either. And I guess I don't know what I'm playing against. Is it gonna be the pirate rush thing we've been seeing, or what? I feel like you just don't want to play anything at the beginning. Like, you could do this, but why? I'm kind of learning as I'm doing it, because we've seen this a few times, but it's not a control deck though. It's mid. It's gonna be the middle game. I'm very confused actually. I don't know what to do. We can get good value out of this. I mean, that's fine. But you're giving them way too much time to get comfortable. I mean, that's a good value proposition at least. Oh, his voice isn't quite as good as the Hydra one. He had more of the Dracula accent. Flee here and you may yet prolong your pathetic lives. That's the next part of that quote. So many good boss quotes and voices from that fucking game back in the day. Alright, the agonies don't concern me as much. I could just do this, even though it's a rush play. I don't really want to swap my cards. You could just do a simple play like give him a curse. Become immune. Give him the curse. Like, why not just start to do... I guess you can save this for a synergy with one of the other things that puts more in there. Oh, their deck's kind of low on cards, so that could be good actually. Like one of the Tamsin Row and those kind of things. I don't know when to do this or why. I really couldn't tell you. Place your hand with 4 cards from your deck. I mean, I like my board position. Even this is doable. So these are pretty good value. And then if they get me to like 20 health, or even if I get myself to 20 health by tapping, I could just... So they're not really playing anything though. I kind of want them to play a minion. Just so I can justify doing this. They seem kind of like in desperation mode. I could force them to play a minion and then do it. What are you even trying to do here? Secret doesn't really scare me too much. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, they're certainly gonna have some answers now. Honestly, not a bad turn to do the draw 3. Well, I don't have enough room though. Ah, fuck. I should have known it was the same thing.
I ain't talking. Oh, friend. Let's see what you've got.
Return a friendly minion, it costs 1, so at least we're gonna negate that synergy. A pretty threatening board, but we're not gonna win clearly on just the board alone, are we? This does fatigue every turn, so it's not going to be the same counter as the curse counter. Draw 2 minions. Any played gains stealth for 1 turn.
Care to make a wager, friend?
It's impressive how we're like actually going to deck this guy out though, like without even really trying to. They must have a reason why that's okay for them. Your next combo card costs 2 less. It's amazing that Anatheron is still alive after all this. Okay, we get it, dude. You just do unlimited fucking combos. Oh, really? I'm not sure what this deck is, but I guess I'll try it. Just the value of the minions is so good that you can just prolong them with it, like the fucking Anatheron and stuff. I don't know. It's not one that really looks that good at the outset, but I'll try it. At least in this matchup, it could arguably be good, but it gives them too much time to get comfortable.
Your soul shall be mine.
Deal 4 damage to a minion. Like, what is really the battle cry that I'm playing that for? I don't get it. They're not gonna have a bunch of stuff on the board. Maybe that could be good. I'm not even sure. Like, this is where the fatigue and the curses could maybe come into play a little bit. Deal 3. If it dies, restore health. You just play slow the first couple turns. Build up your hand. They don't have that though. Well, I'm not gonna play the rush shit, so that doesn't even bother me too much. You just wait it out. The Anatheron play is good, and then you also get the null. But then I only like to do that if they have something on the board already, I suppose. Draw 3 cards. Deal damage to your hero, return 2 friendly minions. So those 2 friendly minions could be this. So what if I play like that? They'll remove them and then I'll get them right back. That could be the way that you use this. So just don't play anything for a little bit. But I also can't tap. I have to play something. Add a copy, but that copy wouldn't even matter. This turn I don't like though, because... Oh no, I guess I could just play it, is the point. I can't play both, but I can play one at a time. It makes you think you can coin that out, but if you... The act of coining and even playing Anatheron will increase the cost of it. They're gonna do nothing to it? Interesting. So I do like the idea of... This kind of works well with Giant Rat in a way. I can't really draw 3 cards now, can I?
More bones to gnaw on. Your hopes.
So present the board, and then if it dies, I can do this and get them right back, and I get the same value proposition. So that I do really like. So of course you're going to be able to clear the board. This is weird. These cards don't feel good, but they in effect become good. Oh, that's good. Legend level plays there. You're making value out of something that doesn't have value. Oh, I'm retarded. I wanted to get both.
You are defenders of a doomed
Haven't heard of me? You will.
Oh, fuck. I don't know. I'm not fully sure of this. Give me the one cost that puts the fatigue stuff in his deck. How about that? Okay, that was my fault. I shouldn't have played. Okay. I thought I had the other thing that put stuff in there. So Anatheron's pretty good. I fucked up like twice on the same turn. I guess I'm not fully sure though what all the... Yeah, I don't know this deck that well. I don't know what I'm even trying to do sometimes. This you can just do whenever you want, or you could do it with Bran, theoretically. Deal 4, give them a curse. You deal 3. I don't really want to trade Anatheron for it, but I guess I have to. Kind of a little tricky turn, let me think. Give your opponent the curse. Oh, shit. Wait, what? Oh, this is what you get for... Oh, never mind. So we can stack those two into it. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm seeing the value of Tamsin as we go here. But you really can't take credit for that because they left it there for so long, or for a whole turn. Why wouldn't they have just destroyed it with something? That's pretty good value at least, but I'm still not seeing the curse value really. Like, it's not doing that much. They have 2 of them in their hand though. Lifesteal is pretty good. Is Anatheron just gonna be like unkillable? Like, why is this so hard for you to deal with? You still can't kill him. Give another curse. Now we're starting to see the value of it a little bit. This could end up fucking me over though. I guess that's fine. At least get rid of something there. Now we can do a whole bunch of curse stuff, and we can even do I'm gonna 10-10 copy. So we can eat those. If only I could silence it too. Aw, that'd be so perfect if you could do both. Isn't this like a good just damage proposition? I'm sure he'll have ways to deal with the board, but now it's going to do like 3 and 4. So he's almost dead. Or wait, it'll only do 3 or whatever. I'm not the biggest fan of the curse stuff, I'll say it, but it just doesn't seem like it's really, I don't know. The pace of it seems weird. I guess it's working. I just assumed they'd have a way to deal with some of this. Okay. I fucked up a little bit at the beginning, but Anatheron has been the MVP so far just because people apparently can't deal with him that early. You just fill up your hand. It seems like they should just have like a Shadow Word Death or something for it. Not the least of which could be, you know, we fucked up the Null. I wanted both the Null and Anatheron back. So I didn't really... And I would have still been able to play it because the hand would have been full. So that I have to be a little bit careful about. Is it the same one, I wonder?
Your soul shall be mine.
Deal 2. Pop your hand. I don't know whether I don't know what to do there. Tamsin's value is pretty clear, but you gotta wait a little bit. I'm not sure whether I want to swap this one or not, though, is the question. Swap it with the bottom of your deck. I guess I can wait until I have more cards before I do it. Level 3 agonies. So you would get 2 of those at least. Your abyssal curses heal you for the damage they deal. Give your opponent a curse. Now those are not the same thing, right? It's important not to confuse that. The counter will not be the same. they don't take fatigue damage from the curse. Otherwise, that would be even more busted, I imagine. I don't know, man. There's all this random damage that doesn't seem... You get the Gigafin play early. You can do it like right now, in fact. So I see no reason to flip this. Like I could literally do it this turn or next turn. But then again, why would you? Because you could do Mutinous is good. You could do Mutinous, or you could do this Agony Shuffle. Let's do Mutinous first. Presumably that could be... Wait. What? So they don't have any minions?
Extraordinary.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, of course, that can sometimes be the case. Punished, I guess? Of course, now I can't play that one. They give them a cute little curse, I guess. I mean, you would presume they could have something in their hand, but... So I guess I should have saved it for the other thing. Then I could have eaten these. Not really sure how to deal with this, actually. So you could say that's a misplay, but I don't know how often it is that they have nothing in their hand. It's possible they only have this one minion in their deck, period. Which is kind of weird. So I'm gonna 1/1 copy. It could be a little defile scenario here if I could get something. I would need to just do a little bit of damage to something first. Can I get that? What minions died so far? The question is, can they kill that or not? And if they can, at least maybe I could set up for a defile scenario. Oh god. What the fuck is going on? How do I not have like one damage that I can just do? It would set up for 1, 2... what the fuck? Can't even swap out your hand because you don't have... That was a pretty cool play still, but it didn't really do anything. Oh, maybe I could do it with Tamsin. But then she'll die too. There's some kind of crazy math here, I bet. But I don't have enough mana even to do it otherwise. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Zero cost defile.
Well then. I do say, I seem to have lost the surface.
Okay, so maybe don't play the one that... I don't see why that would have mattered. I guess I could have just waited and then waiting to eat something. I'm not entirely sure, but clearly I didn't do that quite right. Still, not a bad performance where it seems like there was no hope. But they summoned something big from their deck. They summoned something else big from their deck, the Blood of Cahoon. But playing that thing that draws something out of their hand wouldn't have mattered because it's not like... I guess I should have just saved it for Gigafin. Don't try to bait... Well, I don't know. Like you even have the giant rat, so you can get a feel for what's in their hand.
Gul'dan.
Now we see a hunter, so now am I gonna get fucked by the hunter?
I hear the call of the wild.
You don't really want this.
Shall be mine.
These two maybe. Right, because you're not gonna play anything the first few turns anyway, and they're probably gonna flood the board. You gotta figure out better ways to use Tamsin maybe than what I'm doing. The game before maybe was better, but you want some of that Anatheron Null thing early. That's kind of the perfect. I'm a big fan of that. After you cast a spell, gain 1 attack. I could coin out this, but presumably he's not going to give it health. Yeah, I forgot Lothar was even in this shit. I'm not entirely sure when you'd play that. You could play it along with the Murloc. Like you create a big threat and then you can play it at the same turn because of how just the cost structure works. So I could do this. Is there some scenario where I just kind of slow pace him and let him? I don't really see why though. But you can just play it. The file is still there. We have another AoE there too. With the 1 cost minion, summon it. 1, 2, 4, 4. You can certainly see why this is a necessary thing. I don't see a defile situation for it. That was very important to have. And you have 40 cards, so you don't really care too much about what's burning. But, I mean, you care what it is, but you can afford to do it, I guess. We don't have the Murloc to go along with this. Which is why you have the Gore. Like, summon 2 different dormant war seeds. This just isn't going to do anything for me. I don't know whether to do that or not yet. I think I can wait. 2 dead things. So 2 things haven't even died yet. I have Defile, so I mean, I don't need to rush it, I don't think. At least play the Defile out and then do the hand swap.
Want to know why they call me Kodo Blade?
You do like a double Defile, so would that even matter right now? Like you can do this, it'll do 1, 2. So get this to 1, you get this to 3, do it again. So that's just kind of put something on the board play, not anything great. I'm not sure about some of these, like I probably should have just swapped out my hand. I'm just kind of obsessed with this double Defile opportunity. You're trying to tell me there's not going to be a scenario where that's going to clear the board here? There's like a little 1 damage value missing. He's going to actually play the curse. It just is hard to believe. You got 1, 3, 4, 5. You deal 4 here and then do it again. That could be good. The Defile isn't actually going to do anything, to be clear, because if you do it once, it'll get this, kill this, get this down to 2, get mine down to 2, and then I just can't do anything.
Haven't heard of me?
4 damage. Maybe it doesn't look that great, but so what minions even died? Just that. Wait, I thought it had to be 2 though at the counter anyway. Maybe that wasn't the greatest use of it either. Start of your turn. This is a little bit confusing actually. Yeah, I wasn't playing this all the way up, so I'm not gonna know how to. I don't really get it. Now this matchup I could have easily beaten with the other one. That's what starts to be annoying, is like now you'll start to lose to stuff that you were beating, but you'll beat stuff that you were losing to, so it's just like an even trade-off. Are you an imp master? I was until a few minutes ago when I started using this. Man, Defile just isn't doing it for me. The fuck?
So
I can swap my hand out. I guess I will. I have 4 mana left with which to still do something. Molten Giant is cute, I guess. Huh. 1/4 Wind Fury. I'm not even sure what this hunter is. This is different than some of the other ones I've seen. Of course, with Wild, you can't guarantee stuff as much. Like, you're gonna be going up against a much wider variety. You don't really have another good way to heal, right? With this, it's just like there's no Reno or anything. You do have the Tamsin Hero, and Atheron is still okay as a 6, you know, 8/6, but it's just a slow play. Summon 2/1 Shades again, Death Rattle, cast your last shadow spell, which would be the one that gives me 2 minions back. Which would be, again, the same guy who heals me for the amount that the curse does, but it seems a little bit too late. I mean, the Molten Giant is good and all, but I could get the other Murlocs. Wait, what? That didn't seem like I was gonna win at all. That seemed quite bad. Maybe they actually just DC'd in a way that had nothing to do with the state of the game. Or maybe I... Good game, thanks. That seemed like a loss to me, but whatever. It'd be one thing if I gave a taunt to the Molten Giant.
Gul'dan versus Nemzi.
Okay, this could be a mirror match or similar to it. Tamsin is certainly very impressive early, with her ability to clear the board. Maybe I'll keep this? I don't really know. I think generally you wouldn't keep that though. I just don't know what I'm playing against. If I'm playing against an imp thing, then maybe it's okay.
I see you brought
So the person going second gets that animation first. I don't know. Maybe you fish for that Murloc too, the other one, to switch your hand out. But the first few turns you kind of like to just do like this. Just play it slow, you can draw 3 cards. You're not in a rush, but then if they were an aggro deck, I guess I could have slowed it down a little bit with that too. 7 cards. Draw 3 cards, deal 3 damage to your hero. For some reason I thought you would have to like target your hero. So you draw 3 and you discard them. So I don't know when that would be exactly useful. I don't have that, unfortunately. Devour all enemy minions. Oh shit. Of course I have to do that, but what else can I do? You could do this, and then you could do this twice, which would also cause them to burn a card. Wait, no, it'd only do 2. I don't have enough mana to do the other one. Trying to see if there's something else. Kind of a fortunate draw. Feels stupid not to do anything else either. He would just kill that if I did it. I can't do both of those. I guess I could have done both just to kill it. I don't really know.
More bones to
That's the one I really want to start with a lot of these games. At least he has to burn that to do it. Of course, this is gonna burn a card in my hand. This would only do 4, so I'm not really seeing the math adding up here. I'll just do both of them, I guess. And then if it kills it, you gain a little bit of health back. I could draw 3 cards like with this, but what would that even do? I don't know when to use that at all. Maybe if you got some Murloc synergy, like if you play the first one and then you can play the other one with health. That wasn't very impactful play. Shuffle 3 Agonies. I could do that one with the spell. It's just hard to know whether I'm more concerned about doing it to clear the board. You could just do this, do it again. Dealing the 5 damage isn't gonna matter. Silence isn't gonna matter. I guess you could do it now if you're unsure of what else to do. That's such a like uncertain play though.
Haven't heard of me.
I'm going to assume that's good. I mean, you're gonna have 6 Agonies in there early. That could be okay. Maybe. Now I can swap my hand too. Of course, you're not going to actually run them out of cards for real. So you're not going to see actual fatigue stuff. But then it maybe discourages them drawing cards. So the other... Okay, it's only a limited amount of choice that... Wait. What did they take even? Gigafin. We could eat it right back, potentially. The board isn't too concerning right now. That's just dumb luck. Do I eat it back or what? That'd be so cool if that happened. Fucking stupid. At least it stops them from switching out their hand, which could be valuable too. Now they're gonna have like 2 Gigafins, which I could still deal with in this way. Okay, let's see how they're using that. Just on a turn where they don't know necessarily what to do. That seems kind of weird to have. Deal 4 damage. You get another curse. So it's like curse versus fatigue now. 2 separate tiers of damage. Draw 3 cards, deal 3. So they are drawing into the fatigue, or they might even burn it. We got the Molten Giant value here, plus this, which are both good. So I do that first. Draw 3 cards. So you just play the null first, just get the value out of it. I guess I could do it. It wouldn't affect anything else that I'm doing. Wait. Yeah, I would have exactly 10 cards. Let's just see how it goes. It's not like the Molten Giant is going anywhere. I'll heal for maybe a little bit, but so what? You can swap your hand out for your deck, which I don't really see the point in doing. I kind of want that Molten Giant.
Too many cards.
So what? Now it's going to cost 3 instead. I could just tap again. So they have the curse. They have the thing. Maybe I'm underestimating how much damage this stuff really does over time, but... Okay, I can certainly use my AoE here. Couple 3 Agonies. I mean, at least I'm ahead of the curve with that, but... I mean, I have no other play here besides this. Although, why not do this too? Because whatever... And then I'm still going to be able to do the Molten Giant. And it prevents them from doing that. Not that it matters a great deal. You could also burn one of the fatigue cards, I suppose. You can just play that and get rid of it. I guess I could play the Murloc now to swap out my hand a little bit. Pretty good board I have, actually. This is pretty complicated. There's a lot of shit going on. You're not gonna have Shadow Flame or some dumb shit. So they still have a few fatigue cards in there, but it's kind of hard to... You can't really rely on that. Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't have that. How am I supposed to play around stuff that I'm not even expecting them to have? Swap out my hand. It's a little bit dangerous to tap. Fuck. Battle Cry would trigger twice. Okay, this is a good time to play that because I just don't know what else to do. Their fatigue is going to get pretty high too because remember they already had so many of them. If I get like a Tamsin thing out of it. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Haven't heard of me.
They just have too many cards left still that it's hard to really figure out. And apparently I drew into this, so wait, how did that even happen? I mean, you're just going in for the kill. There's a lot of shit like that in there, but they didn't draw. You could get like a chain of it to kill them. Now they don't have a lot of damage out of the hand, but they could still do some curse stuff. But I'll actually just play the curses now, so the fatigue is kind of better. Deal 5, they'll destroy 5. So it wouldn't trigger that necessarily. Or it's not always 5, I keep saying that. Oh shit, we're just gonna kill them if they draw a second one. Or they could draw it on their turn. Fuck. Deal 2. Deal 2 again, okay. Man, they're so close when it comes to how much is in there, but... Deal 4 damage to a minion. I'm a little bit scared to tap, but I don't have a play. Draw 3 Murlocs. I guess I'll just let it be and hope the fatigue kills them. How? We have like 10 in there, man. At least draw one of them. Need something in my hand, which is just going to be another Murloc. At the end of each turn. Or, wait. Oh, at the start. Okay, fine. I don't really get it. I just have to hope the fatigue stuff kills him. Return a minion to your hand, but I'm basically dead. Is there something that would heal me that I lost? Not really, because he doesn't have a curse himself.
So many possibilities.
I just try to hope that he's gonna fatigue himself.
More bones to gnaw on.
Either way, I'm gonna have to give up both, aren't I? Fatigue? Fatigue? Oh, it's still gonna be like one short though, isn't it? Oh! Wait, you don't have much damage out of the hand. Fucking pretty intense though. I'll give it to you there. That was pretty good. It's possible I left some damage. I could have just hit him in the face. Oh wait, what was I thinking? What was I thinking not hitting him in the face if I expected to die anyway? Why even worry about his board? That was retarded. Just go face because either you're gonna win there or you're gonna lose anyway. Maybe I expected that they still wouldn't have had damage out of the hand. Well, so if I had gone face, I would have won, is the point. That's the kind of little thing you gotta do. Okay. Just go face. I've kind of gotten that out of my system now that I'm not sure I like any of these. Maybe arguably this, just because you expect them to have something big out there. Ah, not a very good hand though. But then again, you spend the first few turns just trying to draw. But what if they are just super aggro?
I see you've brought love. I see you've brought guests.
Shuffle 3 agonies. Now you could save that for the Tamsin thing. I don't know if that's really prudent because it might not be that good otherwise. Holy shit. I mean, you probably should just try to clean this up a little bit. Right, you can't just afford to wait. This we could do another one. They summon something bigger. You do have 2 defiles. You do have that 3 cost thing that does 4 damage. And then you have the 4 cost thing that does 5 damage. I just don't know what to do with that one. We'll just keep doing it. Now, doesn't that heal you for 4? What am I missing about that? Or no, this is the one that gives you the curse, not the one that heals you. It's the lower cost one that heals you. So, I haven't had any minions, so that's not even gonna matter. I might have a lot of trouble dealing with this, actually. I don't know. I mean, now you just summon this just as a static play to have on the board. The curse condition isn't even really how you win this, right? This is more just about surviving. Yeah. You just got to do it. Actually, even that's okay too, because at least you get something out on the board. Okay, you can swap the hand now, or I can devour his whole board, or not. No, that's the wrong one. The question is, how long can you really hold out with this amount of health and stuff? Will deal 1 damage to all enemies, including even my face. It's interesting that they didn't really get the value out of that though, did they? I hope they trade. Yeah, that's fine. Trade the cannon for it. I'm not too worried about that because I'm not really summoning anything that weak. Red Lich I can't do. I don't feel like swapping out my hand. I could do this into this. Or I could just do this. Maybe that wasn't even the best idea, but I think that was okay. That hand wasn't going to serve me much longer. What is the cost of this going to go down to? My health is very low, so that's what I'm concerned about. I'm down to 17. So what is the deal here? Like, your healing does have its limits. You're not going to even be able to use this, really. Hopefully they can't get rid of the 10-6 at least. They might be thinking more defensively, but honestly, if I was them, I would still just keep going face. Okay. That'll deal 1 damage more. Like, really, what more healing do I have? Draw 3, and that would give better value to that guy too. Yeah, what healing am I gonna have? There's not enough healing. You do 3 and then the 2. You can do like this, trade this. Go face, go face. So you are going to have to deal with the board a little bit. But I don't have enough healing to make this worthwhile. That's the problem. And Atheron for once isn't good, but not really his fault. You just want to start with that.
Blood and plunder.
If he really can't deal with like the 10 attack thing, I'm fine with that, but I'm just very worried about my health, and I can't think of anything that's really going to give me more. Aside from that 165 guy who's at the bottom of my deck, which even that wouldn't be that much healing. Can't really silence because the taunt, that's not going to be for the kill. That's more of the imp deck kind of play. I mean, you can just summon it. He's having a bit of trouble dealing with this giant rat, I guess.
Give me that.
Deal 1 damage to a minion for each other card you played this turn. Okay. Hurry up. This is kind of just a weak spot to be, and you can't afford to really do that unless you're expecting some crazy heal.
You are defenders of
I mean, you are gonna have to trade into the board here. Although maybe the other one would have been better because it's a pirate, but then you forget that one's a pirate too. So he's just gonna kill me. Or maybe he's gonna hope to try to do it. It's like I have so much damage on the board too. It's just... I can't believe the health is actually an issue. Deal 1 damage to all enemies, still not enough. Come on, just trade into the board a bit, please. Surely you're not gonna go phase. Although that's kind of a clever way to dodge some damage. Deal 4, give them a curse. I mean, what do I really have to lose? But I can't even afford to do it. Deal 4, give them a curse. Trade into this. Do this. Now hope that he doesn't have 4 damage out of the hand. I'm not going to tap. I'm not going to do anything. These curses are not very meaningful at this stage, though. You're not going to win with that. 8-3 and a 3-4 isn't so bad.
The time has come.
I just have to keep trading, though.
Our former master.
Trade.
Pirates away!
That's kind of fortunate. Now do I just do some crazy thing where I go face and just... Remember for 1 turn rush, immune while attacking.
His reign ends now.
Oh no, that is actually setting up for lethal for him. Fuck. Because all he has to do... What the fuck? Damn it. I should have just traded into Renthal, but then... Or does he not see the very obvious lethal?
Well played.
I think some of this could be I'm misplaying a little bit, but... Man, you shouldn't be getting that low on health in the first place. That's kind of weird. Okay, I'll give it a little more of a chance, but I'm not doing much better than I was doing with the other one. Mainly probably because I'm not as familiar with it, but still. So fucking close. You have to win like 6 in a row, basically. 6, 7 in a row, but that's very hard to do, obviously. You need to start with the Anatheron and that Null in your hand. Is kind of my whole way of thinking. This is always cute for the spell play. But I'm not sure that I want any of this. I don't know. This can be kind of a lifesaver though, sometimes. I don't know what I'm doing.
I see you.
Like, is it even worth it worrying about this? You'd rather use this defensively in a matchup like this. Draw 3, discard them. I just don't know what to do with that card sometimes. The fatigue damage is not going to matter. All this stuff is like just window dressing. Like, how do you just stay alive and just keep doing it? If he was rushing me down now. Okay, you can do a turn 4, turn 5, where you play both of those. You have like fucking 12 fatigues. Then I can accept the amount of damage. He's not doing anything. Or I guess you could even copy this too. Turn 6. But do you have something I can actually do in the meantime, or are you just gonna sit here? For fuck's sake. it is kind of a sexy little thing. Being able to... For some reason I kept thinking this heals you, but it doesn't. It puts a stupid curse. If I was to do this with a curse, what would that mean? I mean, it wouldn't be as good. I'm kind of more a fan of the fatigue. The next relic you play this turn cast twice. Man, this is kind of a retarded start though, isn't it? Why don't I just do this? Force him to deal with it. Give me Anatheron too. Why don't you? But it's just a good solid play that he has to deal with. I won't get greedy for this with Tamsin, but I'll do both of these, which again, that's good, but it's not going to really help me on the board. I'm in 2 1/1s, improve your future relics. Deal 3 twice, of course. Yeah, I'm just going to lose on the board. All this cute little shit is not going to matter. Is this a good turn to do that, maybe? I shouldn't worry about... Tamsin's kind of a dead play right now. I shouldn't do it. This is fine. This is fine. I mean, in case it's like a buff spell, I'm not sure what minions he's going to summon. He hasn't summoned like any so far. Okay. Maybe he was setting up for a 6. I mean, I guess when they have the coin, you probably shouldn't do that though, but it could have been some crazy turn 6. Cover a thing. I mean, what's it gonna be? There's so many cards in there. I do have some AoE now at least, but it doesn't feel like the right time to do it. Yeah, fuck. How do you know I don't have another one though? Fuck it. I could even do this into another. That maybe could be worth it, but I'm kind of just also trading into the board. He has too many cards for the fatigue thing to matter.
Haven't heard of me?
Give them a curse. Give them a curse. Do some damage. Seems like a waste of the 8 to do it that way. We still have another one of these that we can just do. So that's not like it synergizes directly with this. It'll just be another relic that he uses. Nobody ever kills Anatheron. Like, nobody seems to care about it. What, he's got the same AoE that we knew he had. Destroys 5 cards in his deck, though, so that's something. He still has the curses, which would actually heal me. No need to really do the giant rat that I can think of, because what if it summons something big? It's not going to do me. Fuck it. Let's just kill ourselves with something big that may or may not be big.
To kill me.
You failed.
Extraordinary.
Don't really have a way to deal with it either. He has a few curses, but I'm not even really that impressed by them. We'll heal a little bit. Not a big deal though. I'm in 2/6/4 with rush time. I'm probably just gonna die to this. I don't know, man. I mean, at least we won't get killed by the infuse effect that we might have been. But what the fuck do I do about it now? Four plus defile. kill this. You don't have enough mana to do them, otherwise it might work.
Job's done.
What is that? Random profanity tier 1.
So the legends are true.
Not even necessarily that you're gonna die, but cast all 3 relics. At least we haven't seen demon hunters too much, so it's kind of refreshing to, you know, this isn't like the most common thing in the world. Deal 6 damage to all minions? How about that? I guess I'm still not dead, in fact. Some kind of crazy defile. Bring this to 1. Even if he draws all 6 of those, it still wouldn't be enough. Like, watch. We could have put like 12 in his deck at an earlier point.
A worthy foe.
I greet you.
Literally draw all of them in a row. It's still not enough. Now am I gonna tank with this one when I was winning with the other one? Like, I just can't make up my mind. Fuck. It seems good, but it also seems iffy. I don't know. It's just different matchups that you're winning and losing to. This is supposed to be really good. I mean, very matchup based. And now we're getting different matchups than we were before. What is with that?
The forest fights back.
Maybe I'd be better in these matchups with the other one. You don't want that. You don't really want any of this, I guess. Give me something that rewards me for my hand size, like the fucking... This is the problem with the 40 card deck aspect, is just... You can get 2 bad hands in a row, which is why you have that Murloc. The one that switches at the bottom of your deck. The first few turns you just want to play it slow and tap. But then you're also gonna get fucked by something, probably. Get Thune, huh? I don't know, man. You gotta have something at least reactive that you can do. The AoE is good and all, but you can afford to just give up the cards like that. I'm just not seeing where the curses are really winning you the game. Each player gains 2. Okay. It's gonna be that guff thing, right? That they nerfed a little bit. Apparently my bitrate is bad, but whatever, dude. All of a sudden, randomly. Nice. But yeah, at least we'll be able to play that. Yeah, get the legend and fucking 0. Why the fuck is it doing that? I don't care. As long as it's fucking on video, it's on video. It's out of the fucking blue. You can do this. You can do this now, but maybe that's better to do when you have more curses active. I don't know if this is okay as just like a solitary thing just to put down. Sometimes it can be. I mean, you give them a curse, so contribute to the curse counter. That's fine.
Suffer as the wild man suffer.
What? Because this is such a busted deck? It doesn't seem like it so far. It's obviously good, but it has some weak matchups too. Gonna buff everything or what? No, he just plays the... I don't see these curses as being that threatening. Maybe it's just me. Like, it's just an ancillary bonus thing, sure, but I've never gotten to the point where even when I'm winning, I'm not really getting winning because of the curses. I guess I'll do the null now just for the fuck of it. And the Theron could be okay. This chick is fine for now. Like, are we still going to be able to get a full hand to be able to play him? We'll get 8, 9. You don't want to go out of your way and just not play stuff to do it. Or you could do, set the cost of what? Set the cost of cards in your hand to 1. Amazing. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. 11,000 bit rate. What the fuck? But it's still red, whatever.
Nature's blessings upon you.
Yeah. You could do Tamsin to get 10 cards. And that would allow... Well, why the fuck would you do it now? You could also just play it as a static thing. What other spells would you do? Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm honestly okay with just doing it, because I have nothing else really that's that good there. So just deal with an 8-6 and that. And this is the perfect scenario to use the 0 cost. It gives you 3 back. Looks like it's back to normal-ish now. I don't know what the fuck that was. Murloc rank. Oh yeah, it is. You're right. But that means I just tanked a whole thing. Wait, so what's going on? Play 3 cards, summon a plant. Wait, you put your... I don't know what the hell's going on with this druid. I mean, they're gonna play this shit anyway, so the giant rat is a little redundant. I don't have any good spells for Tamsin to be effective. You could just go all face with this. That would actually not be bad. Let's see what we get. 412, not bad. Yeah, why don't we just settle with that, and then you can always do... You always want to do it when you can at least attack into something. It kind of fucked me over the last time I did it. Everything's going to be 1 cost anyway, so what does it matter? They can just do it. Why would I want to give them free stuff? So you could do the Molten Giant too. I mean, you have just this humble little 816, and druids don't always have the greatest removal, especially with this little mana. But then again, everything costs like nothing anyway. This plus a Molten Giant. He just doesn't know how to deal with that. Here, why don't we help you with that? Is this gonna be enough to win, or is he still gonna have an answer? I'm kind of doubting this already, because we've had so many strong positions and then we still get destroyed, so I don't know. Okay, you could say that's an overcommit, but what else are we gonna do? I guess I could have just held it back until you deal with the first one. Are these curse cards gonna save us finally, or what? That doesn't help me. Draw 3. So you could do it with the assumption of this being good. Or maybe not.
He's too far.
I mean, at least you can do it again then. Give me something I can just get value out of with this. What the fuck? I don't even care. At least now I'll be able to do these at will. That's really what I wanted. So hopefully they can't get rid of Tamsin and then I can do it. Weird way to do it, but getting rid of 2 very important potentially cards. And they have too many cards for that. I don't know why I'm so enamored with doing that. You would think they would kill Tamsin too. Just don't clear the board, I guess. Or don't kill Tamsin, one or the other. Of course, everything is just free, so how can you... Oh my fucking god, how many of those do they have? Yeah, they're gonna prioritize that, of course. Why do they have like literally infinite of that one card? I maybe must have missed what happened with that. Okay, this isn't bad. Presumably they don't have another way to deal with it, but of course they probably do. As always. I guess I have a bit of extra mana, so I could try this. Can I actually deck myself out? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now we see. Now we see it. Forget about the stupid curse, honestly. Now, how do you deal with this board with Lothep having been played? Which actually still doesn't even matter because you could still play it. Because your spells all cost 1 anyway. So maybe they can do another Poison Seeds. Or no, they can't. Because that costs 4. I'm at least happy to see that card because there's been so long I love that card, but nobody else was using it. As Druid, just it was so good. Oh, I can silence for the win. The Starfish, which they also nerfed. One nerf card against another. Okay, so that worked out, but it was a little bit convoluted. It's hard to even explain like how exactly that happened, but you just keep drawing cards, you just keep using the Tamsin and the fucking Solarium. This is pretty hard to use sometimes. It really depends a lot on the matchup. Be curious to see how we do against a mage. Because I still don't think I could beat those mages.
I will bring order. Your soul shall be mine.
I mean, this would be cool if you get Tamsin, but like now, do you even keep the card draw? You'd rather get those like later, I guess. This can always be okay. Drawing 3 cards can be okay too. Like, what's the harm in doing it? Okay, that's fine, especially if you get the little other Murloc early. You can possibly overwhelm them with that because it also summons a 4/7 taunt, and paladins might not have the greatest way to deal with stuff like that. This can fuck you over, so I'm not sure really whether to do it or not.
Our story, tragic. Our redemption.
After you cast a holy spell, cast it on another minion too. Like, why don't I just coin something out instead? And it'll also be strong enough to kill it. Is really the point. So he's gonna buff it. Without a doubt. After you cast a holy spell, cast it again. Of course. At least I can do this to kill it then, presumably. Or I'll still do it just to be sure. Can't do anything with that. So that was a solid 3/4 just to bring out. I don't think that's a bad play. The Knoll is going to cost 5. It feels like it's not as good, you know, throughout the game, but it can be amazing at the beginning. What the fuck was that? So this isn't going to do anything. Increases cost by 1. And I could summon the giant rat to try to slow down what's on the board, but then he gets even more on the board, so I'm going to presume it's just something weak. Oh wow. I mean, it's good if it's going to be a battle cry that you're dealing with. So whenever this attacks reduce, that's probably what they were going to play anyway. Wait, is it related to Tamsin Rome? Is that a thing? I didn't even know that. I don't really even pay attention to the fucking card names. We can get the Knoll out at least to do something here, even though it's a bit expensive. I'm not really too sure. It seems like they're burned out on cards at least a little bit. The giant red is really questionable sometimes. I still will barely be able to get through this. Everything's gonna cost more, which is what it is. This you'll at least be able to do both.
More bones to
I can't believe that. That recruit play was kind of nasty. They're gonna reduce cost of spells, but they can presumably just play what they have. Like, how much is that gonna matter? It matters with a bigger hand, so maybe it wasn't so bad. They can do 12 just to the face, which they're thinking of. Oh, are you kidding me? Man, I think I just lose. We would need some damage out of the hand to deal with something here. That's nice, but what's he gonna do? Oh, you can do the Giga Fan. I mean, it's better than getting fucked by anything anyway. Now, if you have a way to kill it, that's fine, but maybe you just don't, right? How can a paladin just deal 4 through something? That can be such a game-changing play where you just win here. The ultimate turnabout card. Like, really, if you can't kill Gigafan, I win. Even if you can kill it, I could still possibly just hit you in the face because everything will be dormant. Are you kidding me with that card? What the fuck kind of busted ass design is that? Like, I've been pissed when I have it played against me, but even when I'm playing it, it's so stupid. What a retarded card. I mean, some classes could maybe deal with it, but that's just one that can't do it. Oh my god. It was just like the perfect turnabout play there.